Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Woo! Hi. Hello. Happy birthday to a text document. Hello? Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Sorry for the sort of late start. Had different plans. I was gonna, depending on how long I'm going, Tenelle was going to like host with me, so I was waiting for him, and then he wasn't quite feeling up to it, so then I got started afterwards. So, I almost said hello out loud at work, and I would have heard it all the way here. Hello. So anyway, we're starting a little later than intended. I had like all day. So, we're gonna see how far we can get into things, but we'll do our best. Tenelle is fine, thankfully. It's just one of them days when you have a chronic illness, and sometimes you have some good days, you have some bad days. Sometimes the shit catches up to you. There's not much you can do about it, but maybe rest. So that's about where we're at. But hey, if he ends up feeling better and I'm still streaming, and then then he'll join me. But we'll see about that. Either way, we'll be discussing this big fat document, our once a year allotted like stream to talk about it. The chronic illness room sounds like a 6-hour. Yes, sleepy boy theory. Bubbling in. Great, good. Just announced homosexuals are real. Holy shit. Okay, let me hop over here. Hello. Hi. How's it going? I feel like is better if I just do web. There we go. I think I prefer that versus my entire. There we go. Nice. Here we are. Anyway, hello everyone. It's been 6 whole years since this document came out. That's not what I want. And it's the start, not that. Nope, not what I wanted. I want to. There we go. Let's focus in. We're focusing, okay? I've listened to the reading and revisit many times. I'm so glad they did as you switch the screen. Good review from a Shariko Iceberg video. Hell yeah! I hope that. Oh yeah, I still got my black nerd glasses on. I'll get my green ones back soon enough, but for now it's this still. 6 years since Nomura left us, being Kingdom Hearts edged. Anyway, nerd look for nerd theory. Yeah, exactly. See, I'm very like, well, actually, oh boy, where to start? I mean, we can obviously I'll go over the document and we'll discuss things. I gotta get in. I gotta get into it. I sent my buddy Colin a playlist to get him into Kingdom Hearts. He was baffled by the 4 videos in the Sleeping Realm theory. It's long. It's a long document, and it took 2 different streams to do it. So, and even then, it's something where like I always say, as a document, it's a lot more pictures than one would initially think, and is very like supposed to be easy to read, easy enough to read. Still a lot to chew, but it is supposed to be like approachable, because my whole idea with it was if I couldn't sit still and read it, then nobody else was going to be able to. So, it was really important to break it up. Don't open on your phone. Yeah, that's, what can we do? We had so many people as well always being like, you should put this on something else so we can read it. And we're like, do you know how long it took us just to make this? We'll see, but it was just never high enough priority to, because we were handling so much other shit at the time that we never got to it. Also gonna go through the edit and edit some of it, because I remember you saying you need to fix some of the fluff. If I catch it, it's something where I was much more I used to be a lot more like actively checking and trying to fix things about it. And ever since I kind of my final edits, more or less, I haven't really touched it much. I really enjoy the audio version. Y'all did such a good job being entertaining and fun. I'm glad. What's funny, by the way, is the video version, which I did with Peachy, right? I am currently wearing the shirt that, I mean, it's going to be all fucked up, but I'm wearing the shirt that Peachy was wearing when we streamed, which is the Suriku stained glass, but for some reason the stained glass is like the cuck's glass. But, so, I remember looking at my shirts and I was like, I should wear this one today, for the doc. Oh, you're wearing that shirt? Oh, great. Okay, it's a uniform now. Anyway, it sure has been enough time since this thing has come out that a lot of the people who I'd say like actively like hate this fucking thing finally fell off, because I cannot express how long-standing some people would like hate this thing in public. You know what I mean? Like it was their day job. And that lasted for a while. There was like one lone soldier that lasted the longest, and eventually he fell off. Even though I ended up, I kind of tried talking to this guy multiple times. Not like I was trying to hound or do anything, as much as like he sort of tried talking to me. And I was like, yeah, of course, I'm open to, and then like he would disappear. And this happened like twice. So, I wonder how he's doing now, that one guy. They hated it because it told the truth. Yeah. No, not the Sobble guy. That was just some fucking random guy. That's some other completely unrelated story. Though he did drag in he's like, fuck you and fuck your fucking dream theory is exactly what he said to me. And I was like, damn, this guy has some kind of bone to pick, I guess. But like I said, different story, different time. But no, it's something where like I hope that with this is a stream about raisins. I hope that with time has passed and new people come in, and then they go and they play Kingdom Hearts 3 and they go, that was fun. I had a good time. And with this newer wave of people going and simply enjoying Kingdom Hearts 3, I hope that this same new wave can discover and enjoy this giant stupid document. So, hilariously, when I told Colin about you, he said that you sounded familiar, and I told him that he might know you from the theory. But yeah, probably. I have had also, I remember, this is just a fun story. I remember, my good friend who initially we went through Kingdom Hearts together, right? Because like he loves Kingdom Hearts, and I was like, all right, let's fucking go. And no, I haven't really started anything. Hi, Haven. Welcome. But I remember like I hadn't spoken to him for a while, and it was like later when we like caught up, and he was like, yeah, somebody like I knew was like, dude, have you read this theory? And like sends him this, and he like has to sit there and go like, I know this person. Like this is my friend Nikutsune. Like this is huh, okay, and like he had just been sent it, like completely, just somebody else going like, dude, no way, pew, you know. It was, I always remember that, and it's just really funny to me. I have this stupid document starred and saved forever. First heard of the theory from Barry Kramer going through it, and I had my mind blown. I remember I was just getting my mind blown that he was going through it in the first place. And then I found out it was because of Gam, who was like friends with another friend of mine, and then we became friends. And so, you know, it's just funny how the world works, I guess. But most people see online now don't have any points. They're either just the creators are shippers, which somehow invalidates everything, or they write it off as, and it was all a dream. Yeah, exactly. Niku, the man, Sune. That's me. IP. Anyway, yeah, I feel like it's something that like the few like echoes of people who are still like, I don't know, dissenters, don't have much. I mean, they didn't in the first place. There wasn't much backing the whole like, it was usually just some baseless like, it was clearly disproven by this. And you're like, what part? And then nothing. Nobody's got anything. And it's so like Soriku Sleuthers 2 on the video bit really I'm glad that's funny, but like it's literally called that because like that is what we jokingly called the Discord where we were like doing all of this, right? When we were putting the doc together and like getting everything sorted and talking about stuff, it was just called Soriku Sleuthers. And so the video got called Soriku Sleuthers 2. That's just how it is, but God forbid, I guess, that like a bunch of gay people who also ship make anything. So anyway, I go back to this doc whenever I get sad and miss Kingdom Hearts, so thanks for that. I'm glad. I'm trying to stream on a hot sec. He doesn't have green glasses anymore. I'll fix it, okay? I'll fix it, okay? You guys keep bringing it up. I'm gonna fix it. I just gotta go to the eye doctor so I can update my prescription like a responsible adult, all right? But it takes time. It takes time, so in the meantime, I have these, and it's okay. No, it's fine. It's like you were not the first person to bring it up, even just since we've started. So, my friend discovered the sleeping theory from a large debunk post of it, which led to them reading the full doc themselves and loving it. It makes sense that they would repeat something like this that existed in Cucks. I don't know why people think that's wrong. That's kind of what it boils down to. Do you possibly have some additions to this, or you're waiting? There have been like little things and things that I can add, but to be totally honest, I was just so exhausted by the process of having to do it. Not that I hate talking about it or anything, but it's just so much more to like have to sit down, organize the thoughts, write it all out cohesively, find where I'm putting it within the doc, getting all the screenshots, getting GIFs or whatever I need to, et cetera, et cetera. And it was just so much that I was like, sure, there are little things I could add, but I'm tired, and so I just haven't done that. Like, there's something that really, strengthens a point that was already made with Xehanort, like, being able to fucking, like know that there was another heart in Sora, right? And since Dark Road, there's been like, oh, he has like fucking empathy magic powers or whatever, right? And you're like, wow, cool. And that sure would help this. I just didn't have the fucking capacity to go and add it, okay? Even though it's like directly a point in favor of what we were saying, I'm like, oh man, come on. So, this theory is wrong. Do you have any theories you want to share? No. Okay, how is it wrong? It is. Great. Okay, thank you for adding to the discussion. I really appreciate it. I don't want to monopolize all my questions and thoughts about it, so I'll be patient. I'm still looking forward to it. Gabby here went through the doc preemptively for the stream and garnered a bunch of notes and questions to ask while we go through it. So, your doc made my friends interested in playing Kingdom Hearts. I know a friend of mine, Kip, apparently went into the doc first and then went, "This seems interesting." Played Kingdom Hearts 3 and then like backflip double twist jackknifed into the rest of the series from there. Which is insane, frankly. It's a crazy way to go about it, but hey, you know, as long as they're there and here and having a good time. But you know, people entry points all over the place, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as you can see, people are popping into the document, and if you want to look at it alongside me, there is the link to the document so you can look through for yourself. You don't have to just wait on what I'm doing. When I first came across the sleeping realm theory, I went out of my way to look up SRT debunked to make sure I wasn't about to obsess over something that was already shot down, but literally no dissenting points were anywhere close to damning. It was mostly just, but Sokai canon, though. Yeah, and I feel like that's also, like, you can tell, like, what people get hung up on, despite the fact that there is an entire theory completely outside of the fact that, like, wow, Sora and Riku are important. Wow, the game gives us direct examples of acts of true love, whether familial or otherwise, being like a thing, and then Riku does that thing, however you want to interpret it. Anyway, it's the thing they did with Cucks, but KH3, and they didn't show us the first time. Cucks to, like, key to Cucks. You want a quick summary? You want the most basic summary of the sleeping realm theory? Kingdom Hearts key to Cucks is a world line shift. When we play Cucks, we play through what happened in Key to a point where it then diverges and becomes a different and new timeline. Kingdom Hearts 3 is that concept with the training wheels taken off. We are only shown what essentially Sora would know, which is one timeline, right? Because that's all he would have experience with. But there was something beforehand. That's all that's being proposed. And things that indicate this to us are a bunch of things that, again, beforehand had been established as things that happen in the realm of sleep, which we also see happen in Cucks. Hence, sleeping realm theory, to keep it real general, okay? And that's it. It's not a dream thing. It is, but within the universe's already established mechanics, you know, technically, but not the, it doesn't matter because it was all a dream. It's not that. It's literally just like there was a timeline shift and we did not see the first part. We're just shown all the clues to pick up that this had happened. We're on the second part. We're doing the successful shift into the new timeline. That's all it is. That's it. That's the whole thing. And a lot of it was just going, we think so, because look at all of this, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff thematically that would reinforce this idea and how we think maybe this happened because of things with Kairi and things with Riku being like pivotal, you know, little points to it. So okay, hold on. Now that I've said that, I have to like skim over what was being said. Can't separate this sleeping realm theory from shipping in their heads. Even when it's not about that at its core, and that's usually what people would latch onto, or just Kairi in general. Because by God, we cannot talk about her without somebody getting upset, I guess. I looked up the Riku's gay video because I didn't know what I'd find on YouTube until finally someone linked the actual video. That's funny. Still do a damn good queer reading of Cage 3 without making any assumptions about sleeping realms. But the Hera Dream Drop is not exactly the same to a T, therefore wrong and bad. Usually stuff like that. Sharon tonight is making sure I have the key to Cuck's timeline correct because I get confused with how some people present it. What's in the box is the Book of Prophecies too with the New World line. God, who fucking knows? You know, who knows what's going on there? And I'm not even about to attempt to figure out what it is because I'm just here for the ride. You know what I mean? We are playing Cucks as KH3. Basically, yes. Box of Hornets. The good old Box of Hornets that nobody else is going to remember except for you. This plus the theory and speculation that every time you / the player / Sora dies in Cage 3, it actually happens to him and not just a game mechanic haunts me. Right. Even if the SRT was disproven, Riku still did true love sacrifice. Haha. Anyone know the time thing episode from Steven Universe? Learning that Riku and Kairi are foils to each other in the same way is game changing. 6 years of sleeping. Keisha literally shows us time travel and everybody was fine with it. You and the rest of the theory authors literally said, wait, we have another instance of time travel in the series, and in that case, it was a parallel reality. What if it happened again? And they threw a fit. Basically. Okay. All right. Okay. What greater point was I going to make? 51 of you guys in here. Man, that's fucked up. That's crazy. Hello. Welcome. I do think it's funny too, by the way, that like there was like this revitalized like interest in the sleeping room theory because of the Riku is gay video. Which I just think is funny. That's it. There's nothing else to it. I just think it just made me laugh. But at the same time, I also saw people who went in and they were like, this Riku is gay video. All right. And then the second they like mentioned this, you know, that like Tenelle mentioned the sleeping room theory and people went, oh my god, I can't believe you would drag this into it. You don't have to make this about Kairi, you know. This is supposed to be about Riku, not your ship. And then, like, drop it. And it's just so, like, man. You guys need to calm down. There's more, like, cloud save data. Sleeping Realm is somewhat purgatory, right? I mean, I suppose. It's not necessarily even clearly defined in Cucks. We just have to put shit together by like kind of what they showed us, you know? People get so mad. It's so silly. It's true. I think Tenelle said it once, but if Riku is gay, then Sora is gay, and honestly, that's true. Yeah. I do think it's funny because oftentimes people will like I'd seen it multiple times where people would get upset and they were like, I wanted to see how this was about how Riku is gay, not about your ship. Which was something, like I said, I saw it reiterated many times. Which is, it's so, I don't know what you expected. Like, do you think we just think he's gay, like, in a vacuum? And that would not in any way have to do with any other member of the cast? Like, is that so improbable as, like, as a scenario, you know? But, anyway. That's just kind of an aside. Let me put some, I'm going to be controlling the music this time around. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit, and then I have like a whole big playlist of all of every Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. So we're just gonna let that kind of rip a little bit. Jokes aside, the romantic tropes are there for both of them. No skibidi Miku while we read the doc. Sorry. Anyway, so here we are, the Sleeping Realm theory. Still, I love to see the title card, the beautiful, gorgeous title card that Canary made. I should pester Canary to post all of those little cards that she made. Like Skibidi Miku. Anyway, I should pester her to post those on like Blue Sky or something, just to revisit it. But your fun fact that I know I've said before, but we're here, right? Anyway, Canary drew like all of these fucking title cards outside of maybe like 2 in one day. Turn this down. Not the vibe I want. That's fine. Anyway, yeah, Canary drew all of those in like a day because she was like possessed. She had like a bunch of thumbnails, and I was like, well, what if we had like more of these and we put them at certain like sections to help break it up and everything? Canary was like, yeah, okay, and then just went and like took these little thumbnails and just blew them up and then started going crazy. So anyway, it really like kind of helps make the whole thing. So anyway, I suppose I'll just kind of get started and we'll just kind of talk as we go along, because it's been a while since I've simply looked over the document myself. Sometimes I go and look if I have to go like reference something or I'm just happen to be talking about something, right? But like just going over the doc and like reading my own writing, I haven't done that in a bit. So I'm sure it'll be kind of start and stop, whatever. Feel free to ask questions, and if you have a big question, feel free to at me while you do it so I can actually see it in the chat. Okay, don't be afraid, it's fine. I'm giving you explicit permission to do that. Be not afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm in a corporate training pack and I'm filling out right now, and that shit is 300 plus pages.
Gimme!
So you love Kingdom Hearts?
Boy, do I. Reading my own writing, excuse me, Hives, you're so strong. I will frequently laugh at my own jokes I've written down, so like I'm good. I'll like write something out and I will reread it several times. Not even just before I send it, like out of anxiety or something like that. Like I'll put it in, check it over, send it, and then I'll go back to reread to be like to reconfirm like what I just said. And I'll do that quite a bit. Anyway. So, let's see. All right, your big warning is obviously it talks about, discusses, and spoils KH3, as well as Remind, its DLC, and Melody of Memory. But we will also be discussing Dark Road, the ending of Cucks, and I feel like there was something else I was gonna say. Dark Road, Cucks. Yeah, the other shit that's come out. It's fine. I asked this in advance. Is there anything in the doc specifically that I should note as its own entry in my workout iceberg vig? I don't know. I'm gonna leave that one up to you. It's obviously it's your video. And I mean there are plenty like, so I don't know exactly what you need for it, other than obviously you are writing something about a Soriku iceberg. So there are many things there that you could pull from. Anyway, so there you go. Also, if anybody's looking or reading along, as we warn right here, note if you're reading this on a web browser, highly recommend you change it to, you know, like uncheck print layout, because otherwise it's like totally blown up and broken up and weird. Otherwise, this way it's all condensed visually and easier to read. And also it's difficult on the phone, but much less so. People who had trouble with it on the phone was largely because there was so much traffic on the document. So now that there's not so much, you have to know it took literally like definitely, okay. I almost said years, and maybe it was like a year. I think it was more like about a year that it finally like every time we looked back at the doc, there was somebody in it, multiple people, and it took a very long time for it to get under like 99 plus people, and to get anywhere lower than that it took like over a year for that to finally like chill out, basically. So I always remember that we were like, damn, there's so many people in here at all times. I guess the only thing I have noticed is, at least in KH3 through the stock, I learned how overt the messaging was for how the Disney worlds foreshadowed the theme and ending. Would you say this game does this the most? Because I don't feel like the other titles did as much as KH3 did. It might be just because I had looked at KH3 so much more than I've looked at some of the other games by comparison, that like I feel like there was a very visible pattern more so in 3 than I've seen in other ones. But I have seen people say that like all of KH2's had to do a lot with identity, and when I think back to it, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think a lot of these things are still chosen purposefully to like parallel and show stuff. I think KH1, obviously there was a lot where it's just like we are setting up this world and exploring things, and there was, you know, it was the first time, right? So there's gonna be a lot less of like super deliberate, like, now if I choose this, this, and this, I can tell this overarching story. Like, I think you're gonna pull what you can from what you did get. So KH1, it's not that it doesn't have these things. I think Chain of Memories linked into it like super hard, but it was utilizing stuff that was already there. So outside of maybe Chain of Memories telling really pointed stories with its Disney worlds, I feel like KH3 is probably the most like focused, like we're trying to show something. Because if, and I will say this, of course, you know, that like if everything we propose is true, which nothing has shown that it's not, and most things make sense only if it is, if things are true, KH3 is doing something else in general anyway to try and like convey a story with clues for you to put together a larger puzzle, for something that, you know, it's something we're supposed to pick up on. So it's very like, you know, messages written on the eyelids, like blinking twice if you need help type, like, oh, like I'm looking, I'm trying to find whatever you're telling me. So I think 3D is fairly focused, but still like KH3. Yeah, I think generally everything still has like intent behind it. Like, don't get me wrong. I just think KH3 is like, it's just doing something particular. So that's all. Anyway, the fact that you just speed through the game is pretty cool because you never make connections and Disney World speaks volumes. Yeah, that part's crazy. I love that. Anyway, so there is a Spanish translation, which is cool. It's outdated at this point because the theory had gone through some larger updates and overhauls. Like, and when I say overhaul, I mean like we just rearranged a lot of stuff that was already there, so it flowed a little better with new information. And also we didn't have to completely bury the lead with like Riku's importance as it went on. Now we could just be like, and yeah, anyway, Riku's important and we're pretty sure he's the light in all of these situations and yada yada, and we didn't have to like more or less like trick people into seats first. So they had to get through most of the theory before they got there. It starts with a prominent cello part that makes me feel a certain way for sure. Hell yeah. And then, of course, obviously, this is still relevant. I don't necessarily plan for this video to replace my read-through with Peachy, because that one's probably going to be still more thorough than what I'm going to do here. I don't know if I don't finish going through the doc now, I can't guarantee I'll go back and then finish it unless everybody wants me to so bad. But otherwise, you know, it's the day, it's the holiday, it's the holiday, the birthday. So here we are. So anyway, yeah, this is still here. If it's difficult to read along or just to read it on your own time, please know there's always a video version. So anyway, table of contents, it's all here, yada yada. We don't need to see all of my funny little titles I wrote. We'll see those when we get there. Okay. There's something I've wanted to update about this because ever since we got Master of Masters saying like the truth is what you see with your eyes and not what you hear, type thing, and I really wanted, because that's very much like the feeling of this, where it's just like, sure, these characters are saying one thing and then we are being shown repeatedly over and over these other things that I think is like, oh cool, like let's pay attention, you know. And I've kind of wanted to put that in here. I didn't like the Cage 3 Dearly Beloved as much, but it's grown on me. I think it's very pretty, but I also think it's something that's worth considering that it wasn't... Not that it wasn't originally High Canary. Not that it wasn't originally Dearly Beloved so much as there was one before it, and now it's the one that is the Forest Memory Dearly Beloved that plays when Kyrie's writing the letter. That was originally the Dearly Beloved for KH3, and then they shifted gears with that, which I think is incredibly fascinating. I don't... what would cause you to be like, this is done. We, like, fully recorded this shit and got it all good. And then they were like, no, we need a different one. And then the one that is, like, hidden. Oh, here. I can turn it down. Sorry. It's like the volume of it gets kind of dodgy between songs. They did what with Dearly Beloved KH3? So, the KH3... the Dearly Beloved that plays, that's called A Forest Memory. It's on the soundtrack, right? It's the Dearly Beloved that plays when the cutscene where Kyrie is writing her letter and she's in the forest and, like, you know, Lee is there and everything. And she's writing her little, penning her letter to Sora. And, my God. Anyway, she's penning her letter to Sora and, there is that Dearly Beloved playing, and that was apparently the original Dearly Beloved for Kingdom Hearts 3. And then I guess something happened. They decided to do a different one, and then it was like, oh, cool, we got to keep it at least and just play it over here. The thing that drives me nuts is that the Dearly Beloved that plays in that scene that we get a full version of, and it's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful fucking theme. It has, like, when we heard the full version of it for the first time, I was like, hey, wait, it does this thing they specifically do in the Dream Drop Dearly Beloved, where there's this little, and I don't have the language to speak on it properly, but I can hear it with my ears, and I know that it's there, and that it is this little fucking twirling little, it starts low and it kind of goes high, and it's just like, and it does this, like, at this certain point in the song that I'm like, they did this in Dream Drop really specifically. Not quite a leitmotif, but I mean, I guess so, though I think a leitmotif is more like a melody, a repeated melody, right? But, like, hold on a second. I can find it. I can show it to you. So I will play it. You can hear. This is Dream Drop, an arpeggio. So let me jump ahead a little bit. We have to get to the waltz. No, this is... Sorry, my list is kind of funky, and I was like, is this the wrong one? No, it sounds right. We'll get there. And I'll go this part. It's like at the end of the waltz part. That little, see, the, not that small one, but hold on, we're getting there. That. Okay. You got that? You got that in there? Okay, hold on. The easiest place I can find it is gonna be here. Just take me to H3 soundtrack, and then it's Dearly Beloved, A Forest Memory. There we go. So this originally was going to be the Dearly Beloved for Cage 3, as Shimomura had stated, and then something changed. They shifted gears. They did something. Then they went and made the one that we have now. But like, she was like, I'm so happy we got to keep this one. It just got put in a scene. So this was going to be Cage 3. And it has a lot of those little twirly doodles, right? But then it has very specifically the one I pointed out. It's so pretty. Hold on. This version is really good. Yeah, I also think it like fits well. Come on, where are you? I'm like afraid of jumping into it too much, so we're just letting it play a little bit. Where did it play? It plays in the scene where Kairi is writing a letter early in the game. Wait, here we go. There it is. Like, the Dream Drop one. The Dream Drop noise. It's the same one. It is the same noise. It is like a direct callback noise to the Dream Drop, Dearly Beloved. Okay? And when I heard it the first time, I was like, what the fuck? And gaining the context of knowing that this was supposed to be Cage 3 feels very, on the nose, if you will. That was another thing that we were going to, like, add more properly. I think I may have just, like, linked and then was like, it does this thing, because I was too fucking tired to go and do something more elaborate, right? But anyway, yes, the Dream Drop Twisty Straw, where it starts and is and at the same point in the song and everything, all the tiny things you notice. Okay, look, when it lives in your brain like 24/7, when you're looking at something long enough, you start to see things. Like the fact that like we have a whole section where we're like, here's all these times that Riku clenches his fist. And I remember Barry went like, how did you notice this? And it was specifically Gemma who went and got those screenshots. And it was just like, I looked at scenes and I watched Riku the whole time. And that's how. And it's just, you know, that's how it goes. But anyway, yeah, it's like a direct, like, musical quote of Dream Drop really specifically. So anyway, you know why they changed the Dearly Beloved? I don't. They haven't said why they changed it. Shimomura just said that they did. That they made this one first, and then something changed, and so they made another one, and that's the one that we have. So, you know, I would like to think that maybe they thought it was too on the nose. But it's still pretty interesting given everything else that we have listed and shown. It was really like we found all of this and then we were like, excuse me, what do you mean? It has I was like, the Dream Drop little doodly doos, it's in there. Like, it's directly that sound. And then later it was like, this was originally gonna be the Dearly Beloved. So it's like, okay, cool. Thank you for telling me that. Very cool. It's too on the nose. We need woodwinds for different moment. So there you go. There's your fun, your little appetizer for the document. It's so funny when I like more actively remember like all of everything we put together. And I'm like, I don't know how they're going to work their way out of this one, boys. I'm pretty sure we have it. Like, I'm sure there are probably going to be some details or things we point out as being like, this might be a sign, and it not be a sign. And that's fine. There are probably going to be things like that. But like, foreshadowing, perhaps KH4 Dearly Beloved would love that. But they're overestimating Gen Fandom's ability to remember dream drop distance. Canary, I was saying that you should post your cards that you made for the doc again, just like on Blue Sky or even, I know they're on Twitter, obviously you could retweet them there, but you know, I felt like it was the day to do it, so anyway. Woo, calm down, quiet. I'll let that go. I just came the other day and watching Riku and Sora hold Kairi's hand and share the Paopu fruit in front. Riku broke me, and then Dearly Beloved playing on the start screen with Sora and Kairi. And Riku's moon. Stop pining after your straight friend. I love this. Cards Canary, you're so talented. I agree. So here's what KH4 Dearly Beloved is gonna be. We'll have to find out. I'm so curious about everything else. Anyway, let me start reading at all, right? Anyway, Kingdom Hearts 3 is a complicated beast. Or, well, it's at least pretty deliberately, you know, misleading. So, safe to say, KH3 was met with a very mixed reception. The ending feels... Oh. Okay, we're just going straight into more Dream Drop, that's fine. The ending, let's see. Mixed reception. The ending feels rushed and confusing, riddled with seemingly out-of-character decisions at the last minute, while the main girth of the game can feel bloated in what seems like irrelevant Disney bloviating. Bloviating, good word, me. Even then, I would probably change some of this, where I would lead in, because, like, a lot of this is here because we were at the same time trying to show this while, like, fanning the flames of everybody being really upset about it. So I was like desperately pleading with people to be like, hey, maybe something else is going on. Maybe does this feel strange? It was very much, playing to the audience at the time that I don't feel like I have to do anymore. So this is something where I'd be like, hey, KH3, like, seems kind of strange. Completely removing my personal opinion, Sora reads is somewhere on the ace spectrum rather than interested in girls. And I think that's a totally fine read too, given everything. You know what I mean? Anyway. Bloviating. While some may call that standard fare around these parts, what if we suggested that KH3 is a mischievous and intriguing mistress? One with a lot going on, quietly in the background while letting you assume what you want, slyly slipping clues right under your nose. If you don't believe us, this really is nothing new, and you can take the word of the director himself. I believe, quote, I believe that Kingdom Hearts 3 is truly completed when two thoughts, whatever you feel from playing the game, and my thoughts that I've secretly placed in the game, match up together. I hope that everyone playing the game will complete the game for us. You got it, boss! I'm on it! I'm gonna read all of it. We'll go. We're gonna, you know, casually work our way through. This game runs entirely on audience assumptions so far as we can tell. It brings up points, loosely linking things together in a way that leaves us, the audience, to assume and make logical leaps, to fill in the gaps ourselves. Again and again, you'll find it leading you one way visually or narratively, only for it to contradict itself a minute or two later. This sounds like it's just bad, but what it is pushing you to look past the surface, and to test your knowledge. Now, with that established, what if we suggested that most of KH3 actually takes place in a dream? Your dad is so cool. Our dad. That picture of Bugs Bunny, where he's like... Is that on my screen? Oh, it is. Okay. Theory overview, small author statements and credits. So we're finally here for the theory. The theory that Cal, me, and Gemma had generally developed about a week before the game even came out. Leaks were rampant and we're very sorry. As I've discussed many times, we had questions, suspicions, and red flags already raised when me, chosen wizard prophet, was given the game really super early. Yeah, 6 days ahead of release, almost a full week. I had that game before it came out. I got it before Japan and everything. Believe us when we say we had a lot of time to parse the material, flip some stones, and ponder life's greatest questions. Once we realized we had something wildly and almost suspiciously rock solid, we gathered the small amount of scattered people we've been talking to about it, and with teamwork and friendship, put this stupid long document together. For you. For the people. Still remember the story you told. I'm glad. Turning this down a little bit for me. Okay. Yeah, again, so there's a lot of stuff here that's like, you know, having, again, to just like try to guarantee anybody enough just to keep reading. Where it's like, look, I get it. I happened to have had this game before literally everyone else to not paint my opinion necessarily one way or another. And like, believe me when I say we were like really rattling it around before anybody else even got their hands on it. So, you know, just give it a shot. But again, a lot of this pleading, not necessary in this day and age. It's like I said, I'm playing to a different audience, but so much of this was like, you know, trying to just get people who are reacting very strongly after playing KH3 for this or that reason. There were a million reasons. Everybody was very, you know, it was polarizing. It was all over the place. And so it was very much like, you know, yelling to a room of people running around and there's like a fire in one corner and like, you know, and everybody be like, oh, now, hold on. I know what you're thinking. But like, what if something else was happening, you know? Just all sorts of stuff. So yeah, we released this before the Ultimania came out to try and test out what we found against whatever came to light from the book, which is also true. We were trying to get this out because we didn't want it to be like, you know, we had all of this stuff that we had already been like, we're pretty sure this and this and this is going on, but we don't want to like post it after the Ultimania and have there something like something is in there and it's like, oh, well, it just basically says exactly what we're saying in some way, shape, or form. And then people going, you just copied the Ultimania. You didn't. So it was kind of a, like, you know, like, just watch. Look, we're staking this claim. We're placing our bets. So here's the stuff. And, like, we want to see what information we get and see if it matches up with anything that we said. We'll see as things go, and as new info gives us new context. So, yeah, so for the time being, please enjoy Mr. Nomura's Wild Ride. We're strapped in and we can't get off. And then, there's the waltz again. Edit, the Ultimania has since come out and been pretty thoroughly translated and have since added any new found info. So, it's all in there. And then, yeah, on it... a repeated, in a pattern here, you'll see that I added any large updates to the dock the day before we got a new release, basically. So, you know, with one day before the Remind DLC, I am finally, Niku, am making some final updates and adjustments. A lot has changed and updated over the year, because, like, more stuff was coming out and yada yada. Since we first released this theory and the splash it made in the fandom here and overseas was really something to behold. When I say overseas, I mean like all over the place. Just the fact that it could reach so many people and all the kind of messages we received made everything worth it. Here's to one last hurrah before we hopefully get all our answers. And then, yeah, this is also when I, like, moved a bunch of stuff around to change the flow of it. So I was like, boy, I hope I didn't fuck it up. Because I was, like, really moving huge sections around. Following a pattern, I have updated this a day before the next game release. Melody of Memory. It's 3 a.m. this time. Anyway, yeah, I wrote and organized most of it, right? But I was not alone by any means, and I couldn't have done it by myself by any means. And large sections were also written by my buddy Cal. Again, I wrote a little bit, but mostly was just on hand and also was there very initially with, like, the springboarding and the figuring out of everything. So, but as you can see, here are all the, I mean, it's probably small for you watching the stream, but, we got Gigi Jugglepup, we've got, Xanthi, Riku Auntie, we've got the ever-famous Steam, and then Braveheart Riku being Canary, and then Kippen, Sarah Kippen, and then our other friend, Sarah, Blanket Horde, where it was a lot of just like, hey, we had been talking to these people anyway, and then, like, people could just contributed different things. There was a lot of, like, information gathering and, you know, reading and figuring things out and stuff that was just kind of, that took all of us. Imagine Nomura looking at this like, well, damn, at least someone sees my hints and secrets. I can only hope. I mean, not that he can read English, but I hope someone was like, look at the stuff they noticed, and they tell him about it, and he goes, nice. Somebody gets it. I think it's just playing Dream Drop. Let me play. Okay, here we go. You think Nomura has a Sariku t-shirt? Who do you think designed the t-shirt? Go to Nomura's house and his Sariku figurines are all posing in romantic ways, I hope. I mean, I'm wearing a Sariku shirt, even if it's all fucked up in the blue screen. It's here. It's here. Thanks to, Hot Topic, I guess. Anyway, okay, so all that's out of the way. Rundown. We're going to go through a summary of the whole thing first and foremost, then elaborate on what we set up. So, anyway, yes. Okay. The theory itself. To put it simply, Kingdom Hearts 3 is on its second timeline. Okay? Like, just as I was saying earlier. An entire first timeline of events has happened, and what we play is the second go-around. The second timeline, up to a certain point, takes place within the Sleeping Realm, or what's known as the still relatively unexplained Unchained State. From Key and Cux, okay? This is what we're referring to. In other words, some form of a dream. Okay? Okay. And then me being like, we are not bold, italicized, underlined. We are not claiming it was all a dream. Anybody who says that are immediately, like, showing their whole ass, because it's not what it's not. It never was. Ever. Damn, really? That's crazy. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to make that very clear immediately. Obviously, not that everybody actually listened or anything like that, but, you know. Sounds like, what do you mean? You piss on the poor? Anyway. Yeah, we were not claiming it was all a dream. Which would imply that it didn't happen or matter. Physically visiting dreams and sleep, even data, are pre-existing concepts established in the series prior. Okay? If this is new to you, you have some catching up to do. Disney himself telling them it's not a dream. like that. What was I keep bouncing around and I lose my place. Set up in the series prior, consider it like multiple forms / tiers of reality. What we're saying is that this functions more akin to an alternate timeline. It mattered and happened. I think you should double down and say it was all a dream. Nomura's dream. This is Nomura's dream and we're all living in it. Basically, Sora and the gang have engaged in what's known as world line hopping, and both Riku and Kairi play pivotal roles in making it happen. So, to start things off, the concept of Dream Worlds was introduced in the aptly titled Dream Drop Distance. Within this game, Sora and Riku are tasked to travel to worlds trapped within sleep after falling to darkness. We are proposing something broader and so deserve some clarification. Dream worlds are worlds that fell into darkness, into sleep, and never fully woke up. Their hearts, the world's heart, dream of the time before and up to falling to darkness, before starting over. This creates a kind of conceptually comatose time capsule of a specific place at a specific time. The worlds themselves have been freed of darkness, but a part of them still slumbers and cannot return entirely to normal until awoken. This is the case of the worlds we visit during Dream Drop Distance. I need to ask a stupid-ass question. Fire away, bud. The first note is about how we still don't know if it's a dream or a datascape. I kept flip-flopping. Okay, so I think these things are coexisting, to be completely honest, because we've been shown these things to kind of both be occurring, and I think Cux was a good example of, like, it is both sleep and then also, like, data. It's odd because even then the sleep into data part was like a bait and switch, but there was still like much sleep involved and dreaming of these past bad memories and everything. But then even when it was like, wow, made contact with Ephemer and all of this stuff is happening, and it was in sleep where you were making contact with the Unchained Realm, where he currently is just hanging out. You know what I mean? It's something where, like, I don't think these things are mutually exclusive and that they both can be happening at the same time. Or perhaps that the data part is necessary for the world line hopping thing. But like, there's still some level of dreaming because of, you know, it's hard to ignore all of the other stuff at the same time that we've pointed out. The using the gay blade, the dream eaters going on, the falling asleep repeatedly thing, you know, dream logic stuff. It's something where it's like, there are signs of both, but like, you know, it's something that, like, we have seen this before. Cux did this. We're saying it's doing that thing. And all of that stuff that Cux did, there are still things that are simply unclear to us as an audience. So I guess I don't have every answer, but I can pretty definitively say that, right? But also, the whole Cux turning into data thing, when we first wrote this, that was not out. You have to understand. That did not happen in the story when it was like, hey, Daybreak Town is actually, like, there's some data stuff going on. That came out a while after we had released this theory and raised these questions. And that was another thing. People went, well, obviously, the sleeping realm theory is done for because it's all data. And we're like, we saw like one shot where it was like the sky glitched, and we were like, are you sure? Like, are we sure that this is really the killer? That, like, the new thing we're all finding out together, when everything else that has been proposed so far was like, it is a dream in a dream state in their sleepy time, you know, over and over, and then, like, surprise, data is involved. So it's something that's just like, who knows? I don't know. I'm not Nomura. I'm just trying to put together the puzzle he fucking gave me, and every once in a while he throws a new piece into the pile, and then I have to go like, okay, and try to, you know, put it in. But also consider, you know, even with all of this and like well, is it just data? Is it just dreams? And like we literally began the whole thing with they put the dream drop shit in the Dearly Beloved, and then they said, actually, never mind, we need a different one. And it's like, I wonder what that could have meant at all. You know, it's like there's too much in there that's just like, who knows? We don't know. Is like a Soren Riku at all time traveling back to the beginning of 3, or is it a weird time loop or something else? Yeah, it's hard to know because it's like, I don't think even in Cucks are they like, so far as I understand it with Cucks, it's less of a, they don't go backwards in time. Things are still moving forward, but now it's like, you know, it's kind of like what they did to Roxas is they dropped him in data, altered his memories, and he was just moving forward with that, right? Like, it's the same as, like, then they all woke up and continued life as normal in this, like, new scenario where nobody forgot all the bad shit that just happened type thing, and it seems to be applied on a very large scale. So it's I don't think it's as easy as just going, and then they went back in time, because like world line hopping is not necessarily clear on if that's doing that over again, or if it's just like, we're just still going forward, but we're just recreating what we went through and we're just kind of making that shit back up. Like, Sky glitch, I need to finish my game replay. It's been forever. Yeah, there's like a whole big shot where it's like goes up to the sky and then you see the whole sky like, you know, and like this weird stuff is going. Can I ask you about Cucks? You can ask me anything. That's kind of what this is all for. So fire away. So like player relives all of Key besides the Keyblade War, right? Yeah, more or less, like entirely like leading up to it, and there's like the tension of the build up to the Keyblade War, and then there is no Keyblade War. And then within that, at one point they even bring it up to be like, that was weird, wasn't that going to be like, wasn't there something that was gonna happen? Huh, you know. Are they brought to the very beginning of the Key story? I mean, that's hard to say because, so one thing that makes that kind of difficult, the way some people compose the cutscenes usually skips Key. Okay, we did talk about this a little bit before, and I will bring this up really quick. So I think that is something that does go a bit missed. If you are watching through, I do need to make that post where somebody asked me explicitly, like, how do I approach Key and Cucks and all of this? I think, and like, I've gone too long where I was like, I trust somebody showing me all the stuff, right? And then they fucking aren't. And it's just better if you can go through as much as you can by yourself. But that said, I think it's fine if you just want to go through Cucks and it's like the fan dub that's like very, you know, kind of tightened up a little bit without all the fluff stuff in between, even though I still think there's value in that. Anyway, I think it's worth going through and seeing like, oh, here's all of Key and what happens, and to my memory, all right, grain of salt, it's been a bit since I looked at it, but like, yes, it's Key. It's Key up to a point where then it turns and it shows that it's clearly a different game, but that does make it difficult. Like I was saying, it is hard to approach these things because Key was a browser game that we never got over here proper. We never got Kingdom Hearts Key in English at all. It's all fan translation. It's all just like fan archiving essentially, until eventually we got the mobile game, which was at first seemingly just a port of that one until it turned out to be its own story that predicated on the fact that Key already existed. Because Key specifically was like, hey, you know, everything sucks, and then we hit the credits, and then at the end of the credits, your character wakes up in Enchanted Dominion, which was not a playable world in Key, and it's like a pointed thing of like them coming to at this point because something has happened in between. Anyway, so the foretellers are there at the beginning of Cucks. They're like around and doing things, yes. But again, I think it's worth like going, and they disappear in the middle. They do like, so okay, with Key specifically, the story goes up to like the actual Keyblade War happens, and you get your ass beat in the war by the foretellers. They are there. And it like more or less like ends with all of this. That's like the big dramatic end to Key, is that the Keyblade War fucking happens. And so like with Cucks and the Keyblade War just conveniently not happening, suddenly the foretellers are just kind of gone, and we have the new guys. All three are the same and different. I know, it's confusing. Yeah. But anyway, it's something where like it would do you a favor for sure. If you want to get this kind of, yeah, Key, Unchained, Key, and Cucks are all the same story, but different segments of the story, sort of. Yeah, kinda. You kind of have to piece it through, and that's why it's like easier if you just kind of go through by yourself, because you can't treat all of this the same, because like I said, that Cucks and its whole thing where it's like, hey, we world line hopped, kind of exists because Key exists. In the same way with Final Fantasy VII Remake, it's very much this is not just a remake, we're not just doing the same game again, this exists on a timeline where the first game exists. So it's the same thing. And so if you're watching a video that's going through so the Unchained state is the relived Key section for Cucks, right? Besides the war. Yeah, kinda, because like Ephemer disappears, and he disappears because he's in the Unchained state where all of the dandelions are being sent, essentially. So, and the track switching is Union Cross. Yeah, that's about when it like the track is switched over. Basically, once the Keyblade War doesn't fucking happen, it's like we are in the new timeline. Like now that is gone, it's not a thing anymore. But anyway, it's definitely easiest to be like, hey, we're going through. You go through Key, even if it's kind of repetitive. Going through Key and then just going through like Cucks essentially in its entirety, which was like Unchained, and then like its final version, Union Cross. There is no train eating track anymore. Anyway, let me move on a little bit really quick, because we'll get to that point where we can kind of parse it. So anyway, dream worlds are, you know, self-encapsulated and stuff. And then like also with the sleeping realm, again, we went for something very general because we were like, sure, like, yes, this might be something more akin to this Unchained state, which would make sense. They're not tethered to any one like world line. They're in something new, right? And in this like transitionary like period, but it's still dated the whole time in Cucks until they figure it out. No, you're fine to ask. I definitely need like to refresh my brain just looking at it. Like I was there when it was coming out, right? And it's something where like I also had to write a lot about it, but I don't have as like an active memory to be like, this is exactly what happened, right? But it's something where it seems that there is this transitioning period of like, yeah, we're in a dream, things are dreams, yada yada, and then yes, something like a trap snaps essentially where they're actually stuck in data. And it's something that, like, this is something that is presented as not anything that they understood was to happen. You know what I mean? So it's definitely like a specific scenario versus, like, I think I even wrote that later as this in here when I was discussing it, if I remember correctly. But anyway, idea of is take the sleeping realm as this general unchanged state, as I even admitted up the way that I was like, it's not very clearly defined, but it is something, and it is something that has to do with dreams and being disconnected from essentially like a world line. You were like outside of it, and our character reaches people within it through their dreams, right? So sleep is involved, data is also involved, and I don't have all the answers. So we're just gonna do our fucking best is what we're gonna do. Anyway, the sleeping realm, as we propose it, must be what's referred to as the yet fully explained unchanged state. But when first making this theory, we knew the situation to be different from that of simply a dream world. A source for all the answers. Well, I'm trying my goddamn best, okay? So take my answers and go. Simply a dream world, but characters were able to do things established only to be within dreams. Hence, the sleeping realm. As we understand the state, it's more like a container of these dream worlds, or at least a mass application of the effect, or, you know, an unchained state, if you will. The sleeping realm seems to be a bit more conceptual in application than a physical place, like the realm of darkness, or blah, 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 blah. Just to clear that up. It's more of a state of being within things. It particularly seems to coincide or intermingle with darkness, as darkness holds our sleep, sleep holds our dreams, and dreams hold our memories. So, you know, sleep and dreams and memories and you know. Anyway, another difference between the sleeping realm as a whole versus the dream worlds is the inclusion of Heartless. That was another one where people would go like, there's Heartless. So obviously it's not a dream world, duh, boom, disproven. And it's like, damn, you think that after writing at least 300 or so pages of this, that maybe we would have caught on to that, if not for having something else to talk about it. But, you know, God, if only we had looked at that one thing that we addressed explicitly. So, anyway, dream worlds specifically can't have Heartless in them. As Jensen explains, they're cut off from all outside channels. Not even the Heartless can enter. But these sleeping worlds are said to have their own manner of darkness. These are dream eaters. There are spirits and nightmares, yada yada. I'm going to move on so I don't get in trouble from the mouse for playing Mickey Mouse's March theme. Let's see. We're just gonna play really sad fucking music, I guess. Anyway, in the sleeping realm, however, Heartless can exist. Within a state of sleep, we've seen various appearances of Heartless in Dives to the Heart and Cucks. These exist within sleep and have been shown to contain Heartless. Even just the simple, like, Sora in his Dive to the Heart KH1 fights Heartless in it. It's fine, okay? It's not impossible, but our point being it's not just a world of a sleeping world. There's something else going on. Please, God. Moving on, time and fate as we understand it are hard locked into place. If something is fated to happen, it's unavoidable and will absolutely guaranteed bet your bottom dollar come to be. And as is said, you can move through time, but time itself is immovable. It's allowed, but you don't have to speak in Mickey Mouse voice while the song is playing legally, or they will kill you. The only way we know of to avoid fated events is essentially going to an alternate timeline, or world line, where these events aren't destined to occur. Some worlds, same world, slightly different fate. Unlike a dream world, an alternate world line is an entirely new world line. Or a new timeline. Goddamn. It continues past when the fated fall to darkness occurs simply because it wasn't fated. Gosh, Niku. Sounds like you want to get sued. Yeah, Makey, I do. Oh my god, you noticed me? Yep. Now cough it up. Mickey doesn't want to join the book club like Mickey out of nowhere. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. Everybody's got some Mickey impression to pull out, but hey, if you like mine, I'm not gonna complain. Overwrite the book. Overwrite the save file. Exactly. Just literally like Ava says. Overwriting the save file. It's almost like, it's kind of like, you know, imagine instead of like, it's not like you necessarily time travel back, but you're playing a game, right? You're playing a game and you fuck something up hardcore and it's already saved. There's nothing you can do to go back about it. But if you go start a new game and you play all the way up to that point and avoid your big fat honking mistake, and then you save over that save file, making this is now the file. That's essentially what happens. Gam's poo voice, it's so good. He's really good at that. It's really funny. Overwrite the save file, I just see Sans. Replay the game. Anyway, so that's kind of essentially how it works, is like there is some, it's not like it's not happening, but you are reliving all of the same events and then avoiding the mistake you made last time, which is a really good, clean way to say that. But it is like, you didn't like time travel back within your save file, you know, because you can't do that anymore. You're already past the point. There is no mechanic to do so. So you just have to go make a new, like, you just start the game, play it all over again up to that point, you know, fix the thing you fucked up, and then you save again. But instead of saving a separate one, you just save over the old one. So you're like, well, I don't want to get confused. We just got one. We just got one timeline. Yeah, the backup is now the main file. That's essentially, yes, Undertale. Yeah. I mean, this is basically what happened. This is what happened, but KH3 is we are playing the shit over again. And then when we hit the Keyblade Graveyard, we've saved over the last file. And that's why we get the world title card when we do. Because now we've connected into now we've saved over. Now it's real. This is the real boy now. Okay? Does that make sense? Is that clear? Does that kind of help the idea? I had a whole train metaphor. I still like the train metaphor, but this is a much like more approachable way, I think, to understand it. Like in the context of not just like we're saving over a you know, like a file, like, oh, wait, we're overwriting it. It's like, imagine we are playing a game and now we are just playing the game again. And that's what this unchained state is. Title card thing blew my mind. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Deltarune tomorrow. Oh my god. It's happening. Anyway, okay. Wait until bringing up the world logos. The train is fun, but the game version is probably more of what Nomura was going through. Yeah, it's true. I think I was trying to explain I was caught up in trying to explain like the switching, right? Because it's like we are switching tracks essentially. But I think I mean, it's definitely more of what he was going for in that they literally say that it's like, yeah, like we're saving over, we're overwriting it, right? But here we are anyway. Same world, slightly different fate, and like a dream world, an alternate world line is an entirely new timeline. It continues past when the fated fall to darkness occurs simply because it wasn't fated. We're about to chart you up a condensed example, buddy, and have we got a ride for you, or a train metaphor if that's what you're into. I kind of was reeling a little because Destiny Islands, Castle Oblivion, Land of Departure do not have world logos, and I think it's weird. I do think that's well, okay, yeah, I guess so, because these things happen like in cutscene, And so it's a little less, I mean, I guess technically we get a world logo for the Mysterious Tower, but that may also be a little bit of a holdover from the fact that there are demos and like, not necessarily demos, like playable demos, but there is footage of running around in the Mysterious Tower and doing stuff that got cut for any reason. Dark World, Scala. So the one for Dark World is the world logo from 0.2. And they're probably, like, there's always a mix of, like, you know, oh, there was probably intent to do more. We do play in the Dark World a little bit, you know, even if it's just combat. But, like, very specifically, like, I think there's still something of particular, not to say that you're fighting against it, because you aren't. It's the idea that, like, going to a world and not getting the world logo, and then after a certain event, getting the world logo, is very specifically, right, something that Nomura drew attention to in that exact way before in Dream Drop. That was a signifier of, we are going from a dream to reality. You went there and there was no world logo. And then when it became real, there was a world logo. And then we see this with the Keyblade Graveyard. I almost said Scala. Other examples, you know, unless there's some higher meta with, like, I think the Land of Departure probably has some weird shit going on anyway, but who's to say it's specifically that? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we run around in the Land of Departure and there's no real world logo for it, I guess, but, like, it's not like we had that and then later had one in a way that was, like, signifying something that's been done before. So it's like, I could definitely point to the Keyblade Graveyard thing being like, this is very purposeful and has been done one other time with the explicit expression of, like, the dude who directs the whole series, right? Where other times it's like, who knows, maybe they didn't find a good time to pop it in there, or they had bigger plans and then they didn't do it, like the Mysterious Tower obviously got one and then we don't run around there, but we have seen footage where they had you running around there at first. You know, it's who fucking knows? You're only in the Land of Departure for like 10 minutes. Just thought it was a little odd, especially because there were some points where the camera panned in a way where I thought there would have been a logo. And then, yeah, who knows? Who fucking knows? You know, obviously it's not going to be, like, so perfect, and it's not necessarily like it takes away from what we're pointing out either. It's just like, who knows? I don't think that it's necessarily a signifier of anything in particular for, like, the Land of Departure, but I do believe that there's probably more to the Land of Departure and Castle Oblivion in general that we'll probably get to find out later. We are bound to get answers in the future, that's for sure. Land of Departure is its own transformation. Castle Oblivion is like the third form. I was just thinking you might have to. Noted. There we go. That's the fucking word I was looking for. Anyway, world lines for dummies. All aboard this elaborate train metaphor. So imagine you're riding on a train. The train is destined to follow the tracks, right? This train cannot change the tracks, and just like fate, it can only follow what's laid before it. Or, hey, like a video game with set events. The game is only ever going to be the game, right? At the end of these tracks is a broken, rusty death bridge that's hungry for trains. Your train! Your big, stupid mistake. This track is the first world line, destined for failure from the foretold and fated fall to darkness. To circumvent this fate, we need to switch tracks before we hit the bridge. So we fell off the rusty death bridge once, timeline 1. We had our big, stupid mistake, right? Now we're going to start the game over and play on this other file before we save over. And miraculously got to do a do-over, timeline 2. We are now placed on a kind of dummy timeline, a do-over made of dreams until we hit that fated point. And this time there's an actual rail switch. Hitting the switch and effectively switching tracks is switching world lines, where we carry on happily, completely avoiding a terrible train accident. It's hungry for trains. Your train! Anyway, if I were to rewrite this, like, I would probably use the game metaphor more, because I think it's just more clear with the idea that you're like, you know, if you just go play the game again, and all the same stuff happens, and then we save over the old one, and we're like, this is it, this is the new guy now. That's it. Let's see. We'll carry on, have blah, blah, blah. This is what happens between Kingdom Hearts Key and Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, albeit a bit less train metaphor-y. Kingdom Hearts Key, the browser game, and the story of your player character going through life in the age of fairy tales leading up to the Keyblade War and then dying. Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, the mobile phone game, is actually a sequel where your player character unknowingly lives this same life again, but within a dreamy, literally, new world line where the Keyblade War doesn't happen. They hold vague memories of the terrible things they went through the first time around, and that get written off as nightmares or forgotten about entirely. In Key, Ava's mission, her whole running plot line, tasked to her by the Master of Masters, was to prepare the Dandelions for the new realm they would be traveling to. I've literally done that as a gamer. It's true. You, the gamer, who's listening to this right now. Let's see. All right. Master of Masters. I want you to go to a completely separate realm. A completely separate realm. And experience for yourselves an age of no tragedy. We now know that what Ava's describing when she outlines this plan to Ephemer is the process of world line hopping. Right now, what I am asking of you is the preparation for the other world. Very soon, I will have all the members of the Dandelions migrate there. There, I will have you experience the same things you did here, but that world will go on, this time without total annihilation in its future. Like an overwrite? Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Would you scroll down? Holy shit. My scroll wheel is fucking broken still, by the way. I will have to have the memories of the annihilation erased from the members of the Dandelions. So, see, this is something where, like, I would say, like, time-wise, they are chronologically still, like, moving forward in the same way that while we're playing a new game and we're like, I fucked up my save file, I am going back. You know, like, I fucked it up and I can't kiss Astarion. I'm gonna start over. Hold on. I fucked it up. New game. Let's go. We are still moving forward chronologically, but the game and its story and everything that's happening is starting over now, new, fresh, right? And so, like, I feel like they're all moving over, and then they are just continuing forward from there versus necessarily traveling back strictly in time as, like, a do-over. But to them, I guess, technically it would seem that way if they could remember it. But, like, it's gonna be all new for them. But anyway, I will have to have the memories of the annihilation erased from the members of the Dandelions and have the world connected to the coming age. You know, when we save over and it becomes our main file. Ava also explains to the Dandelions later that they'll be entering a world like that of a dream. After this, when that conflict breaks out, I want you to not participate in the battle and instead depart for the outside world. You will relive things you have already experienced, only in a world just like a dream, in a space separate from here. So the idea here is that you live out the timeline up to the point of disaster in a dreamlike world with no memory of said disaster to then connect to a new world line where it never even happened. It is after this cutscene that she sends Ephemer off to what she refers to as an unchained state. on another plane, and as Master of Masters called it, a separate realm. Anyway, unchanged state on another plane, a displaced state outside of the world lines, seated somewhere in sleep and dreams. That we're then reaching because we're fucking, like, we're dreaming about it, okay? I see. Then perhaps Ephemera himself spoke from within the dream. And you could, this is how you know it's, like, fan translated, because it's Ephemera and not Ephemer. I believe he spoke to this child from another plane, a released state known as Unchained. It's just wild this happens in another part of the overall story. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not fucking crazy. It's just like, you know how the series did this once already? What if they did it? What if Nomura taught us everything in this lesson of cucks and key and all of that, and then he set everything up in 3 to be like, all right, here's the test, and then let us loose. And then we're sitting here like, I think it's happening. I think it's happening here. And then everybody got mad. I don't know. It's whatever. Ephemera is better. I think that they should change less things, but I'm not mad at, like, Ephemer. I feel like they probably changed it because they didn't. I'm assuming. I don't want to put this in anybody's mouth, but, like, my initial idea was that Ephemera is too effeminate sounding for, like, a boy's name, and may have been why they changed it. But it also could be that, like, Ephemer, I don't know how to explain it or why it sounds in English like more not solid as in, like, a masculine way, but, like, something about it, like, sounds okay in English to me. But I still think that you could have just called him Ephemera, like his fucking name, and people would have been like, cool, just like Brain's name is Brain. I'm sorry, guys. His name is Brain. You can be upset about it all you want, but Nomura even specified his name is Brain. So we get Brain, and we don't get Ephemera. Like, we don't, whatever. His name is fucking Brain, all right? And I think that's fine. We can be adults about it. His name is Brain. Gave us a study guide and a cheat sheet, and he's sitting here grading a general fandom's test with his head in his hands. Who decided? Only we get a Pinky in Cage. His name... Titus? No, his name is Titus. Titus's name is Titus, alright? Listen. Get over it, okay? That's his fucking name. It's fine. It's a real name for real people. Titus is a real name. Just because we have something similar, okay? Titus with a T, alright? I get it. I understand how we got here. But let it go. T-dus. Me and Titus. The more you say it, the more you'll go, it's not that bad. It's GIF. GIF, not GIF. I was having a long conversation with myself in my kitchen while I was cooking dinner at one point, and how there's something where I feel like we so needlessly get our heels dug in over stuff that sometimes it's like, okay, what's more important? Like, respecting, like, a real person's name, or perhaps, like, culture, or, you know, the thing with GIF is that, like, I think as an example, I'm like, that's stupid, it's not GIF, because even if the guy who made it says it's GIF, the way it's abbreviated, it's for, like, graphic. It's a hard G, you know what I mean? It's not the soft G in the first place. So what do you fucking... Sometimes it's just like, sorry, man, people are gonna say GIF, and I don't think there's anything you can do about it, but it's also not like it's like, you know, I think calling, like, instead of Kate Sith and saying Ket She is like, wow, this is actually from, like, a real world culture that also has been historically stamped into the ground by English speakers. And I think it's important, maybe, that maybe we just learn how to say something new. You know, how about we just go, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just try to say it this way. Instead of hold on to it super hard for no reason. I understand, and I understand being used to Titus, because we're also like, well, the tide in the ocean. I get it, that's fine. But it is a real name, and I'm just like, you just say Titus and you go, all right. Been saying the Sith thing wrong for years, and that's most people do, and that's fine. I just think it's really strange that Square, like, for some reason picked a side and picked the wrong side. Like, in Japanese, he is called Ket Shi. That's how it is spoken, and that's it's like a Celtic word. It's a whole, like, that's what he's based on. And then, like, in English, they made some post and they were like, it's pronounced Kate Sith. And then a bunch of people were like, huh, finally, we can put this debate to rest. And then a bunch of other people being like, this is a real word, you guys. This is a real word from a real, like, this is real, like, legend and folklore, you guys. So anyway, some things are silly and they don't matter. And some other things are like, why don't we learn something new? Why don't we learn that it might be Welsh. I remember reading that it was like Irish specifically, but anyway, that was something too. I remember when they were like, and this is also just Japanese naming convention, but when Encanto came out in Japan, and it's very much like long name where it's like Mirabelle's magical house of the blah, 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 you know, and it's just like, but couldn't we just learn a new word? Encanto, which is also really easy to say, but also, again, naming conventions, a lot of the movies are named like this, right? And that's fine. But anyway, I'm sorry, listen, his name is Titus, all right? And I know in Cage 2 that they said Titus and they really muddied those fucking waters, but like they have repeatedly been on record of being like, I was told in the recording booth his name was pronounced Titus. And when you know how Japanese works at all, which I know we all do at this point, okay? Listen to me. I know we're all in the same fucking boat consuming Japanese produced media, and we know that this, we look at it, if we were looking at it completely devoid of context, we would look at this I and know that it says E, all right? Our weeb boat. We all sit on the weeb boat, and we know in any other context this would say Tidus. I'm sorry that we all read it when we were stupid and like 14 and we didn't know anything, okay? We can let go of that. We could just let go and become better and evolve. Wait. Is it English Square Enix that declared the pronunciation or actually Japanese Square Enix? What, for Titus? I mean, it both counts. Like in English and other media that like has Titus in it, people say Titus. We ran into it even when I was like, because we just beat 10 for Canary to see, and we were like looking at Dissidia, and it was like, oh yeah, here we go, and like Yuna was like talking to him and said his name out loud, which was Titus. But also, if you look at it written in kana, it's Titus. And then also Ketshi is written in kana as Keto Shi. So like they were doing it right, and then over here they were like, oh, we wrote it out in text Kate Sith, and then they were like, I guess we're just gonna lean into it. And you're like, why? You have you have an opportunity now to set the record straight, and you like made a whole thing out of it to anyway, whatever. Sorry, yes, I did see later, I was like, oh, the Ketchi thing. And even then, sometimes I'll still say Kate Sith out loud when I read it, and I go, oh, yeah, right, because it's just like, I'm reading English, you know? It happens, it's gonna happen, but like, anyway. They're trying to make up a spelling for Titus and probably go with Titus with like a Y, yeah, or something different, right? But like, Titus looks like Titus. When you know how Japanese works, you're like, that says Titus. Anyway, I'm moving on. This isn't the Sleeping Realm theory, okay? This is me, like, obviously I am, you know, nitpicking a lot of things with, like, word choicing in choices and stuff, but, like, it's different. Anyway, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. I believe he spoke to this child from another plane, a released state known as Unchained. And then we don't elaborate. I believe if this child is connected to ephemera inside their dreams, it means they too will draw close to the other plane. Weird that the connection through the dreams is what would take you there. Saw people swearing by Titus because Tide. Yeah, and the thing is, I don't blame people for thinking that. I don't want anyone to feel bad, okay, for thinking that. It's not like, oh my god, are you so stupid? It's like, no, there are plenty of things that made people think that, and most of it was because people didn't know. It came out in 2001. People weren't as familiar with, like, the reading of, like, I have run into people who were like, Tifa's name is Tifa. They were like, oh yeah, Tifa, because they've only ever read the text and they don't understand, like, Japanese, like, phonetically to know that her name is obviously Tifa. And I have met these people in real life. It's Tifa. It is! It's Tifa! Are you just learning this for the first time? Because, like, otherwise, yeah, people will be like, it's Tifa. And it's like, no, not quite. And so it's something where it's like, we can just, it's okay. We can learn new things. Just don't take it personally. We don't need to hold on to our egos about it or anything. It's fine. No, you thought it was Tifa. No, it is not Tifa. It's just that there are people I have ran into who have thought that still. And that's how it's something where you're like, oh yeah, you just didn't know, like I said, phonetically, how, like, Japanese works or how it is, like, written into English, which admittedly can be a little confusing. You know, it's an odd transition, right? But like, the romaji of it can be a little, you know, if you don't know what you're dealing with. But, like, because when I made my name, Nikutsune, which I still use to this day, obviously, I made it in, like, middle school. And I, hand to God, thought, and I wrote it out, thinking it was pronounced Nikutsun. Because I didn't understand that, like, an E at the end would be its own sound and not how English makes you go, oh, this is how, you know, with the prior vowel and the... And then, you know, hold on. I later found out that it would be read as Nikutsune because a kitsune is kitsune and not kitsune. Haha. And I was just went, oh, okay, we're just gonna fucking just replace that and just move on. It's not that big a deal, and I would rather learn the new thing than stubbornly hold on to something for no reason or gain. It's not Niku's tune. No, it was like my name mixed with kitsune because I thought foxes are cool. I mean, they're still cool, right? But, like, that's just where it is. Today I learned it. Yeah, it was Nikutsune, and then chop that short, and it's just Niku. Niku soon. Hee hee. Anyway, I don't play Final Fantasy at all, but I'm curious how in Japanese they pronounce Titus and Tifa, because T isn't a Japanese sound in the alphabet. It's chi instead. Sorta, yeah, but, like, you just, no, it's not, so how they would do something like that is that you put, like, te, and then you'd put, like, E right there as a small little guy, and so now it says T. Yeah, that's how you Tifa. I think Nikutsune is a Hatsune Miku thing, even though I know it's not, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. The little E, exactly. Or, you know, little I, E. Anyway. So it'd be Tifa and Tidus. Anyway, dreams. Love this whole thing where it very explicitly within the text of the games, talks about how it's like, hey, what if we sent you to another time plane, different thing, and it's all made of dreams and sleep and so on. And anyway. Niku niku nishi te ageru. Just Canary-chan and Canary-ko for a hot second. Dude, this is not my favorite song, I'm gonna be real. And I love this song. We're moving on. So, anyway, Ava tells us Ephemer is within a dream, and that this connection through dreams will allow the player to be pulled into this other plane. And finally, that the dandelions will need to go into a world like a dream to relive their lives up to the Keyblade War. Lushu / Bragg describes further world line hopping in Secret Ports 11 and 12. Yet it seems that someone has pulled the old switcheroo. One of the 5 is an imposter, someone the master did not choose. And this is in reference to, like, cucks. They represent a virus in the program he so carefully wrote. The virus has begun a strange undertaking, a reckless plot to follow the 5 to escape into another world line. Surely such a thing can't be possible. We're talking about the same trick that allowed the dandelions to transfer to other world lines after the Keyblade War. But these children are no masters. They haven't the means, unless, of course, a certain lady of magic summoned here from the future knows more than I do. Even on a world line with no Keyblade War, peace is but a dream. In the absence of us and our master, a darkness arrived, one that shall surely lead the world to yet another demise. Amid the chaos, I bequeathed my Keyblade to one of the Union leaders, just as the master instructed. I watched as the 5 were sent to another world line at no small cost, ensuring the line of Keyblade wielders will live on. And now, Keybladeless, I must depart this land to fulfill my final task. This means casting my own body aside and sojourning my heart in a vessel, after vessel, as many as it takes. Boy, it is fun to read this with the added clarity of, like, how Cucks ends, right? One of the 5 is an imposter. That was Ventus, right? Some of the master that did not choose. They represent a virus in the program he so carefully wrote. And then the virus has begun a strange undertaking, a reckless plot to follow the 5 and escape into another world line, right? And so the darkness within Ventus that then, like, basically takes off to do stuff. The fact that this is actually probably about Brain. I mean, the part of taking... I mean, it could, in a sense, unless they want to switch it around, but, like, we do have, like, Cucks with, like, cool, we have, you know, Darkness was in Ventus, rode, you know, taken him, theory about it, and it's related to calling himself a virus. See, this is also true. And then also, what was it? Brain, I think, is like the name of one of the first viruses. Generally, like, it was just the name of one of the first viruses ever. And so who knows? Because we can look at the events of the fact that Darkness literally hitched a ride with Ventus into everything and then found his way out because of it. And Maleficent was involved after she time traveled back, right? Brain's name wasn't on the list. Wasn't it Ava that decided to pick him as an act of rebellion? That might be the case. I'm trying to remember. Again, it's been a little while since I watched it, so I'm like, not even just watched it, like literally was playing it. Because I remember they had the list. Because if it was Ava that chose him specifically, then that's definitely there. But otherwise, it was like obviously Strelitzia, and then like Ventus wasn't on the list at all because either way, there's like multiple. Brain was also the one who planned the escape. But I know what you mean. The thing is, Nomura loves having multiple options as well. Because I also remember everything with the Nameless Star. Brain wasn't circled on the list to receive the book. right? I'm trying to like recall because I remember this was obviously coming out like after all of this, but it's like fun to go back to this and then be like, oh yeah, okay, because like there's a lot of obviously Nomura loves his red herrings, but also loves like double meanings, and it's like Brain is in a sense very obvious because of like his name origins, and he's also the smart guy who knows how to do the computers and the other stuff, and then also Lushu does take his body, right? But then also, like, literally, Ventus is, like, an imposter, and Darkness hitched a ride with him into everything, and then was wreaking a lot of havoc because it made it inside. And then, obviously, a lot of it got, like, multiple Darknesses, in a sense, got sealed within, but... boy howdy. If Nomura can choose both as an answer, he will. I don't think Lushu took his body. That's still unclear and weird. Love Kingdom Hearts. Definitely heavily implied, but, you know, because we have, like, him there, and then, like, hood off, and then it's like, oh, wow, it's Brain, and then we have, like, Brain acting like himself, but, like, elsewhere. So who knows, if he took his body, did he get, like, ejected somewhere else? We don't fucking know. We don't know a goddamn thing. Anyway, moving on. To summarizing, the point being, because obviously we're just discussing stuff as we go. Point being is that, what's the whole Brain Lushu deal? Missing link? Care to respond? Missing link? Missing link, hello? I don't care for this song that much. I'm gonna be real. It's really droning in a way, and it doesn't... Kyrie. We'll get Kyrie music. Anyway, a point being, things we are learning about world line hopping is that it takes a lot to do. This post on the Discord was interesting and helped me puzzle through some of it. So to summarize, world hopping entails a very heavy cost / means of making it happen, being sent to a dream version, dummy timeline, or the unchained state. You relive your life traumatic memory free up to the tragedy is do-over. Once you get to the point of said fated tragedy and move past it, it now connects to and becomes reality. Did we put Final World music yet? I haven't played it yet. I can though. Hold on. There it is. Sunny Novus vid. Yeah. There we go. Here we go. Haha. Okay. With these things established, here's our loose TLDR proposal of the timeline. Sora and company run through a possibly different string of events the first time in the real world. Timeline 1. During the events of the Keyblade Graveyard, all fall to darkness, the demon tide or otherwise, however it plays out, just as the prophecy had foretold. Seeing as fate tends to be hard locked into place, this will always carry to fruition, so simple time travel wouldn't change much of anything. In this first timeline, Riku still performs an act of true love's sacrifice, saving Sora's heart while Kairi and the new 7 Princesses of Heart keep Sora held together. We can't know much about the first timeline for sure, so this remains open. With this, Sora's able to go to the final world, the first visit, and seemingly do whatever you have to necessitate a world line switch. This leads to the dive to the heart at the start of the game, now timeline 2, where the player comes in. This dive marks the beginning of the tracks for a new world line, starting with the realm of sleep and unchained state to avoid the same fate at the hands of darkness. Completing the dive to the heart then drops Sora in at the end of 2.9. Timeline 2. We then play KH3 through to the Keyblade Graveyard where everyone falls to darkness. We hit the final world's second visit just as we see in game, and Sora is given a chance to save everyone's hearts, since it isn't fated to end this way. It's after this point we connected to the new world line, Fated Fall Subverted. I do think it's possible that it is directly related to Dream Drop Sleeping World, given that they do loop repetitively / are trapped in nightmares before their falls to darkness. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely fucking something going on. I know, I love Stranded Beyond. For some reason, this song specifically, when I was like writing stuff I was writing an update and I just had this on loop, and it was the most concentrated and I've ever been when I was like writing everything out. I wrote it very fast, actually. Much to my surprise, and it was like I had nothing else. I just had this song playing and some Ritalin. That was really going. Riku's theme, like Riku's kind of cello noise, yeah. The call and response. World music often helps for focusing. Yeah, it kind of does. I think it's because it's supposed to be like, there's some part of it that's like, it's not that distracting, but it's like just engaging enough that I'm like, oh cool, I have music in my ears and I can kind of tune in and out. Ultimania update. Time travel. The Keyblade Graveyard to save everyone's heart has been confirmed by Nomura. Yeah, because this was like, again, we were proposing this and we had this whole thing and we were like, okay, cool, this happens, and then we do time travel and all of this. And then people were like, time travel. And it was like, it literally happened and Nomura called it that. Confirmed by Nomura. Look, see where we said second timeline went save everyone, time travel, rewind. Xehanort Gate dies after decades-long marriage dispute. That's been confirmed. And let's all fondly remember Xehanort Gay dies after decades-long marriage dispute. My favorite little joke that I love when people point it out. So, and that's how it went, is the thing. That's what happened. I am simply reporting it, okay? Everyone's a fruit. And anyway, the quote, when we leave the final world, we are back to the point just before Sora and his friends were defeated. Why is that? The power of awakening is essentially the power of waking, is essentially the power to put sleeping hearts back the way they were. But the impact of forcing his friends' fading hearts back the way they were rewrote reality and created a singularity. The rewrite caused the chronology in which they were destroyed to have never happened. Whoever did the graph did such a good job. Yes, Gemma made this graph, and I drew out a crude graph because graphic design is not my passion, and I didn't want to figure out ways to make it like look nice or do anything good with it. And so I was like, okay, I need you to make this, and I like drew it out, and I was like, and then we have a line, and it goes through here, and yada yada yada, and I like wrote out everything, and then Gemma went and just made this very nice looking timeline, and I remember had put like, oh yeah, and then like, you know, time travel, blah blah blah, and then we go on through and we win, and then I was like, no, you have to put Xehanort Gay dies after decades long. I wasn't joking. I want you to put it in. And Gemma was like, oh okay, yeah, okay, sure. And then put it in. So I wasn't fucking kidding. Put it in. Put it in the graph, please, if you will. Another one that is another thing that's a favorite of mine is that this graph made its way onto 4chan, and someone had posted it, being like not knowing the context it was from, and went like, is this from the official? Because like people were starting to circulate like the Ultimania and stuff, right? There were scans and translations and things, and this graph got in the mix, and someone had posted it being like, is this from the Ultimania? And it was so funny to see, because we were like, yeah, yes, for sure it is. Even though, yeah, from the official Ultimania, it says Xehanort Gay dies after decades-long marriage dispute. So, that's a little, you know, feather in the cap, I guess. Mistaken for the real Ultimania. Anyway, strangely enough, even though you can see we called it in our visual timeline, this is what everyone keeps saying debunks the theory. This is one of many things. There was so much information flying around, and every time someone was like, oh my god, this debunks the sleeping realm theory, like, over and over again, and every time we were like, in what way? This just, either we already said this, we called this, or it just reinforces our point we already made. And it's not even like we were against getting, like, anything disproven. It was just that it kept not being disproven, strengthened, in fact, and then everybody kept going, damn, what a shame to write such a big theory only to immediately have it entirely debunked with no information or anything to provide on how, why, or what, because they didn't know what they were talking about, and that's fine, but, like, my god, like, especially when all of us were very, like, we would love to engage in discussion, you know, if somebody wanted to point out, and they're like, actually, have you considered blah, 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 or anything, you know, but it was always just people, like, they were so ready and wanted it so bad to just be proven wrong in its entirety as fast as humanly possible. And every time someone did say this, people would just, like, run with it, and people still do, and they go, oh yeah, that theory that was debunked. But not that people, like I said earlier, I think that there's been enough time between then that now there's just going to be a whole swath of people who are playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time and played through 3, and then they're finding out about the theory for the first time. So many people now found out about it through the Riku is gay video, despite being its predecessor by several years, you know what I mean? New people are coming in with less of the same stigmas or things holding them back from just, like, looking at it for what it is. So that's nice, but Nomura quoted in an interview saying, gay dying after decades-long divorce. People still say the sleeping realm theory is debunked on the KH Reddit. I2 theory 2, according to one of the Ultimania. Oh, I know what it's talking about, yeah. I don't like the theory. This is too mask off, but I really think people were invested in it being debunked because of the gay. I mean, no, I think that's entirely true. That was a lot of the beef that people clung onto. One of two things. It was something done because we were all desperate shippers who were upset our ship didn't happen and that it totally sank or whatever, right? Or they immediately just wrote it because they were like, oh, ew, a bunch of Fujos wrote this? I'm not even gonna give it the time of day type thing, right? Which is just, like, honestly just homophobic, and also specifying and demonizing, like, Fujoshi, usually out of it's really intensely ignorant and kind of racist. But, like, one of those things where it's just like, okay, you are just generally being homophobic right now, but that's, you know, I can't do anything about that. Or people would latch on to the, oh, you hate Kairi again because you're a bunch of angry shippers who are so mad, and so you felt the need to disavow her to make your thing canon. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, because I know you're saying this to me, but you have, like, nowhere to go back home to because the series doesn't treat her well. Like, it can't be like, what are you guys doing? Look at all this good stuff. It's like, you have nothing, and, like, but we get to be a target at least. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, we're not the ones who made it this way. And I would argue a lot of what I personally presented gives her more to do, even if it wasn't necessarily, it doesn't give her any agency, which is a problem in general. But I don't think you are aware enough of the issue to even, like, specify that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you're out here going, like, I wish she had more agency, and then went and read this and be like, wow, this is cool. It kind of still robs her of agency. And I'd be like, that's completely fair, and I agree with you, but that's just because I'm just writing down what I see, not that I think that should happen, and it would be so cool. Wow, wow, wow. You know, it's like, no, she still, like Ventus, has cool things happen to her, but she doesn't get to do anything or choose anything. So it's, you know, it's one of two things, and it usually is either kind of homophobic or still homophobic in many ways, but then like they're like, you guys are a bunch of misogynists. I've seen posts that were so angry saying that we were a bunch of men who hate women, which I thought was really funny. So, you know, it was just like, well, of course, why are they surprised that people hate it, you know, when, like, when you're, like, a man-hating, or, like, a woman-hating man or whatever, and, you write this blah, blah, blah about Kyrie, and I was just, the thing is, I'm just going through, and it's, like, it's so very, like, I feel like sometimes, like, I'm reading over somebody's shoulder, and then I realize they're talking about me, and I'm like, but they don't even know it's me, you know what I mean? Like, I get to read and go, ooh, okay, and I keep going. So, you know, people have all sorts of misconceptions about it, but it's very, it's usually the criticism is those two things. It's either people who are just homophobic on the face of it, which I did see plenty in the KH Reddit, even though there were people there who were very excited about it. Somebody came to me asking to post it, and they were very excited about it, and when they had posted it, and then someone was like, this is just Fujo slop, right? And then the guy was like, well, the person who would post it, they were, oh shit, I didn't even register I was talking so much. Maybe because I spoke over it, it didn't get me in trouble. Sorry, Vanitas, I'm turning you down just a little bit. Anyway, the person who had posted it was very like, this is really cool, I really liked it, blah, blah, blah. And then someone was just like, really, they were like very immediately aggressive, right? And then, the guy was like, oh, well, I mean, I don't know, they're just kind of saying what happens in the game. If anything, Nomura's the Fujo, haha. And then the person just called them an F slur. And then it was just like, okay. Gee, I wonder what angle you're coming at this from, you know? It's usually like, this is how it goes. It is either coming oftentimes from, on the face of it, homophobia. It was on Reddit, that's where it happened. But there were also other people who were like, wow, this is really cool. Like, it's always a mixed bag. But like, you know, I've also seen that around on like Twitter and other shit. It doesn't matter, it's everywhere, right? It just depends on like what wrapping they're trying to put it in. And I'm not even saying I'm against like actual like criticism or even constructive criticism. I saw other people being like, I don't like this or that, but I also found that they made a lot of points and then they didn't conclude to anything. And I was like, that's a really good point you made there. I'm gonna go and try and like clean that up and organize it a little bit to make it more conclusive as it led down to the end of it. And then I did, and then I saw somebody else go like, oh, it seems like they improved that, you know? I was like, somebody noticed, I'm glad. But yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference between someone going, I don't really care for this, or like, I'm not sure I believe this, but this is, you know, interesting. There are people who are engaging with it earnestly, whether they have criticisms or they don't. And then there are people who are writing it off, and usually that is due to homophobia. Whether it is because of the Sora and Riku thing, or because of just us being who we are as we wrote it. So, you know, and then that also typically, the homophobia sometimes gets wrapped in a Kyrie packaging, which is a shame, but it happens quite a bit. Basically the pastors. Oh, I know what you're talking about with the one Ultimania, with the talking about Aitsu. And the thing is, that's another one of those things where it was just like, oh yeah, the person in the scene, Aitsu, is Kyrie. And I'm like, that doesn't change anything. That's what the game tells you. Like, that's what the game does. This isn't new information. You guys realize this, right? I remember seeing this come around and I was like, that doesn't change what's there. That doesn't change anything. The game obviously leads you to believe that this person is supposed to be Kyrie, but then it has a bunch of other conflicting stuff there for you to see with your eyes and go, well, that doesn't quite check out. KH Ultimate Alpha in December 2005. The devs or something said I2 equals Kyrie. Yeah. I mean, and this is what I'm saying is that, like, I said this, it was, what, last stream where I was talking about this? Where there's a lot of, like, because there was the thing with, like, Riku talking about, like, he was kind of recounting essentially what Remind was, and it's just, like, reiterating what we were already shown and know in the game. And it's not new information. And it's like, of course, Riku thinks Sora and Kyrie's thing is important. He always has. That's part of the key parts of the story, etc., etc. So when they're going, well, the Ultimania says that the Aizu in the scene is supposed to be Kyrie, is like, well, that's how the game ends, if you'll recall. That's kind of beside the point. This is part of the mystery. It's that's strange and doesn't line up. Yes, the game shows us, oh, you know, Kyrie, you know, and then like like all this stuff that happens in the game, you guys. It's not different. They're not telling us anything new. It's not debunking anything. It's not some secret code. It's a language choice to leave the door open because it doesn't line up in the right way. It's something that leaves you go, that's a weird choice. Why would you use that word specifically? Very strange. And then they go, don't worry, it's the thing. Don't think too much about it. And then you go, that doesn't make sense. You know, it's something to, like, leave a door open, to be strange, and to go, actually, you know, that's what it is. Oh, the pack of room. In 2004, no. I think we are the ones engaging with it wrong. Yada yada. Hello, my darling. Hi. Yeah?
You're still back there.
Damn.
I know, Toshi's still back there.
Toshi going off. Go crazy.
What have you done to him?
He's a ghost.
You sick fuck.
I'm sorry.
This is so messed up. My whole backpack is fucked.
The blue parts.
Yeah, guess what? Like half of it is fucking blue.
Yeah, so the other half is
You're never gonna see it.
Well, they can imagine it's blue. Unless they're like a dog and colorblind, I guess.
Yeah, look at... Right, guys.
Pretty
it's all
cool.
white, dude. It's blue. It's blue, so that if I die
White.
burning, people can find my body.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you don't have to be dead for them to find you. Maybe you're just like stuck, and they'll still see you.
In this situation, I have bit the dust in some horrible bird-related way.
Wow, that's so sad.
I was looking up and not paying attention, thinking.
And you walked off a cliff like Wile E. Coyote.
Woodpecker and then a wild boar fucking.
Just a wild boar.
They're out there.
You're not just gonna step wrong, but like something is going to cartoonishly run up
I
and.
won't hear because I'll be saying, "Wow, a pleated woodpecker."
Yeah.
And that'll be loud enough to be over the wild boar. Fucking...
Uh-huh. It's the blue, white, gold, white dress dilemma again. Did you have a nice time?
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
The crowd is good.
Bye, things were coming. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Yeah. Here, really quick, everybody, I'm going to take a quick $5, okay? So I can go to the bathroom. I'm going to, okay? Real quick, all right? My partners got back from their little con real fast, as you have seen. But I'm also just going to, I'm going to take a leak, if you don't mind, and get some more water. So I will be back. We will return to this very shortly, okay? Okay. I am back. I've returned. Let's continue. No, too intense. Damn, okay. Let's fucking go. What are you talking about? Okay, let's see. What was going on while I was away? now that Kingdom Hearts is green. Related to Unchained states, which might not be distinguishable as having a where or when. Is the point of the black hole. Gravity becomes so intense that space-time is carrying bullying my friend. Nice. I need you to know. I need to know how you feel Kingdom Hearts is green. If it was, that would be really funny and made for me. I love how in this medley, Sora bleeds right into Riku. We're going back. We're listening to it. Love that. I love that. Anyway, let's see. Light is blue, dark is yellow, balance is green. It's simple color math. It's easy. It's so easy. That's why Ventus should have had green eyes. So easy. Anyway, okay. Gabby, I know you had something you wanted to... Unless you want to wait to bring those up, I was seeing a little bit up in the chat, things you were saying while I was away. You're petting your dog. The wig with legs? Yeah, your dog that has a wig? Yeah, I know the dog. A little bit, okay. Okay, let's see. Fresh is a loose proposal, like we said, so take it with a grain of salt. Details can turn out to be wrong, of course, but it's the best we can do with what we can understand. So what we are confident in is that the majority of the game we play is within the realm of sleep / made of dreams. This isn't the first timeline of events. Riku's act of sacrifice is likely the anchoring point in the timeline divergence, as in, it happens both times. Kairi is holding Sora together for a very long time. The final world is visited multiple times, seen by us or not, as stated by Chirithy. As Chirithy does go, you know, this isn't the first time you've been here, you know, yada yada, but like we hadn't really seen. Does Sarika fandom have access to all Ultimanias, including or excluding OG KH1 and OG Chain of Memories 1? Because I know an Internet Archive page that I found a while ago. It has scans of those entire Ultimanias, excluding first 2 ever made. I don't know. I love Namine's theme. I also love Kairi's theme. Rip VOD save lives. Like how much longer I can stay up. My stupid work making me go to 7th. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me go over this little point. The idea of a second timeline almost seems unnecessary. Maybe a bit wild, but this is all completely, exhaustingly within the confines of what the series has set up for itself. Dream Drop Distance, the same game that pulled not only the concept of dream worlds, doubles up on it by having Riku within Sora's dreams of the dream worlds, garnering us stuff like this. You know, a dream of a dream, a twofold nightmare. This whole journey, you have been inside Sora's dreams, and now darkness within darkness awaits you. I can't chat with Niku in the VOD, it's true. Let me get through some of this a little bit, and then Gabby will go to you with some questions, okay? Because I know it's getting late for you, and you literally have a document of notes and things, and I want to know what they are. So we're gonna haul it out, okay? This isn't just for you. You did the work, and I want to know what it is. Let's see. That we move on deep down to the depths. The fated fall to darkness. Don't rush. It's me moving forward at all. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wish my scroll button worked. So, as foretold, darkness prevailed and light expired. I remember when we were going through and I was like having another playthrough after having written everything out, and like the theory had you know, had its time to kind of permeate everything, and people were all that hype. I just have some thoughts and I want to know. Is that so bad? Okay. I want to know. But I remember going through this, and this was like later when I noticed this. And I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna play some on the TV. And you know, my buddy and roommate Darian was with me, and we were both like, and he's read it too, you know, the doc and everything. And he was just casually watching me, and then we both in silence went, hold on, like I didn't even quite say anything, and he was like, and I was like, yeah, I noticed a few things. That's, you did too? And he was like, yeah, I did. Some of these things suddenly seem really, really pointed. And it was just so funny because it wasn't even like me, you know, it was just the both of us like in silence, kind of like, is that watching the whole chess game with like them talking. Drives me crazy, actually. Anyway, so in the future it's already been written, right? And they're playing their little game, and it's the points at which they are holding the pieces that they're holding, and what is happening while they do this. Well, speaking on how everything has already been written, Ericus talks about subverting said fate and very pointedly picks up Riku's chess piece as he says it. There's like, as if you watch the whole one, you're like, oh, interesting. There's kind of like more, okay, let's see here. It's the way it's like perfectly framed so you can see which piece it is he's holding that kills me. And just the, you know, really, I'm not so sure about that, and picks up Riku's piece. Besides, who's to say I can't change it? And maybe light will prevail. And he like, you know, is putting down Riku's piece and taking out and doing all of this, and it was like very okay. And all of the other interactions of like pieces taking out other pieces are all very like canonical like happenings that are going on leading up to this point. It's not just like a bunch of random shit going on. It's like, and then here's Anseb's piece, and then Sora's piece takes its place, or like here's, you know, like Xehanort, and then like, you know, Aqua, and like blah blah blah. Like the whole scene is like this, where it's like it makes sense, where like so and so beats so and so, and then another one comes in and takes that one, and you're like, yeah, that happened too. It's the whole thing. It's there, but there are 2 Riku chess pieces on the board. This is only seen in this scene, actually. Yeah, that's not an error or anything, but because also in the way that it is like mimicking chess, and that there are multiple pieces of everything, right? But like it also makes sense, yeah, that there's more than one Riku, essentially. Because there is that end shot too, where it's like, wow, it's like Sora and Xehanort, and then like Riku piece in the background, perfectly framed, along with it. But anyway, the whole like all of the little pieces being moved are very like purposeful as they go on. I believe, yeah, like Riku is used to take out like Xemnas, and then it's like Ansem takes out like Riku, and then like Sora takes out Ansem. But two Rikus. Anyway, love the who's to say it can't be changed. The faded fall to darkness, really specifically, who's to say it can't be changed, holding Riku's piece as it like holds on it for a moment. Do something that it's just that they planned to use Alden but scrapped it. He was unstable, like Vexen. Yeah. They could have, but remember when we see... it's a shame because I think Zaldin is cool. And I know a lot of people like Zaldin. As much as people don't like fighting him in Beast Castle, you either thought it's the coolest shit ever because he's a cool dragoon, or you thought it was annoying because he whooped your ass. And you could also think both, but Dylan is here and he has 0 lines. Yeah, those that always kind of stood out too. Because, like, with Phil, it makes sense because, like, his voice actor died. So they were kind of honoring that by not having him speak. But he was cool and he beat my ass. This whole thing on being Mr. Jaded about love. What happened to him? He went through a really bad breakup, I guess. Remember when we say Riku's a turning point now? Otherwise, completely defeated, Ericus takes his last remaining piece, Sora, and plants it squarely right back at the beginning. Because he's a cheater. And I've had this be brought up before, and so, this was something that was, like, brought up to me in Tumblr, and then I forgot to answer it, and I just remember that it's in there. That somebody had asked me. They were like, so why is it with these the stars here, the pieces, that it's just like, why is it that you're sure that it's like the princesses of heart and not the, you know, like the union leaders? And I remember at the time going, I'll take care of this later. But the reason is because there's 7 of them and not 5. And something about that is just like, it's just funny because I'm like, I think that's a reasonable thing to ask because, like, you know, we do get the lights of the past with like the million billion fucking like all the cucks and key kiddos and stuff, and like one of the hypest parts of the game. And I totally understand why you'd be like, well, why, you know, that is this, but then it's like, well, there's 7. Like the 7 princesses of heart. That's kind of where we're going off of. Plus, like, this combined with things that we think are happening with Kairi is just like, okay, I'm assuming then that this is all coming together because otherwise there are 7. I still think it's Cucks related. It looks like the Starlight Keyblades. I'm evil. But it is weird that it's 7. That's the thing. It is 7 really specifically, and they're very purposeful about using the number 7. Not just from an observed standpoint. Like, they have said this pretty explicitly that, like, wherever they can, they knowingly put 7 and 13. They put things in sets of 7 and 13. They even talked about it with designing the ship, the Leviathan, that they would make it so it'd be like 7 cannon portholes and then 13 whatever the fuck else they were putting on. They were like, we try to put it fucking everywhere where they can, 7 and 13. Like, they're always doing this, and I'm pretty sure the 7 is very something, doing the assumption because Kairi's chess piece being a star. Well, that also, I'm gonna I could have said that way earlier. There are 7 life pods though, right? And not all of them were like that was, and there are 7 life pods and some get, or 8, I don't remember. Look, I'm going off of yours because I don't remember. And I'm like, I'm sure there are, or there might have only, because they were short. They did not have enough of them. But we actively delayed the game's release, so it lined up. Mind if I link the archive to the Discord? Go for it, that's fine. But anyway, yeah, it's like Kairi's piece is a star. And there are 7 of them. So I'm going to assume that there's probably something to do with the 7, you know, princesses of heart versus the 5 union leaders, of which there are 5. So anyway, I'm not saying that it couldn't secretly be something, but I think it's a pretty safe assumption one way or another when it's just like, well, why isn't it this? Well, because there's 7 of them. That's about it. That's what I got for you. As well as it would like tie into, you know, like Kyrie's like helping to there's this Kyrie like helping, you know, Sora and everything in the fated fall that everything's going to shit, blah blah blah, right? But then there are also, you know, if it is, say, the 7 princesses and their power that has been established one way or another, right? That when Sora does take damage when like Anna gets hurt, I feel like there is a connection there, and that the 7 princesses are more likely than the. This is a bad copy. It is. Again, shit's just happening, and I'm like not fucking. I do love Wave of Darkness. I love Sanctuary. I'm just, you know, consider Sora as one of the new 7 hearts. Actually, he's an average boy, okay? Anyway. Anyway, Ericus is a cheater, so sunlight comes from the past. And the thing is, because it's the past, I understand, too, how that'd be like, well, the past. Like, cucks, right? And it's like, it could be, I don't know, maybe. Or it could be a past timeline, essentially, which still functionally is the past. So... actually, he's the chosen one, which means he's still a normal little guy. He's just special to that guy. Who's the special guy? 7 new lights that keep Sora from fading. Remember this for later. It's important that 7 of them are here. And with this, we're going to leave you with a few extra notes before moving forward. This is general, but Chirithy says one of the most important lines of the game. The edges of sleep and death touch. One can't help the occasional crossover. The child of destiny and law. Yeah. Chirithy brings up an important fact that the tutorial world in Station of Awakening is within the realm of sleep. What with a name like Station of Awakening, haha. Instead also mentions this in regards to Riku's dive into Sora's heart as having braved the realm of sleep again. That is... Okay, hold on, I'm bringing this up really quick because I do remember... And, you know, I may have brought this up in the past, but I don't remember anything that comes out of my mouth. So we're gonna, together, relive this. I do remember there was a post, because there was somebody who was very, very focused on for a while of, like, debunking the sleeping realm theory, which a lot of it amounted to, well, I don't think this is true. And... you know, God, what can I say against that, huh? So they were doing a whole lot of that, and at one point they went out of their way to be like, I'm trying to find any instance of the use of the phrase the sleeping realm. And I remember they were like, guys, I think I cracked it. I think I found that the sleeping realm isn't even a real thing, which is completely not the point we were making anyway, as we are proposing very generally, like, hey, something happening in a sleepy time, here are all these examples of how they talk about it, so we're just calling it this. You know, here are the examples of things happening within the realm of asleep, and they made this post, and then they later went on to be like, it's true, like, I searched all of the, like, scripts, all of the games, and I couldn't find one instance of the use of the sleeping realm or realm of sleep. And I remember seeing this and going, no. And I went in like 2 seconds flat, found, I was like, yeah, you know, when Yen Sid says when you braved the realm of sleep to save a friend. And then I went and found it. Like, immediately, and being like, I mean, it's totally not the point at all. They could have never uttered the words once. But hilariously, they did. And so, it's like, right here. And I think eventually, like, Steam posted it, and then this, like, not even necessarily directly, like, to them or anything. But this person got very mad about it. can't compete with your, because Riku was in the scene, so of course I do, but like, yeah, it was something where it was like, okay, this is like, you're not disproving anything in the first place. This isn't really adding anything to the discussion, and even if it were true, wouldn't have changed, you know, all of the everything. Okay, then what of everything else we brought up? You know, do we just pretend all of this didn't happen? You know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter whether they said it or not. But also they did. So and seeing the braved the realm of sleep again it reminded me, and I still think that's really funny, because it's like so often like people are not necessarily looking to engage with, and you know, they're seeking to debunk for points and not necessarily engage with it as a thing. And that usually leads them down they are desperate to point to anything they think is counter to what it is, and going, now it's debunked, I win. Like, they want to find the one thing so bad, and every time it's like, this doesn't do anything, or most of the time you're just wrong. Like, very provably and very like quickly I can go, no, it's right there, you know. Sorry, I just, maybe if you had a little less hate in your heart and just wanted to like talk about it, we'd have a little more fun. But I guess you could just keep doing this and look silly. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Sorry. The bunking is mostly out of spite, from what I've seen. Very nasty attitudes. Yeah. Happy birthday, Sleeping Realm Theory. Happy birthday, 6 years old. More fun to engage thoughtfully than trying to debunk. Because it's like, I'm more willing to like, I think it's interesting when it's like, hey, like even Gabby here going like, well, what about this? I'm not necessarily convinced. And I'm like, that's great. Let's talk about it. Because I could talk about like, this is what I have and this is why I think this way. But like, I get why you're saying what you do here. You know, it's just talking. I just want to talk about the game. Is that so bad? Can we talk about the game? Mac, I've been waiting to talk about the game with you all day, man. You ever talked with someone, convince them over talking with them? I want to say yes and no, but like not necessarily strictly about the Sleeping Realm Theory, though I have seen multiple people go, this is so stupid, and then they go in to like read it, and then they go, oh wait, no, this is really cool, and like convince themselves of it to be like, oh, never mind, hold on, this is pretty sick, this is pretty cool, actually, I'm into this. But like I have had other people have like times where they, because I had somebody like some art of mine and then asked me like where Kyrie was, and I was like, oh, I just drew this for me and a friend. I don't feel like I have to draw her all the time, but like, you know, I like her just fine. You know, I think it was my 20th anniversary art where it's like Sora and Riku with like little party hats and stuff. And somebody on it was like, where's Kyrie? Oh, LOL, you wrote the Sleeping Realm Theory, never mind. And I remember I just was like, oh, you know, I just drew this for like me and a friend so we could use it for icons. But I mean, I like Kyrie just fine. I drew, you know, like an emote of her the other day. Like, this is not really, it just wasn't something I was going to do. I'm not going to do it every time. And then the guy was like, you know what? That's fair. You know, and then I saw the guy go like follow up a little bit later. Like, he was like, you know what? That's a good point. You know, I think that's true. And then later followed up to be like, I just, you know, I don't really like how she was treated in like the Sleeping Realm Theory and think that blah, 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 blah. And I remember seeing this and I was about to engage with this guy. It was just, I saw it at dinner and I was like, I'll get to this after dinner. And then when I went to go reply to it, he deleted it. And I was like, no, I wanted to talk to you about it. But I guess he thought otherwise. So I don't know. But otherwise, yeah, I can't say I've like spoken to, because like the doc is kind of there to make its own case. I rarely have to tell anybody or change people's mind, but people's minds have changed when they realize I'm not a boogeyman like person they made up in their head to be like a fucking crazy or something, and that I'm just like, hey, how's it going, man? And they go, maybe it's not as bad as you thought, you know?
A year or so back I introduced the Sleeping Realm doc to a dedicated KH fan who somehow hadn't heard of it yet. Thank you so much for feeding my friends brain bees for months by writing up this doc years ago. Niku and document crew gambler
happy to provide. Brain bees. Hopefully he just read the theory for himself and realized it's cool, actually. Maybe they realized they weren't arguing from a good faith place and respect that. Yeah. $5? Wait. Oh shit, it is $5. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for, it's such a, I was so used to like anytime there's like a message, it's usually like 1 fucking cent. And so I was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I didn't even fucking read. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to have provided for your friend. Anyway, thank you. I'm so happy. Pennies for luck. Thank you. The streamer I followed did a stream about KH and he had friends try to explain it, but they didn't really take it seriously. Damn. Dude, you just gotta read it for yourself. And also, that's funnier. That's funnier content. That's more engaging if you were to just be like, all right, folks, let's go through. And people love to be like, what's all this then? And they come in and they go, oh, you know, people have more fun doing that. So, like, do that. Me force feeding my own friend all the KH content and Sleeping Girl 3. Right. I think the last time I understand it was for a parody a little. Right. It's the idea of like, tell me about this crazy thing and going like, huh? What? Is your friends are like, I don't know, you know. I get it. I half listened to Drunk History's 358 video yesterday and I love their fan dub summary of the dialogue. Huh. They did kind of acknowledge Zaicus, though. That's the one that people will safely acknowledge. They'll be like, I don't know about, like, Soriku, but, like, it's either, like, you know, Syax and Axel, or Zaicus, generally. So, they're like, oh, but that's gay, though. And you're like, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, they are, but... And LPs are the best, provided LPers are willing to meet the games where they are. I agree. What was I gonna say? What was I doing? I was reading this. I was going over the doc. Oh, right. I got on a tangent because I was reading Brave the Realm of Sleep again. I wanted to mention Ryu's internalized homophobia. Figured it wasn't worth it. Look, he's going through stuff. Give it time. He'll figure things out. That was fun. That one, we found out someone was streaming, reading through the Sleeping Realm Theory, and we're all adding novel quotes for them to lose their minds about. That's fun. I love that. I'll never forget, when we were watching the Amazon, it was like some Amazon gaming stream that was supposed to have an exclusive Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer, and something happened and they didn't have it. They never elaborated. It was just like 5 minutes before the stream went up, they were like, haha, like basically like, I got you a trailer, but I eated it, you know? Like horse shit. They like played it off as this cute, like, oh no, the Heartless ate our trailer. And everyone was like, what the fuck does that mean? And then it was like, oh no, they didn't have the fucking trailer. Oh, you could have just said that instead of done this cutesy, stupid bullshit, because then everybody was sitting there, like, waiting for it, and then, like, they were just kind of, like, dancing around it a little bit and not, like, you know, and I understand sometimes you're like, you don't want to make people mad, but then also not just saying something is gonna make people mad, so there's no winning. Sorry, you may as well just be upfront about it. But, like, I remember watching it, and it's not like we were there being cranky or mad or weird, but we were copy-pasting novel quotes into the chat here and there when things would come up. We'd give it a little time, and then we'd put another novel quote in. And I always remember this one person going, like, stop posting fanfic. Like, what is this fanfic you're posting? And we were like, no, this is real. This is, like, official material. the whole thing to my friend going like, hey, isn't it weird how KH3 logo has a missing piece in the third strike that overlays Kyrie? What? That one YouTuber who did animatic summaries about Kingdom Hearts, and you were even on that stem because they were going over Remind, but I believe they were also cross-referencing the SRT. I don't know what you're talking about, actually. I need to get to the logo part because the K is also kind of fucked up, sorry. Okay, alright. Well, Riku third wheel all the time, but they don't consider that Kairi is third wheeling as well. In fact, Kairi and Riku feeling like they're third wheeling is the entire plot of KH1. I agree. We're live streaming the SRT doc, but them titling the stream as Reading Sariku's Sleeping Realm Theory. That was the context for that. They love to say the novels aren't canon, but the writer of the the writer did write BL. The writer is also a queer lady. So, oh, they're talking about Barry. Oh, got it. Yes, I was there on that. Yes. That's where I was confused. I was like, small time fucking, huh? Huh? Oh, Barry, right, yes, because, yes, I was there, it's true. That's right, Barry Kramer. Yes, he is funny. What was I, okay, hold on. The Realm of Sleep, blah, blah, blah. Shit. Realm of Sleep again. Haven't you already learned how to restore someone's heart after it's been lost? Is that the same thing as the power of waking? I'm not sure, but give it a shot. It's important to note here that what Sora is doing to save everyone isn't necessarily known or a guaranteed way to do it. There is a supposed way to restore lost hearts as a Keyblade wielder. Sora doesn't know what it is, and Chirithy isn't sure the power of waking is even the same thing. So this is rife with the potential to garner all sorts of weird results, simply because we don't know the rules and they don't even know how this will go. Look, it's the perfect flub up point of like, fucking something is happening and then Nomura just goes, he did it wrong. Why is Ventus so small in the Castle of Dreams? Well, because he did it wrong and so he got into the world small. Not kidding, that is his explanation. That is Nomura's explanation as to why Ventus is small in the Castle of Dreams. He fucked up his entry into the world and thus he is tiny. And that's it. Wait, really? Yes. I'm dead. It's serious, dude. Does anybody want to tell me why I got so small? Or how I got so small? See the Gmod stream. I've seen the Well, that fucking GIF is from that keeps getting used is from the Gmod stream. Xehanort shaved his head. I still think he was mouseified in my heart. He should have been. Dude, they were probably going to, and then because there were so many little things that got in the way of making shit work in Birth by Sleep, that probably kept them from turning him into a mouse. They couldn't even make that sucker left-handed, okay? They had to give him a reverse grip because they wanted to make him left-handed and they couldn't make it work right. So they just instead gave him a reverse grip. All right, they couldn't put the capes in because of technical limitations, okay? Maybe they were going to make him a mouse and instead had to settle with simply making him small because they didn't have the fucking time. They couldn't make crowds. See, I think there's a lot more that like went wrong because all I know is that like the production for the PSP was just rife with issues. So that's really why cloth physics too hard for the PSP. Like there could be a number of reasons of like why it didn't work out, but like they were making it for the PSP, right? And they ran into a bunch of weird like limitations and things getting in their way, so they had to make compromises, which is why they don't have their capes, which is why Ven has a reverse grip in lieu of being simply left-handed. Maybe it was simply not that they couldn't, but it would have been a lot of extra work to make it work. So like Anyway, I did play it on the PSP years ago. I keep getting confused because I keep trying to move my mouse to find it, and I'm seeing it move around on OBS, which is like over here. I'm looking at it right now, but it's like on the screen for real, and I keep thinking it's my mouse, but like over on this screen. It's throwing me off. Anyway, Sora and using the power of waking and doing all of this, obviously Nomura also like clarifies that like he is definitely abusing the power of waking, and it creates this singularity, right? Because he's using it in a way that it's not necessarily meant to. So this is all rife for weird fuck up whatever the fuck's going on, right? And it's going to take all of his heart. Sounds like a steep price. And then it's almost like he vanishes afterwards. It's crazy. I wonder if something similar happened maybe in a first go-around. All my heart grabs the crown. I know. The crown that's right over his heart. It's so crazy. And then also the fact that it's just like, it's a sleepy time keyhole. It's the key. Are we saying it's impossible that something to do with the realm of sleep is going on ever at any time? Is it so strange? Like, I know he's using the power of waking to some degree, but like, this is still like a come on. Anyway, look for the light in the darkness. I love that Chirithy says look for the light in the darkness. And where does it drop him off? Oh, Riku doing his sacrifice and then dropping him into the darkness where there's a light that he calls for. Riku, answer me. Blow me up. Set me ablaze, dude. Crazy style. Dude, fucking crazy style. Look for the light in the darkness. Scene being so much the same as the KH1 opening. Yeah. The critics would love to pretend DDD doesn't exist. Has to be Riku. Riku, answer me. Anyway, dive to the heart. Sleepy time coincidences for it not to be sleepy time shenanigans. I don't know. Okay, dive to the heart. In previous games, we're led into the dive to the heart tutorial with some kind of preamble, visual, or narrative. This time, for the first time, we've been dropped into it without anything signifying how or why. It's also always ended with whoever was doing the dive waking up afterwards. So what's otherwise a strange break in form is in fact Sora's starting point for the game we actually play. You notice the mirror has Aqua and Terra's Keyblades on the frame. It has a lot of... Okay, so this pattern existed outside. Like, it has a bunch of stuff in it. That also includes their Keyblades. Because this is a pattern we've seen, like, elsewhere. And that they used here also. Which I'm not saying that there can't be any significance to it there, but just that it was something that like we saw in like other material generally. This whole very like filigreed, like crazy little pattern was on a lot of little stuff and promotional material. I don't have any No, that's fine. I'm just like, I'm engaging with the subject. You brought it up and I'm like, oh yeah, let me tell you about it. And it's the same thing with like the circle that's in it. That's also like later with like the Riku, and it's like framing his being a little halo and stuff. Like that's something that's also shown up somewhere, but like they don't really use it that much, but they did use it with the Riku halo thing. Anyway, let's see. So anyway, dive to the heart. Weird. We just show up in it, and then we don't wake up, and we just continue the game elsewhere, and it doesn't connect to anything, and it's not strange at all. It's not indicative of anything, or perhaps having done this once before, like saying there are 7 hearts to save. Why would we know that? We haven't gotten to the Keyblade graveyard, and it's almost like we do save exactly 7 hearts. So strange. Weird. Also, how it's shown that we dive back in and then we're presented with all of our memories. of all of our adventures, and we have to choose new things to like kind of set ourselves up. And it asks, is this who you really are? Very cool, very interesting. What if Sora had his KH2 outfit for the entire time during the first timeline? He could have. Do you think they'll change the style of Dive to the Heart? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean the style of it? Because even as far as like Missing Link, it's still very much like as we know it. Even down to the fact that like your character on the Missing Link, like the Heart station, like there are the long, like the walls, you know? Like it's a big tall pedestal is what I mean. Where here it's just like a big empty disc. Like there's one disc and there's nothing else anywhere, which is so crazy and strange. Think about that sometimes because Riku and Mickey got their outfits first, so they have them the whole time, but the haircut is what changed. They got their outfits before the drop, yeah. Considering what brought him here, this line certainly stands out. There are 7 hearts to save. Usually the disembodied voice and text guiding Sora or even Roxas through their dive will give cryptic messages, but it's also usually more than a single line. It's literally all it says. Mirrors are rife with symbolism, so much so that it's hard to pinpoint any one single meaning to attribute. But layered meaning isn't new to Kingdom Hearts. Notably apt for a dive into your own heart, as a symbol for self-reflection and examination, mirrors can give you a glimpse into an aspect of yourself you can't otherwise see. Mirrors are also very often used as portals into another world, literally. Visions of somewhere far away, or even a symbolic stepping into a new life, another version of you, a whole new world. I still haven't figured out why he starts out as his KH1 baby self. I don't know. I have no idea. But I think if anything, whether it means something that like even grander, is also something that I think should just be taken note of. Like, well, that's weird. Why is he starting out as his KH1 little baby form? That's not normal. Only for everybody to immediately forget and or ignore anything about the dive to the heart. God, this song and melody memory was something else. Yeah, I love this song. Weird that 3 Musketeers' story has come up 3 separate times for me today. Interesting. He's kind of KH1 again, but with the character development. So maybe that's why? I don't know. But it is interesting. Like, there's so much we don't know. But like, the thing that we can go is, this isn't normal, and likely means something. And I can maybe even piece together a few of those some things. But I can't tell you everything, because this is definitely a series that, like thrives on, like, giving you a bunch of pieces, but not giving you all the pieces. You know what I mean? Like, it loves to move forward and go like, oh, actually, here we go. Here's stuff that, like, you would never have known about, but, like, it does tie back into something you do know about. And then you go, oh. I was so excited to play KH3, I completely did not realize just how weird the intro is compared to every other game. Yeah, it was very standout to me for a number of reasons. First was the Pokemon Trio, second was the Rainbow. Oh, I see. For the Musketeers. Could be symbolism or growing up, but also maybe Sora's steadfastness holding on to that self-internalized image that isn't enough quite yet. I mean, yeah, it could also just be like like his own personal journey, like significance. It could also just be some like in-universe mechanical shit to doing this. We don't know, right? Like, we have no idea. But I think it's pretty easy to look at this very strangely contextless dive to the heart with one bit of information that, like, you shouldn't have yet, you know, showing up. And then you have a mirror you get pulled through. And the only other time it really comes up, that's something I was going to put in. So when he goes through the mirror, and he puts his hand on, it's very much like he gets yanked. Yeah, exactly as Canary is saying. He gets yanked through the mirror. Like, he gets, like, pulled through, right? And then later, after, like, we go through the whole saving everybody, and Kairi is with us through the tunnel, and you know, we go, and it's like, oh, there's, like, this light and everything. and we see Sora's hand like reach out like away from him, which is something we point out in here. And then he gets like essentially pulled through the tunnel, and he's there kind of like, you know, like disoriented. That it's like, huh, that's also when you get pulled into the real world. And so this would be a very clear indication of entering this new world line, right? Though it may be, you know, our game starting over, basically. I'll break which cage does not do. Anyway, let's see. It's a whole new world. He goes in, he puts his little hand, he gets yoinked through it. And then it disappears. That last one happens pretty literally. Sora steps through, leaving his younger self behind. This is great as showing, as a showing of several things. Growing up, leaving behind old ways or an old worldview, and literally traversing into a new parallel world or alternate timeline. In other words, it's super loaded symbolism. There are a lot of things that, again, I feel like I'm not saying that any of what I'm saying here is wrong as far as like there is loaded symbolism. It was a lot of like, guys, I think we should really look at like the fact that like a mirror of all fucking things is showing up in his heart station, which is already like a symbol anyway. Like we are in his literal heart, which is a representation of him as a person. Right? But like we shouldn't be ignoring the fact that there's a fucking mirror here and we get pulled through it. That's pretty strong symbolic meaning in the first place, and nobody's batting an eye. Hello? Like I think that's one of the things that like kills me, is that there's so much to do, even if I backing up and not even like specifically the sleeping realm theory, but even stuff to do with just like haha Soriku hee hee hoo hoo, where people get like strange about it. And then I have to look at that whole dive to the heart and be like, what? Do you want to explain this? You want to explain the dive to the heart? Look, I'm even touching it like right now. You want to explain this to me? Right here? Do you want to just talk about this? Because this isn't nothing. Like, you have to literally put your head in the sand and pretend it's nothing. You gotta fucking lie through your teeth to me right now to be like, well, it's just a callback. Okay, those exist for reasons. What do you think this could be using with its symbolism and what do you think this is like implying? It doesn't mean anything. Oh, great argument, actually. That's awesome. My look at the evidence of the thing I'm trying to discuss, and yours of, well, I don't think so. You're like, very equal footing. Very good. It's always meant something before, why not now? Just for funnies. It's actually Kyrie because she's the pure light. I did genuinely see people say that. They were like, oh my god, like, she's the light, and someone would, and I'm not saying this isn't a fun idea, but it is funny how much it's so like, this is only one thing here. This is a very direct visual callback to the KH1 intro, right? Not saying you can't read into anything. It's just that it's like, well, I think you forgot. Because someone was like, oh, the light in the wave. You mean like the wave of the hilt of Kyrie's Keyblade? And it's like, well, this must mean it's Kyrie because it's a light and the wave like on her Keyblade. And I was like, not sure about that one. Anyway. What has some of the most beautifully layered, meaningful symbolism on the platter, and they ignore it, and it's very yeah, there's a much easier conclusion. That's the thing where I'm like, okay, I think we're just forgetting that this is the KH1 intro. Which is already a lot to read into. Actually Axel, because he's fire and fire is bright. I don't want to think about this, but they have no problem pointing out the queen piece on Kyrie's Keyblade. And I mean, I'm not saying, I don't want to like discourage anybody from reading into anything or having fun with the symbolism that Nomura loves to have fun with. It is just funny when people are doing like literal like triple backflip handstands to come to some conclusion when it's kind of like they're doing this to like hop out the window and like flip off of the fire escape just to get out of the building, and it's like the door is right there, you know? Anyway. Anyway, after choosing your stat bonuses, you're hit with a transitional scene, and not just any scene, a shot-for-shot recreation of Riku's ocean scene from KH1 and KH2. There is no accident. This is no accident. This is a direct parallel, and it is very important. Again, language that exists because it was in the face of a lot of people going, is that light in the way of Kyrie's keyblade? You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that where it's just like, you guys, it's not, it's... You guys, please listen to me. My notes, if you want to see, I'm literally blinking it out of consciousness right now. I'm like, okay, all right, fair enough. I will take this. I don't know which one it's gonna open in. Oh, there we go. Wow, the notes. Here they are. I'll keep them over there. I feel bad. You don't have to. I don't feel bad. I want to know. I purposely avoided looking at them when you had posted them the night before, just because I was like, I'm excited for these to be brought up. Like, I just want to hear your thoughts. And then, you know, now here we are. Okay, let's see. Anyway, right. There was just a lot of, you know, pretend I had to convince people who it was very much like a Patrick wallet situation. You know what I mean? Very much a, this wallet has your name on it. Is your name Patrick Starr? Yeah. Did you lose your wallet? Yeah. Then this is your wallet. I've never seen that wallet in my life. And I'm just like, oh my God. That's why so much of this feels, to me at least, I feel like I'm like, I can make a much more clear point. Patrick the lid. Patrick the lid. I feel like I can make a much more clearer point, but like a lot of this is a remnant of me having to like pound my way through like walls of people not wanting to listen, you know. Not that I have to court like every person to get them to like listen or interested in it. It was just like everybody was going fucking crazy, okay? And everybody had very varying levels. So there's so much of just like, please just hear me out. Let me show you directly. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. Here it is. The very, very direct shot-for-shot recreation of the Kingdom Hearts 1 intro. And even then I saw people going like, oh, huh. Like there were so many people who were like, they didn't even realize whatsoever. They just didn't even pick up on it. And that's one thing. And then other people still saying, no, it's not, which is like, sorry, you're just straight lying to me for no reason. You know, but I'm one of the new people who got into Kingdom Hearts recently. My friend showed me the theory and all the other videos, and I love them. It's so sad to see all of you needed to explain stuff like how you would explain to a toddler. Yeah, it's true. They hated Jesus. It's okay, I knew what you meant. Anyway. So this is something where it's just like, I read this and I go, man, I could just more clearly get to the point of being like, hey, you know, Riku being light, even without the context of the rest of the series, like, here's the game setting up, like, literal shot-for-shot recreation, but instead of Riku, it's a light. Hard to get more clear than that, right? And then we later have a lot of dealings with, like, Riku, the light in the darkness, blah, 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 blah. You know, I think this is enough to clarify that. You know what I mean? But anyway, the ocean water has always been symbolism for darkness within the Kingdom Hearts universe, to the point that being in literal darkness is shown to be like water or drowning. And this time, Riku is replaced with light. The literal light within the metaphorical darkness. Like I do at least make that point. But this is a good time to remember what Chirithy said just before sending Sora off, which is look for the light in the darkness. Bless that Tumblr GIF posted this scene with KH1 opening. Riku is literal light. Sora, Kyrie, you lit my way back. Look, he doesn't know. He doesn't remember. He has no idea. He's fucking trying to put shit together. Good night. Happy birthday, Sleeping Girl Theory. I will watch the VOD later. And if you want, go ask me questions about my silly notes, you can. Okay. Good night, Gabby. Thank you for your notes and questions. I'll look over them soon enough. Okay, go sleep. Good night. Anyway, Sora fights against the waves before being forcibly pulled away in a reoccurring example of what the heart, literally as he's in his own heart, wants versus fate and outside forces pulling you away. Again, you know, just themes, thematic stuff. I don't necessarily feel like I would have to put that here, but I think that is a remainder from this coming after the world themes part. But anyway, the waves pull him away as he tries to follow Riku's light. He ends up in the final world. The KH1 visual parallels continue. After Sora's done with his spin wash in the ocean, Riku's light leads Sora to the surface of the water. Sora's memories are in such a disaster state, and all of this would be difficult to follow even without that. He never stood a chance. Are we finding another potential parallel thing between the light tunnel calling for Riku and KH1 opening? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'll look at that. Driving me crazy. I love to see this. It's just like, there's Riku. There he is. I wish these GIFs were, like, synced up. Wow. The light. Wow. Can't get more direct than that. Anyway, breaching the surface brings... Stop it. Surface brings Sora to the final world, the last stop before death. Chirithy mentions that the edges of sleep and death touch. One can't help but the occasional crossover. And who is it that greets Sora when he breaches the water? In KH3, we get this guy. KH1, we get Kairi. I still love the story behind this being like, I half jokingly had this thought, right? Where it was so a not serious thought at all, where it was just like me thinking like, haha, God, like what if like, because we were making the parallels with like KH1 and we had just kind of stopped with like, okay, obviously the wave and Riku and then he gets up out of the water and everything or whatever. And like, that's just where it ended. And then it was just like, God, because I, still knowing the KH1 intro, and I'm like, it would be funny. It would, like, imagine if it went so far as to be like, and this is Kairi or whatever. And then I was like, wait a second. And then, like, going to look and being like, wait a second. Because, like, the way he comes out of the water is the exact same way he comes out of the water in the KH1 intro, and then I'm like, okay, well, then what happens after that? And it's like, yeah, you fight a few Heartless, and then you just face this big, weird dark side we still don't have an explanation for. This must have made people mad. Oh, and it did. Anything to do with Kairi made people mad, because this, obviously, is me saying that Kairi is evil. She's evil, and I hate her. And if she's evil and bad, that means she's out of the way for my gay ship. As if Kairi being evil wouldn't make a Sokai ship way more interesting. People don't understand, okay? They don't understand what makes an interesting ship in the first place, okay? They don't fucking get it, all right? If Kairi were doing evil, this would be so much more interesting. I would be so like, oh, okay, let's fucking see what's going on over here. It's that she kind of doesn't have anything going on, as well as it's less that I am having fun with characters and more the narrative is telling me, all right, my dad, Nomura, is calling me and telling me directly that he's like, gay, homosexual, gay. And I'm like, yeah, I caught it the first time. The first, like, several. I understand. I heard you loud and clear. I'm not looking for it. It is brought to me type thing. Like, there's a, difference between just, like, storytelling its story and then, like, me having fun with the characters within that story. Anyway, even if she was, that would be really funny and also very, very interesting. I've seen Sokai's draw Kairi and Riku's dark suit for Sokai art, which is like, I think that's fine. I think that's a fun exploration. Go for it. Like, role swap stuff is cool. It's fun. Anyway, a lot of this is just like, I can't, God forbid we discuss interesting parallels or whatever, because if Kairi isn't just, if it isn't exactly as expected that Kairi is good and she's so good and great and good, and then, you know, she's also the love of Sora's life or whatever, completely disregarding, you know, even Sora's own I do not understand love statement within the same game. If it's anything that isn't that, well, die. People don't realize two things can be true at once. You can want better for Kairi and also find her boring. Yeah, basically. It's something where it's just like, she's just who she is, and she often gets used as a plot device, and I can't stop that from happening. That's not me doing that. I didn't write it, you know, it's just what it is. And I feel like there's this odd division between, like, it's like baby's first feminist thought, I suppose, in that, like, there's a two diverging little paths here of one where it's like baby's first thought where it's like, well, she's the girl, so we have to support her, the girl, because we like women, you know, versus, say, going, wow, this girl character is handled rather poorly, and I think we and this character deserve better, you know. But God, if you don't support girl, well, obviously you hate her and also other women. And so, you know, I've also seen a lot of, you know, if you do not support girl, die type things come from a lot of people who were also just, and I'm not saying this is true for everyone whatsoever. I just saw it a lot from people who were very, right-leaning. 2.8 credits, this is so weird. Oh yeah, the 2.8 credits are oh, god damn it, I lost my mouse again, are odd. And also I love every time it gets brought up, because it's like, yeah, if this were true, it'd be like, wow, Rokunami, huh? And then that's just not even close to, in any sense of the word, a thing. It's not, I don't think it's supposed to be read into that much, you guys. It sucks that she doesn't even get to, like, be a little bit in on the Xehanort plot. She just is used, and that's sad. But all our agency is not existent. Yeah, exactly. But anyway. Yeah. Poor Kairi. It's just what it is, and it's one of those things where I'm like, I feel like everything to do with her could be handled better in a more engaging way for her character. While still telling the story it wants to tell, but that's just not the story that we have, and I just don't like to dwell on it that much. I recognize, I see, and agree with the criticism that I think she could be a better utilized character. That doesn't mean she has to be an active player in things, as much as she should just be more involved in her own goings-on, instead of just being tossed around like a doll, or anything like that. Like, it would be nice if she, like, her making a choice to train under Aqua, even if it is a means to essentially put her character up on the shelf so we can get on with other parts of the story, at least she made that choice. And I appreciate that. Soundtrack is a paid actor. I know, it really just came on right at the right time, I guess. But forgot what point I was making, but it's just something where it's like, no, I remember now. But it generally just, Kairi could just be better off, and then, you know, we still are where we are. But anyway, that's the thing where I'm just like, I'm just not gonna, I don't dwell on it that much at this point anymore. I'm not gonna bellyache over it, because I'm like, that's just not the focus of the story in the first place. I think she could be done better. We all think she could be done better. I get it, but I'm just gonna have fun with the other stuff at the same time. I can both criticize and enjoy the thing all at once. I understand wanting Kairi to grow Sora and Riku, but, like, they're hurting her right now because she doesn't know herself. Riku had to fight to see Sora again, so can she... I found out about the line change in Melody of Memory when she was about to fight Xehanort. I was like, bro, why? Yeah, I know, that's something where it's like, oh, her having feelings about, like, what happened to other people because of her. cool. That's good. And it gets really like sanded down in Melody of Memory for some fucking reason. Kyrie choosing to trade with Aqua, keeping me alive for real. Baby girl's first self-determination in decades. Love to see it. Because it's like, it would be different. Like, it's like, okay, see, there are two ways that this can go. Where it would be like, oh, Kyrie, she's going to go train under Master Aqua. But imagine if she was there telling her piece. And she's like, and then I didn't get to go. And then Yensid goes, all right, Kyrie, you should train. I'm going to send you to train under Master Aqua. And then she'd just be like, okay. And that's it, right? But instead, we got Kyrie being like, I'd like to train under Master Aqua. And he's like, that's a good idea. Excellent. Like, it's the same result either way, but one is genuinely just better because she wanted to. This indicates literally anything about her character, where otherwise it'd be like, oh, sure, she's going to go train under Aqua. Does she care? Does she want to? And people would be like, oh, she's just so loyal and strong, and she's gonna go train because, you know, so she can get stronger, and then she can go and do all the stuff and yada yada. And it's like, sure, we can make up stuff all day long, but like, we don't know because they wouldn't let her do anything. But at least this one time was her own choice, verbalized by her. So if we just had a bit more of that, where it's just a bit more of her own choice of doing stuff, even if it's nothing crazy, I think would help her like a million billion. Because sometimes, you know, characters are just kind of side characters, and that's okay. It's not a bad thing. Like, sure, there's like a main cast, but the main characters of the series are Sora, followed by Riku. Some characters get their own game where they get to be the main character of their own game, like Roxas, you know, but like, he's not the main character of the series, but he is a part of the main cast. Kyrie is a part of the main cast, but she's not like necessarily a main character, you know what I mean? So, and I think people have a lot of difficulty grappling with that. Off doing whatever the plot tells her to do. Maybe she'll be training with Ven too. That would be awesome. And that would be awesome. We're looking too much talking to Kyrie and Melody Memory, but it was really good. It was her own decision to train with Aqua. Anyway, Kyrie and this watery dark side, and the fact that we were like, hey, look at this. Look at the dark side being in this place that Kyrie would have been in like the KH1 intro. Very interesting. Anyway, it's the same weird watery material, still unexplained. Does anybody who wants to fight me about the sleeping realm theory in general want to talk to me maybe about this weird Kyrie made out of water, glass, whatever the fuck's going on? Crystalline Kyrie, we want to talk about this at all? No? Okay. You want to tell me I'm wrong and provide nothing? Okay. Why does she die similar to how Shion does? Who knows? Maybe there's something weird going on. Oh boy. I want you to read this and hear me say it. I want you to hear my voice when you read this. Oh boy. Okay? Obviously, we can't make any hard claims, nor do we want to. Again, me, you know, trying to field people being upset for no reason. We don't know the facts, TM, about world line hopping or what the price would entail, but Kyrie and her connections with this incredibly unique, incredibly strange dark side shouldn't go ignored. Take it with a grain of salt, we're just connecting the dots that we can see. Again, see me trying to field mobs of angry people. Gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong? She came down in a bubble, Doug! Grow up! Oh my god! Anyway, so considering the dive to the heart takes place after everyone has fallen, Sora is attempting to save them all. He's taken to the final world, the last stop before actual death, only to be led into this interaction with the Kyrie seed. Kyrie herself is later seen to be made out of the same substance, missing her heart entirely. And then in Remind, we got it again, and it was pink this time. Isn't that so funny? Isn't that so weird? Boy, the vindication I felt when that happened. that was crazy. Seeing is, and then a lot of this is just general, like, I don't know, I'm trying to explain anything. Seeing as she's made entirely of light, she can make a heartless, so as far as we know, no darkness to overtake her, but the dark side isn't actually made of darkness. It's made of water. Water, a series-long representation of darkness, and importantly, a representation of Kyrie, whose name means sea. The dark side itself is even called into question. Its origin and look, a mystery. Also true. Literally, again, something that has gone entirely unexplained within the game itself is, what's this weird fucking dark side? Why does it look like this? What happened then? Okay. Alright, and so, alright, whereas the sleeping realm theory is dumb and stupid, and also it is completely debunked. Okay. Alright. What about everything else, though? That's always the thing that drives me crazy, is it's always people trying to do like a gotcha, right? To be like, aha! They never said the realm of sleep, and then they did, but like, it's always like, what does that do? Even if that were true, then what? You want to tell, what do you have to tell me about this? What? What about the dark side, a colossal heartless that arose before Sora in a land of endless sea and sky? It looks different from other dark sides Sora has battled with, but the cause remains a mystery. Do you want to explain? Do you have an explanation? Do you have any ideas? Fucking come on, write it down. Tell me about it. Anything. What do you think this is? What do you think it means? Maybe we don't have all the answers. I have something, and your fucking one little baby, like, BB pistol bullshit you're shooting at me that does nothing is completely ignoring the whole purpose of the everything we're trying to explain. This is year 6, and I guess I'm still salty about it. You guys are fucking crazy. Not you guys, but god damn it. God damn it. You make a doc. You make a doc. I want to see you make a big, fat, stupid doc that's all researched, and we have all of the screenshots and everything. You make one. You motherfucker. What do you have to say? So was this Kyrie's heart? Trapped in the final world, the brink of death, where they are all were but a hop skip moment ago? Is she within a pseudo-heartless like a guy's? Is it a possible Shion situation? By means of a forced fight to pay a supposed price for world hopping, an attempt to save her friends. We honestly can't say as it stands, but it's certainly something to think about. Me just being like, look, there are connections. I've connected the dots. I've connected the dots. There's something. I don't have all the answers, but like, look. And then later, Remind being like, this one goes out to you. Pink watery heartless for Kyrie. Really, really specifically. Oh, interesting. Debunkers look that deeply into the games. It's all service level. I mean, yeah, that's almost true. I think someone else. But if Sariku's are wrong, why do we keep being right? Anyway. Debunkers are the same people who go, the plot of Kingdom Hearts is stupid and Nomura is a hack. Why are you even playing these games? I mean, that depends. I've seen it's varying levels, you know. Some people are like, it is so deep and good, but it's not anything you're saying it is. Because it's straight. You're like, oh, okay. Sure, that's fine. Ultimania update, now that the main interview with Nomura has been translated, it's confirmed a very important thing for this theory. Final world is a place very important to the story. But, you know, what kind of world is it? It's a place where those just a step from death arrive, connected to the station of waking. Up until now, the station of... It's so strange. I'm realizing some of these translations is like the power of waking and then the station of awakening, and these are swapped. Because we call it the station of awakening. And then we call it the power of waking. Anyway, the Station of Awakening was always a dark place where the floor was made of stained glass, where the condition of the inside of one's heart could be shown. But in this case, I made the final world a place where I could show that more concretely, a place similar to a portal to people's respective hearts. Within the game, it said that sleep and death are intimately linked. So if one's heart were in a state of sleep and they found themselves in the station of waking, the idea is that if they moved on from there, they would find themselves in the final world. If you keep going deeper, you will die. You will die. This theory is wrong. Stop trying to rewrite Kingdom Hearts. Also them makes Gage rewrite. There are levels for sure, but there are definitely some where I see where it's like, I think maybe you're not having fun here, actually. Yeah, there's plenty of that. I've seen plenty of that as well. Anyway, but gotta stop. I just gotta keep clicking this. It says basically is to arrive in the final world during the dive of the heart, blah blah blah. It's just like, look, we're entering a phase of sleep in some way to connect to death, and so on and so forth is really the connection that's being made here. We're trying to emphasize that there is the realm of sleep, and it's like right there. It would be after this dive to the heart that we are placed in the potential new world line, where instead of just falling to the darkness of prophecy, Sora is given the chance to dive down and save everyone. All 7 of them. Not a single one is Kairi. So interesting. So interesting. So interesting that it specifies there are 7 hearts to save. And then you save exactly 7 hearts, and then somehow one of them is not Kairi. It's weird people say that Sora only faded away because he saved Kairi's heart. Like, young Master Xehanort didn't warn him about it the first time, and then Chirithy was just telling it to him straight. Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of, like, I mean, even Nomura being like, hey, he abused the power of waking super crazy style. So. Damn, huh? 2.9. Big joke aside, this is when the game explicitly tells you that KH3 hadn't actually started yet. Before we even get to the actual KH3 title screen, we have an entire first world, Olympus, and Riku's first scene in the Realm of Darkness. It's important to keep in mind that these 2 things are happening at the same time. So, what do we see of Sora and Riku? The 2 of them in states of transition. Their old clothes, old hair, right before the trajectory of their their journey changes. It's a solid and helpful dividing point pre and post drop. 2.9 insanity. I know. But it also serves as a means to set up an important plot point, the power of love and the strength that comes with it. In Olympus, Sora is looking to regain his strength he lost, just like Hercules did in KH2. Herc regained his strength in the moment he risked his life to save Meg. You were feeling down and out. How'd you get your strength back when you jumped in and saved Meg? That's a toughie. That's tough. All I know was that she was in trouble. Suddenly, I wanted to save her with all my heart, but... and then, yes, also the following, the self-sacrifice clarification. I was able to save Meg's life because I was ready to risk my own. With Riku in the Realm of Darkness, we get some very important character motivation, his love for his best friend Sora. I think it's because you finally found... you finally found inside you that special strength to protect what matters. Sometimes you care so much for somebody that other feelings disappear. And then there's no room for fear or doubt. And then he's like... just like Komeda. Strength to protect what matters. It reminds me of a promise I made. This is vital in regards to the timeline, as Riku's self-sacrifice, fueled by his love to protect the person most important to him, is pivotal for the timeline to diverge. Every act or example of true love, familial, romantic, platonic, what have you, within KH3 is followed by revival and or resurrection, skirting or reversing death entirely. It's this act and its result that are necessary, and since this is established pre-drop, it means that Riku's sacrifice is available to happen whenever, real world, second timeline, or otherwise. Riku in his at-home haircut, I know. The way it's like long in the back, so it's like he went to cut it himself. His little horseshoe crab. Translation notes. It's important to keep in mind the original text in this case, as Riku's feelings are painted even more explicitly clear about how they're about a singular cherished person. Riku Semilong, dude. So important to remember Riku Semilong, and I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into the thing about his hair, but, you know. Yes, Taisetsu no Hito, strength to protect the person I cherish. We know all about this. More importantly, like being when they, while they even use the exact same phrase, Taisetsu no Hito, important, treasured, cherished person. Hertz got translated appropriately to person I love most. I hope the realistic 5 of KH4 is an opportunity to stray away from the more cartoon kiddie world so they can explore more adulty themes and more make Suriku more obvious. I'm not 11 anymore. Well, I mean, I think there's still value to be had in things that are like more cartoony. Like, they could go to Luca, and I think it's just a matter of what they are allowed to do and explore with the material. I don't think it necessarily has to be adult to get a more meaningful narrative out of the world. It's just about what they will allow them to do, explore, or parallel, I think. But I'm sure they're gonna go for some, but like, I think that they can't escape the cartoony fun times because it's Kingdom Hearts, and that's, you know, like 75% of what it is. It's just a matter of how much they get to do with it. Oh, Dion. Dude, he got to kiss his boy. He got to kiss his guy on screen at a slight distance, but like, he got to, and we saw it with our eyes, with our heart, our mind, and our actual eyeballs. We got to see that happen. And they fucking animated the shit out of that, by the way. When people finally got to go in and, like, camera break and, like, explore around, it was like, no, they did not cut any ties. It was probably, like, or cut any corners. It was just, like, they probably, you know, did a lot of detail, and then they were like, no, pull it back until it was, like, acceptable at kind of a semi-distance, you know what I mean? Cartoony fun times is Kingdom Hearts. Also, the kids playing the games now deserve the queer rep and exposure too. That's true. Two guys can be together? Huh? In English, pre-established phrase in the chain supposed to be a sign of growth from specifically. It's important, I promise. Him and this plot line is important. That's the whole point. It's the same, it's paralleled, it's purposeful, it's right there. It doesn't matter if you ship them, it's fine, it's not the point, as much as, like, it is explicitly, like, this phrase is used with purpose. The setup is there. Let Lumity run so Suriku can fly together in the sky. 2 shooting stars. Slumber. Right, yes. Stuff that matters, stuff that's precious, and then person that's precious. The Ultimania actually goes out of his way to explicitly state this growth on Riku's character page. I want to become strong enough to protect the things that matter. Roughly 10 years later, after many twists and turns, he has finally obtained the strength to protect the person who matters. This is important simply because these scenes and the parallels drawn there we go. I'm making the point right there. These scenes and the parallels drawn between them are purposeful. They are not only bundled together in 2.9. The scenes follow literally one right after the other, using the same phrasing, a phrase they use a lot through the entire game. Later, they're connected again during Sora's dive to save everyone's hearts. Riku's being found first in Olympus. Oh my god, Tenelle, hi! I've been slowly going through this and chatting at the same time. It's been 4 hours? That's fucked up. Yeah, I guess it's been 4 fucking hours. Yeah, I'm looking at the stream time and it's been 4 hours. My recording's a little shorter just because I stepped away for a minute, but like, and we're not even that far in, mostly because I would stop and talk at length for like a while. 4-hour nap. How you feeling, huh? If you feel like joining me, obviously the option is there, but also you can just sit around and listen. Totally fine. But it's time to talk about the thing that made a lot of people either completely buy in or completely check out, which is Riku's hair. Fingerberry's been feeling better. That's good. That's good. The fucking hair, dude. The drop. So if both Sora and Riku segments are happening concurrently, when and where do they drop into sleep? Luckily, Riku's heffalump. Oh, the hair. Yeah, the heffalump, I guess, is the other one. But I saw a lot of people either go, wait, hold the fuck up. Or they would go, no, it's not. That's stupid about, like, his hair. So, you know. Okay. All right. You do that. Luckily, let's see. One where they drop into sleep. Luckily, Riku's is incredibly easy to spot. After all, his hair didn't change because the Heartless were hungry. There it is. God, he's so pretty. It's me how the hair thing made people check out when that was one of the strongest points to me. Hair part had me so shook. Like, I saw people, like, go and they'd be like, wait a second. Like, I've seen, you know, whether it was like a live stream or something where people were like reading it and stuff, and it was usually getting to this part and they were like, hold on. But then I also saw some other people vehemently against this as a plot point. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, I guess. People don't realize how weird it is for the hair to just randomly change. Because I have to be up in the morning. It's already past midnight. I'm so sorry. The stream's already been going for 4 fucking hours. Oh, I gotta fucking change this. Excuse me. Hold on. No, it's too much. Cool, we're in Chain of Memories. Alright. It was me. I was so used to the new hair I didn't notice. It was cool to see though. His hair to change for design purposes. They would do it in between games. Like, they would just reveal him in his new outfit with like the new hair. And it would be that simple. Like, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. But it's the fact that he shows up with his old hair and then they have a whole big transition scene, you know, where this crazy stuff is happening. And then they have a whole like camera pan up, linger on his hair type deal where you're like, oh, and no, it's not a bug. My God. Anyway, good night. Let's see. Any and every example of Star. I feel like there's something I was going to say. Something I was going to say. Oh, don't remember. Anyway. Thinking about Kairi cutting her hair because Riku doing it made her think Sora finds it attractive. Right, the, like, wondering if she should cut her hair, and then Riku, like, thinking about how, like, Riku cut his hair recently, and then it's like, Riku cut his hair recently. It's like, I wonder if Sora likes short hair, you know, and then goes to, like, cut her own hair, and you're like, oh. Yes, Riku's hair changed and everything, but because of the extra HD layer of hair, I thought it was just his new haircut and didn't connect it to his DDD cut. That's fair. Did not notice the hair change the first time. That's the thing, is that like KH3 is so loaded with weird shit, especially at the beginning, that you go through the whole rest of the game and just forget. And I knew that that was going to happen because, again, I got extra time with it, right? So I remember going through and being like, oh god, all of this stuff at the beginning, nobody's going to remember. And so when we put it in the document like we did, we're like, look at Riku's hair change. Hey, remember how Zigbar's line got cut off? You remember? And people go, I totally forgot that even happened. I totally forgot. And it's like, yeah, isn't that weird? It's almost like there's something going on, right? But like, it's so in little places, just enough time to fucking forget. And everyone was so tunnel visioned, like, on getting to the end of it that, like, you just go, huh, that's weird. And then you just keep fucking going. And then you get to the end of it and you're like, that's it? When it's kind of doing a lot of other stuff in the background that, like, if you're not looking at it or taking your time or even just going back through it, you know, you're gonna be like, well, what a disappointment, you know? There's so much weird stuff in 3, especially. Tasty, but also a lot. It's almost like Sora, we're forgetting too. This game is gaslighting us for real. Anyway, like, any and every example of starting up in a dream and sleeping world, you start by waking up. And for Riku specifically, that is not the only sign of being in the realm of sleep. Like, I remember thinking, like, wow, it's just like his dream drop hair, right? But also, it was so funny because, like, all of us working on it are also, we're almost all of us, like, artists, right? Who draw Riku a lot. And it was something where we were, like, drawing it, and it's like, yeah, it's basically his dream drop hair. Here it is. And it was, like, so hard to, like, there were multiple things here where it's just like, please trust us as somebody, like, as people who have just, as a hobby, like, on the regular, draw this over and over again. Please, dude, just trust, okay? I promise I know what I'm fucking talking about. So as it turns out, Riku's hair would actually be one of the biggest giveaways. It's something that can so easily fly under the radar, since it wouldn't be the first time the series changed his hair without much explanation. Starting Dream Drop Distance, starting DDD, his hair was cut short off-screen at some point, but changes to an even shorter look pretty distinctly when he's in the sleeping realm. I stare at this man as a hobby. Don't fuck with me. We're experts, you might say. Exactly. Let's see. Jump in the sleeping realm. Boop, boop. His Dream Eater hairstyle is pretty much exact in cut and shape to his new Cage 3 style. The only notable differences being a seeming extra layer on top and a bit more to the spikes in the back. It's basically an extra HD layer on top. I scribbled it out really fast. Hopefully helpful doodle. Not a small amount lost either. Like, I understand. There are going to be people who are like, I did not... Some people just didn't even realize. Some people, like, forgot it was of any significance, you know? And that happens. Again, it's throwing a lot of information at you the whole game. And so some things go unnoticed. But it is still wild to me sometimes. And I'm not saying this, as I don't mean this to be mean to anybody. It is still really funny where it's just like, I didn't even realize his hair changed. You know those visual tests where they're like, hey, count how many times somebody throws a ball, and then you're busy counting the ball, and like, they're like, did you notice the guy in the gorilla suit? And you're like, no, because I was counting the balls. That's what happened, all right? So many people did not know. I don't mean you all, but everybody who didn't. You did not see the gorilla suit. This dude walked right in front of you, and you're like, 1, 2, 3, you know. It's just funny. That's all. Nothing wrong with it. It happens to all of us. I too have watched those tests and then went, what do you mean there's a gorilla suit guy? Like, I saw something moving and I just didn't fucking clock anything, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what's going on, where it's like there are so many things that it's just like you didn't fucking pick it up, and you don't have to feel bad about it. It's just like, well, it happens. So, whoops. Anyway, look, it's literally, oh my god, it drives me insane. It's just the fucking hair. Also, 2 separate models, so I don't know why people act like it's a glitch. LMAO. Like when we were supposed to see the long hair model, then if it wasn't supposed to be there. Yeah, it's also something that it's like, there is a very long history of Nomura going, oh shit, I don't want this to imply something I didn't intend, and patching things. Even during a time when that wasn't that readily feasible all the time. Like patching Birth by Sleep, because they accidentally left Roxas's rings on Ventus's fingers. Because they just, obviously, that's smart. They're just going to use the same model and change his clothes, right? And they left the rings on, and they went, fuck, don't pay that any mind. And then they fixed it on the PSP, okay? It's, like, look, this has happened. It happened with Dark Road, with multiple things within Dark Road. Oh, whoops, there was a reflection. It showed player as a reflection, just because, you know, it's just like a base model type thing. I don't want anybody to get like the idea that this means anything. So just so you know, and we're gonna fix it. Plenty of things like that. You think something like this isn't big enough of a problem to not get, it's not gonna get fixed if it were, you know, unintentional? Because there's a lot to read into here. So the idea that, like, after even a year of it being there, that not only did they not fix it after fixing up many cutscenes, that they even went so far out of their way to add the model to the photo viewer as Riku Semilong. I'm starting to think, you know, God, call me crazy, I think they did it on purpose. And even if it weren't, it's just like, again, one of those things where people go, it's a bug. That means the sleeping realm theory has been debunked. And I'm like, even if this was a bug, remember all those other things I was pointing to going, you want to explain all this or that or this other thing? Do you have something for me? Too bad, you know, too bad for you guys. This is still here. As well as all of the other stuff that is still something to be questioned, but you know, the engine upgrade to be even slightly more realistic, setting off my face blindness. I'm so sorry. Me picking up on Riku's green eyes for the first time instead of his hair. I noticed it and I was like, that's weird. And then Nomura immediately jingled the keys in the other direction. Exactly. He kept telling, he was like, count the balls. And you're like, yes. 5, 6, 7, 8. And he has you doing that, and he's just walking around like setting the stage up and everything, and he's just like cutting Riku's hair and just Game devs doing things on purpose? Who'd have thought? One guy going, it's a bug, and everyone else just taking with their word over the everything else. When you point at the background when I'm like, what is this? What is it? I love it because at least like I am touching like my screen right here. So I really get like a assault. I'm like, this. What the hell's this then? Huh? You want to explain to me? Anyway, I also remember fondly when I was like, when this was coming around and this guy is claiming that it's a bug, and I had to go like, well, guys, if we think about it for like 2 seconds, it may surprise you to find that this is stupid as hell. Not phrased that way, but I, you know, said anything about it where I was like, well, what does it matter? Even if it was an oopsie in the first place, they've clearly embraced it, so we may as well take it for what it is. Sometimes you accidentally, you know, come into something that you go, oh, you know what, actually, whoops, but like, happy accident. Let's use this. So it doesn't really matter anyway, even if what you say is true. Guess what? Time has passed and they've left it in. So I think it's safe to assume that you're not an authority on the subject in the first place, and even if what you say is true, it kind of doesn't change anything. So, anyway, but when I had said this, sorry, I remember why I brought this up, that I was like, I'm saying this thing where I was like, if you think about it for 2 seconds, this doesn't really mean anything. And then I saw people going like, I don't understand, you know, like, I really respected this person, but like, I feel like they're just like, why are they fighting this? And I was like, you talking about me? Like, about this thing? Did you read what I said? Because it's very, like, I know you want to, it's so easy to go like, well, this guy, you know, he knows what he's talking about. And I'm just like, okay, but does he? And also, think about it for like 2 seconds. Like, literally everything I just said. They had all the time in the world to fix it, but they didn't. So why should I assume anything else of it other than it was intended? Like, especially when they fix everything else that is apparently, like, you know, compromising, like, story comprehension compromising. They fix it and they make an announcement to no, don't, guys, don't think of anything of it. Don't. It's fine. It's not, that's not what I meant. Just don't look at it. Don't look. We'll get it fixed, you know? So, I don't know. Anyway. Instead, people would rather believe the series they supposedly love is just half-assedly stumbling through itself and nothing is important or purposeful. I think people, oftentimes the people who like to look at stories and they go, no, they couldn't have thought of that. They couldn't, you can't, they didn't, they're just pulling this out of their ass, are typically people who have never, like, made anything like this in their life. Like, not like this, but like a creative, like, endeavor, telling a story, writing a story, drawing a anything of that nature. Because they have clearly no experience with the fact that, yes, this was very planned. And sometimes, even when it's not planned, you go, oh my god, this is perfect. Tie it up with a pristine little bow. You know what I mean? It happens. But also, like, people are so quick to undersell, like, what other people are capable of. Not even just for strictly their gratification of being like, well, I'm so good. You know, it just, like, people are dumb. They can't do that. I couldn't do that, you know, so obviously they can't. You just want to think that there's some all-knowing, perfect, mad genius when it's like somebody just telling a fucking story and it's like nothing that crazy. Anyway, when we go back to make sure Riku and Nami aren't smiling too hard at each other, but we can't fix hair. Yeah, exactly. We can't fix the hair. We can change and even, like, completely recreate, like, the ending cutscenes, the pre-rendered cutscenes. We can do all of that and more, but we aren't changing the hair. So is it a bug or is it not? You know, I'm starting to think maybe it's not. Anyway, I don't want to stick around on it too long because look at Riku. Look at him. Look at this guy. Look at his hair. Look at how it is genuinely the same hairstyle. The only difference being really like the little back spikes are like they swoop down a little bit more. But that kind of depends sometimes on the angle, you know? But it's really just like it's the same. It's the same hair. He's got the wefts. Meanwhile, the creators in the background going, do you think they'll ever notice that super obscure thing I put in? Nobody's noticed my super secret message. I put in the thing with the X and I have to say it out loud now so people will go look at it. And then everyone goes, oh, yeah. And then they go and read it and they get the coded message in like an hour. They have 3D ad writers of Riku with both haircuts. No way the hell it's a mistake. And we shouldn't even have to talk about it like it could be. I think you're right. Let's put that shit to bed. never talk to me again about this. We don't even have to entertain it. There's no reason to. There's genuinely no reason in the source material or otherwise to make me read it as anything else but intentional. So. I suppose could be laid at the feet of like major media Hollywood being such a creative clusterfuck in the Western sphere, especially where it's like, man, you really can't trust the media to have that much thought put into it because there's so little continuity from project to project. I think that's fair to some extent, that like there is so much that gets just lost in the clusterfuck of like, also there's also such like corporate like heavy-handed like boardroom ass like editing to make things palatable and like taking away just some of the integrity of the storytelling for whatever they think tests well. You know, there's stuff like that too, where it's just like people are fighting to tell the stories that they want to tell, and then when it doesn't do well, they get booted off of it, and then you get 3 Star Wars movies that are all directed by different people to varying success as they try and tell some kind of continuity between the movies, but each time they're picking up like blindly from where the other guy left off. So, you know, I understand where that can come in, but that's also then an ideal, like that is an idea that is not giving credit to the fucked situation in the first place. Like, to think nobody can think that far ahead because they keep putting a new guy on every Star Wars is kind of ignoring the fact that they're working from nothing and they never had the chance. But then again, they probably don't even know that. I think different kinds of media can generally not always give you an idea of how much thought is put into it. I think so too. Telling that people would rather believe that Nomura, a man known for his meticulous attention to detail, doesn't know what he's doing and this is a mistake and not important, than even consider the possibility that it's intentional because it might be. Okay. Typical movie nowadays has a production time of less than a year. Also true. Keep going. Let's see. Otherwise, the hair sweeps. His hair, it's the same. It's the same. His hair sweeps on the side in the exact same way. His bangs are the same, and his side wefts in front of his ears are the exact same shape and direction, which is very distinctly different from his other longer hairstyle. Also true. I'm going up. If you will look at the sides of his hair. Do you see how it's just kind of the bangs up here are just kind of long and they just kind of frame his face? And then now he has the like pulled forward like big chunks of hair, the wefts, if you will. Whereas games, books, animation, TV shows are over a year or many years. Also true. It's a lot of development time. I mean, not to, you know, obviously Kingdom Hearts 3 took a little while, but like it was still like average dev cycle 5 years, you know, for like a big game like this. It takes a lot of time. They're spending a lot of time with it. So by the nature of the beast, the creators have a longer time to spend just thinking about their art. Also true. Hey, and this is when Yen Sid comes down. I'm tired of this. Anyway, let's all observe the difference in his hair, okay? It's not just that it's even trimmed up and shorter, it's that he genuinely adopts the characteristics of his 3D hair, which is different. Very, very noticeably so, okay? Anyway. Replaying Chain of Memories as the stream goes on. I have arrived at the I'm me, he says cutscene. That's good. What a good cutscene. Anyway, it's also never brought up by either Riku, who doesn't react to it, or Mickey, who doesn't react to it, but does comment on his broken Keyblade. Bonus points for the fact that later, Axel/Lee distinctly comments on Kairi's change in hairstyle, which shows that characters in World would typically notice details like this. But when does Sora drop? Well, we don't actually see him drop specifically, but we do see an overlap point. It tends to go forgotten since it's so early in the game and happens very suddenly, but it's at the last possible second we see of Olympus as a world, right when Xigbar goes to say an important phrase. May your heart. Cue loud noise and a hard cut to black. There really aren't any other scenes like this to speak of, nor is there an actual explanation for it either. The sound that plays as it cuts off is the same as what we hear before Riku passes out, though Riku's scene is quieter overall, both then leading to black screens. Riku's scene gives us the added bonus of the empty echoing sound made when dropping, just like in Dream Drop. In fact, you can listen for your day self right down here. Right, time to Riku Sleuthers 2. KH, over 20 years, has had a lot of time to think about things, and then, of course, there's the precedent that Nomura is always going to write a very well thought out story and calls attention to weird, unexplained stuff. Yes. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn this up really quick so you can hear, so we can all hear it, okay?
May your heart.
And then everybody forgot it happened.
Who are you?
Sure, yeah, it's fine. It's
Who
whatever.
are you?
May your heart.
And then he fucking dies on the spot. And then he fucking dies. Cage over. And then he fucking dies. Anyway, so not only do we have visual and audio cues lining up, timeline-wise, it matches up too. We have a few other examples of seeing any two events happening we have few other examples of seeing any two events happening concurrently, like Olympus and the Realm of Darkness to begin with. The Marleys were dead to begin with. But this and Riku's drop both leading to either party heading back to Yensid's times out perfectly well. Crazy. Just absolutely wild. I know. That was definitely a moment that when I was like, okay, I was asking myself the question when we were like going through and making everything, right? We're trying to put stuff together and I'm like, okay, so if what is happening, like if what we think is happening, there has to be like a point they would drop, right? So like, where would that be? And I remember just going back through the footage and then being like, right. Actually, wait, hold on. Because I was looking at the Zigbar thing and I was like, well, what else would this one is so strange. And like, it's not like I forgot it, but like looking at it under a new context and then like going like, now hold on. If this happened here, right, then there should be in Riku's as well. And then like going and fight, because I'm like, these things are happening at the same time. So there should be one. And then going back through and like, that was a moment for me where I was like, this is real. It's real! The music fucking kicks in. Anyway, so that's one that I remember still. Anyway, KH3 for realsies this time, or not, kinda. So hitting this point, this was a point that had so much fucking controversy and contention that it was stupid because it's so plainly obvious to me. It makes me so fucking mad. It's so fucking stupid because it's just like, look, there it is, like the fucking logo, the fucking strike. It's dark at the top. And then everyone in their fucking mom going like, idiots don't know how a gradient works. And I'm just like, I don't know how a gradient works. Sure. Okay, yeah. All right, you wanna tell me? You wanna show me the color? You wanna take the color from that bottom? It's a gradient, right? So dark and then dark, right? How about you wanna show me the color? Wow, what kind of shade of black is it? Is it gray? Is it fucking gray? And then it's black up here and you can see it with your eyes with no issue? Like, I'm not fucking nitpicking, okay? It's not the same. Fucking eye drop it. I think we did have like an eye dropped one and I forgot to put it in. But even then, like, there's a point where even if that is making my point that it's not the same color, people will look at that and go, they're fucking crazy. You felt the need to have to, like, it's almost damning having to do it in the same way versus just going, are you stupid? Look at it. Look at it with your eyes. Do you see that it's not the same color? It's not the same, shade, I suppose. Watching that fight go down. Uh-huh. It's a bug again argument. It's a bug again argument? Among all the artists that worked on this theory that they don't know how gradients work. Yeah, really. Yeah, exactly. Like people who do art for a living and you're going like, excuse me? Oh, good. Thank you. Anyway, it's something where it's so like, this is so not a stretch for the series whatsoever. And I saw so many people giving it so much shit, including people who I still remember. And I go, I remember you saying some dumb, stupid horseshit about this. And being, frankly, kind of mean about it. I remember some of these people. Anyway. The logo seems to be missing a piece. So if you will see, again, it is filled with language and phrasing that is a lot of me having to be like, please just hear us the fuck out, all right? Before you start fucking going, oh God, okay, now you lost me, and then like walking away. It's like, I have to explain to you how normal this is, and also that it's right fucking there. Red arrow. This is before you scoff, if you will. Just to humor us humble artists for a second. There's been a lot of arguing that it's just a mistake. We get that. We do. There's clearly a cross gradient going on. Darkness from the bottom left to the upper right. And light vice versa. Even if the bottom left is a dark gray and the missing corner is a hard black. I'm just saying, like... Guys, I'm just saying, it's like not the same. It's not the same. Anyway, don't worry. We're excruciatingly aware. Just hear us out because there's an actual precedent set for this exact kind of tomfoolery. It feels so vindicated when Nomura comes and points out the KH3 logo weirdness. I hope so. That one's for me. Even if you don't agree with this part, it doesn't devalue or discredit the rest of the theory. And that's, again, that's another thing where, like, usually there are bits or pieces or little, little things that people go, I'm not sure about that. And sure, you don't have to believe every little single part, and that's fine. But every time, it's like one tiny piece from the box and not like the box. It's always like, it is debunked because this thing isn't that, and because I don't think it is. And it's like, okay, all right, so how do you feel about, all of the rest of it? What, do you have an explanation for that? And then they don't, and also the debunking is kind of nothing at the same time. So anyway, even if you didn't believe this to be anything, and that's fine, it doesn't change anything still. It's just like, wow, there sure is a lot of weird shit going on that the series has overwhelmingly done in the past to various degrees. So like, let's see. In an interview with Nomura in 2016, he revealed that he hid secret clues in the cover art for 1.5, 2.5, and 2.8. Because of course he did, I guess. Nomura, there are actually 2 secrets about the illustrations from 1.5 until 2.8. Extremely attentive, as if this is the crazy shit, okay? Extremely attentive KH fans might have already discovered them. But one is that Sora's movements change from sitting to standing to walking. I'm not saying that this isn't crazy. It's just really funny that this thing where you're like, yep, I can see it. It goes from, sunset to night to dawn, and then he's sitting, standing, and walking. I can put that together. It's, made more interesting knowing that you did this with like a purpose, like a through line. Not that I need you to say it for me to see it kind of a thing, but it is just really funny to be like, people aren't picking this up, People who aren't blind might have noticed this whole thing. One more is that when you line up the 3 illustrations, you'll notice that they show the flow of time with changes in the sky. 5 is sunset becoming night, 2.5 is the middle of the night, and 2.8 is night breaking into dawn. Those 3 illustrations have a message regarding the final chapter, KH3. Move on. No, not that song. I'll take this one. It immediately went into Halloween Town. I was like, nope. No, we can't do that one. As much as I love it, we can't do that one. Anyway, great. Ultimania update. Oh boy, did you think Nomura was done? Because he wasn't. These... Ooh. Hold on. Wait, hold on. My fears were confirmed. Baby Cat was throwing up on the stairs. Hey. I've been rubbed out. Something has happened to me. There we go. We're doing slow stuff before. I was about to say, even if you're like, I don't know about this bit, which is like, fair enough. It doesn't exchange. It's still like extremely thorough and thought out. You get one thing technically kind of wrong, so your whole argument is valid. Like, what are you, 5? And then even then, it's like not wrong. Not to state the obvious, but the stuff with the sky is clearly symbolizing the Darkseeker saga and how KH4 forward will be about the light being the main antagonist. Right. I'm ready to hop on. Great transitional point. I have to go clean up cat puke. So I'm gonna put things to break really quick, okay? So I can go clean up cat puke on the stairs. And then we'll get the call set up and we'll continue with our bit, okay? Okay, all right. It smells like cat food. Okay, I will real quick, okay? Real quick. I'll be right back. All right? Okay? And then we'll continue, but then with guest Tenelle. All right? Okay. 2 seconds. Hello. I'm here with Tenelle in tow. And you can speak.
Hi. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can speak. You're good. Anyway, hello everybody. I'm back. Baby Cat puked on the stairs. And I got up there because here's the thing. Here's a fact about Baby Cat. Every time he pukes, it's always in 2s. It's never just one puke and he's done.
Buddy.
There is always a second one. every time without fail. So every
Buddy,
time,
no.
I know, every time this happens is like, usually it's like the majority of whatever's in there, and then just one follow-up puke for good measure. And so I always have to wait for it to happen. And so I had him like going up the stairs a little bit, and then I was like, "You want to go to the top stair so I can move you?" And then he hopped right on up to the top stair, and then he was like, "Oh, here it comes!" And I was like, "I know." And so I had to put him on like in like the kitchen, like on the kitchen floor instead of carpet, you know. So that
Well, I
makes
was
it a
gonna
little
say,
easier.
do you
But
guys have carpeted stairs or?
yeah, we do.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah. Thankfully, it was on the landing, so it wasn't like, you know, like downstairs or something. But he does do this off of his cat tower sometimes, where he just is like lying up there and he's like, oh boy, here we go. You know, and it's just like down over like all of the steps and layers and shit. And it's like, God damn it, dude.
We have a hallway that
Uh-huh.
then leads into the dining room. But between the hallway and the dining room, there's like this open bookshelf, and the cats like to get up on those shelves and sit up there
Yeah.
often. Of course, every once in a while,
Yeah.
a cat will get up to the top and projectile vomit from the top shelf
Of course. Yeah.
into the hallway. And it's like, guys,
God damn it.
just get down to floor level, please.
At least. You're not just like spewing it on the wall or some shit. Or just all the way down the
'cause
side of the
there was
bookcase.
one time where it was like, you know, not to be, I'm sorry, everybody, if you really hate vomit talk, but it was just, you know,
But also it's
wet,
cats. It's different.
wet, and it just hit the ground
Yeah.
like a water balloon.
Oh my
and
God. That's awful. Jesus Christ.
like, as much as I love you guys, I hate you guys.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I remember like baby cat one time like puked down the side of the couch. Like in the front of the couch, like right where people sit too. Like not even like on this one part of the couch where there's less people. It was like, this is the spot people sit. And he had, I guess, been lying on it or something. And then he was like, oh, here it comes. And then just like, it couldn't just be on top. It was like right at the edge of it. So it just was all down the front. And I was like, no, because I found it like way later too. So, you know.
You're just like sitting there and you're like, what's that? What's the smell? What am I?
Yeah, I was like, what
man.
is this crusty I'm feeling? You know what I mean? I was like, oh,
Yeah.
no. So, anyway, cats, huh?
Cats.
And now he's roasting by the heater, and he's a happy camper, no problems.
Yep.
So, you know, can't be upset.
Cats have a real like just throw up and you'll feel better mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Just fucking, you know, set it and forget it. It's just like, now it's gone. He's like, all right, I'm good. I'm fine. It's good. We're all cool here. Anyway, so the sleeping realm theory. Here we are.
Man.
Happy birthday, sleeping realm theory, 6 years old.
Wow.
Wow. Happy birthday to a document. Love that.
Can't believe it's been 6 years since I went from full-on brain worms to just brain rot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The fucking turning point for many a people. Though it's fucked up because it's like, yeah, okay, time passes, time marches ever forward, you know, and it's always something like, wow, you know, how can it be 6 years already? But it's one of those things where it's like, at least a couple of those years feel not real for a very specific reason because of the pandemic. And so I'm like, it should be like 2023 right now. There's something, it's off. Something is off here, okay? It's not supposed to be 25 yet.
I still feel like a part of my brain hasn't accepted that we're in the 2020s.
Yeah, it's that part still feels new. And now we're halfway through the 2020s. So it's a little odd. Well, seeing as we literally started 2020 with a global pandemic that shut everything down. And while that should be a memorable thing, the nature of it kept us doing like inside trapped like animals for, you know, very extended periods of time where it felt like nothing was happening. So, you know, it's the Sleeping Rope Theory's fault. You're right. I put it out into the world. You know, it started to really kick up a storm and everything, and then that caused the global pandemic. Yeah. So, like many things, it is the Sleeping Realm Theory's fault. Damn, I wish people stayed inside. Yeah, you know what? To be fair, I also wish people actually stayed inside and wore their masks and didn't fight about it. That would be so cool.
I might not have gotten it for a second time, and I might not be chronically disabled. Wow.
Yeah. Wow, wouldn't that be so cool?
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, man, fuck this. God damn, dude.
I really wish that, 6 years later, we still wouldn't be, like, waiting for confirmation on the Sleeping Realm Theory, but,
But here we are,
Here we are.
Here we are. At least, it gave us the time we needed to become friends. So.
Well, and every year the Sleeping Realm Theory gets older is a year we are closer to Kingdom Hearts 4.
This is true. It also grows in power as it continues to not be debunked in any capacity. So, I can't say I'm too upset. 6 years strong and several releases later, and all that's ever happened is our points being bolstered one way or another. So
bolstered, or you're like, ooh, okay, now we have more to go off of here, so we can tweak this bit to better reflect like what's going on. Like,
better clarification on some things.
Exactly.
Like, truly the only thing that got like debunked was just the like, oh, the heart being yellow versus the heart being blue, and everyone, including people on the staff, thinking that the blue Kingdom Hearts was the true Kingdom Hearts. Because many things led us to believe it would be, right? But
the sky at the end, because that whole cutscene got just like completely changed.
Yeah, that's also true. Because before it was like raining like meteors and stuff, and then now it's just a very pretty sky, which I think is interesting.
Oh, I don't mean that one. I mean at the end of the game when Sora disappears.
Oh, that one. Oh, you mean for the theory. Sorry, I was thinking about the Kingdom Hearts thing still, and I'm like, well, yeah, one definitely. They're two very different vibes, so it'd be like, well, maybe the one that's more peaceful and pretty is like the blue one, the one that's different, and then it's like, this one's more destructive, and then it's like, no, the true Kingdom Hearts is yellow, and it's like, oh, okay. All right, well, then what's with the blue one? Is it just like incomplete? What do you want? Huh? Anyway. Yeah, and then also the ending getting changed. Yeah. And then, like, the ending being changed in such a way, too, that, like, made it such a clear point, though, that, like, the eye line thing that we were like, they're not looking at the right spot. And then seeing the new cutscene where it's like, they are definitely looking at the right spot is like, okay, so we weren't crazy. They were definitely not looking at, like, the tree. They were looking out into the ocean. Still so strange. Still so strange and just like, what does it mean?
There's still the shot in the current one where Riku's looking out and the Haupu tree's behind him and they aren't there, right? Or did that shot get taken out?
I mean, let's see. There are definitely other shots where you can see, like, him, like, people moving around and he's running around on the beach, and, like, you can still see that they're not on the tree. That's still true. But, like, it is different.
Yeah.
So those are the two things. And even then, like, initially when we were showing the, like, hey, the sight line is, like, not matching up, they're looking somewhere else. Also, they aren't there on the tree, etc., was a very easy introductory point of, like, something is happening. Did you look at this? Let's look at this again. And that was the easiest way to get people to go, oh, you know what? Yeah, that was weird. Huh. And then it was like, here's everything else. You know what I mean?
Here's everything.
Yeah. Here's everything else.
Anyway, you want to talk about these party people?
I do want to talk about these party people. I'm trying to remember if I said anything about it in here. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so here we are, more, hidden stuff in the covers and everything. And I had said, these party people were confirmed by Nomura to actually be robed figures, sneakily placed to look a part of the building. People hidden in plain sight. What's silly is that people had been wondering this exact thing when the box art had been revealed, and that too got shot down on the same premise of reading too much into it. So that's definitely, I put that in because I do remember specifically seeing when the cover got revealed and seeing people talk about it on Reddit. And people on Reddit were being like, someone was like, do these look like robed, like they look like people up here on the building? And people going,
do.
Yeah, and it's people going, you're reading way too much into this. Like, it was always just people, like, naysaying and shooting stuff down, and then it was just Nomura being like, did you see what I did? I made them look like little people on purpose, And it's just so, like, every time people are, like, poo-pooing other people on this thing, it's just like, you cannot forget that Nomura wants us to, like, talk about this stuff anyway. It doesn't matter if people are right or wrong, though of course everything for turbo nerds on the internet, and not even like actually smart turbo nerds, I mean just people who are very up their own ass about one thing, some series that they love or something, right? And it's so much about being right. When like that kind of dissuades just exploring things for fun, whether it is right or wrong, because people are going to find stuff and be right, but there are also going to be people who find stuff and harmlessly be wrong, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's just astonishing to me when like Kingdom Hearts is a series that's so much about this exact type of bullshit, this exact brand of bullshit, the fact that it's even happened in the series prior multiple times. And yet
it's not like Nomura's all that subtle either. Like the fucking clock reads
not.
13:7.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it's true.
And like, do we have a prevailing theory on what these 6 robed figures mean? Like who they represent, or
no, let's see. I'm trying to remember like what he said, but like I didn't put the quote in because I'm pretty sure it was literally just him going, I made the steeples look like people with no other real elaboration on it.
Right.
So like if it's possibly anything to do with anything moving forward, because a lot of this and even this building and other stuff, it feels very like Quadratum and like the series moving forward type of deal.
Like I default to thinking that it has to do with the Lost Masters and Master and Luchu. Yeah. And then you could even argue that like, oh, well, there's 2 we don't see, and they're like behind the building, and that could mean something. But yeah, like,
I like what Rosie said is that
it's cool to think about, though.
Yeah, it is. And it's fun to speculate or to look and just like really chew it, just mull it over, sink your teeth in. Also, I like that what Rosie said is just like, KH is always that deep and fans joke about it until someone actually wants to take it seriously.
Yeah.
And that's true. It's like the second anyone has some earnest, like, whoa, I think the series is trying to say this thing. And everyone goes, boo, 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 and they're like throwing popcorn, tomatoes and kicking you out the door, giving you the hook and pulling you off stage. And then it turns out it's just true anyway.
Right.
And everyone just like, ignores it, and they just don't fucking, they're like, I have seen one person who, I still don't like this person, be an ass about stuff that we've said before, and then when it was like, Remind was like, oh, and then he was dreaming it like the whole time, blah, blah, it's like about the secret ending, like Riku's like, oh, my dream, explains the secret ending and stuff, and this person was like, oh, geez, and like posted a funny picture of being like, like covering their faces, they're like walking, which I'm like, at least that's funny. They're still an asshole and I still don't like them, but like, you know, I've seen it before where like people will go like, boo, we hate your hole, that's stupid, and then just be wrong. And I'm like, every time this fucking happens, you guys need to like lay off.
I mean, you know, I think I've talked to you about this so many times, but like, after Kingdom Hearts 3, I saw the theory and I was like, holy shit, oh my god, this is amazing! Like the game just came out and I already have a feast of theories to like sink my teeth into just with this one document. And then I was, you know, and I was like, oh man, the theories for stuff going forward is going to be nuts. Like, I'm so excited for this, like, next
we have talked about
like,
this
Kingdom Hearts fandom. And then there was fucking silence.
Yep.
You could not make people
hear a pin fucking drop, dude.
2 brain cells to put together a theory about what was going forward. And I'm just like, where is everybody? What the fuck happened?
What the fuck happened? Where are you guys? Everyone, like, granted, some of, like, the landscape of the internet is a little different now, and, like, people who were, like, desperate for Kingdom Hearts on, like, specific forums, like, that doesn't exist the same way it did. Even if, like, you know, KH Insider still exists and, like, all of these things are still kind of around, it's a little different. But, like, they're in that same way, there are so many means of, like, theory crafting and spreading it around. Whether you're just making videos or, like, us writing a huge, stupid fucking Google document or just talking about shit online. And it was just so... There's nothing. And then you get people who are finally jumping on board for shit we said 6 fucking years ago. For shit that's like, come on, we can't be the only ones saying this, and then you guys are only bringing it up. And look, everybody figures shit out at different times, you know, but it's usually the things that, like, the ones that bother me are the ones who are people who are, like, who definitely have seen or downplayed or just ignored it entirely, and then bring up the same points. And so the same people who say would poo-poo all of the work we did suddenly are eating it up because some other guy said the same thing but worse. You know? I'm just like, oh, you're killing me, you're killing your papa.
Well, and you know, this theory, you guys did an amazing job on it, and
thank you.
Like, you really articulated your points very well, and obviously as time has gone on, you've refined it so that it's even more better organized and everything. And, like, I don't know, I love the theory, but I was also just, like, waiting to see if anybody else would come up with something that's like, okay, I like what's going on in the theory. You know, I see a lot of their points, but here's my interpretation.
Right. Like, I see what you've raised, and, like, I think actually it's this. Right. And I complained about it even earlier in the stream that I was just like, nobody was just bringing up like okay, but how about this instead? It's just people trying to like shoot us with the silver bullet they want to find. And then every time it's not every time.
Yeah, nobody's been able to come up with a more convincing argument.
Basically, yeah. And I haven't really seen anybody try, and it's just like, am I not looking in the right places? I don't know. It's been 6 years at this point now, 6 years on the dot, that it's just like, I don't see anybody else engaging with it in the same way. And I'm like, did we just suck all the energy out when we did this one big document, you know? But I don't know. I couldn't fucking tell you, but we did this and we worked really hard at it, and then we were like hoping people would engage with us at the same time, because we were like, we're a group of like largely the 3 to 5, 6 people, right? Just trying to bounce this shit off of each other. And with a little bit of help from like the occasional person outside who knew we were working on it and would go, hey, did you see this? And we were like, oh my God, that's a great point. And we would put them in with credit, right? So like the logo thing was initially brought to us by somebody who knew we were working on it. And they were like, hey,
Did you
what the
notice
fuck?
this?
And like, I was so busy with everything else. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Oh my
Right.
God. And I was like, this is really big. Hold on. This is a huge piece of information that like I can now kind of look through it with a different filter. And so, you know, it's even like credited as such, but for the most part, it's like, we were like, okay, we're a small group of people. We're putting this out. We're doing our best to articulate a lot and like sort through a lot of information. And we're trying to get this out before, you know, the Ultimania, because we just kind of wanted to stake our claim and go like, okay, let's see how this holds up. Like, we want to see what other people have to say. Other people, like so many more people are looking at the same stuff that we are. I would like to know what they see, or did they pick up something we didn't, or did they see something and interpret it in a different way? What about the Ultimania? Like, is it going to bolster or completely deflate us? Like, we wanted to see, if we put it out first, if we made some claim and then the Ultimania was like, this is it, you know, we'd be like, we fucking figured it out, right? Before the Ultimania pointed anything out, right? We wanted to like test it against other people and things, and then all we got was a bunch of like, nobody, like, either people loved it overwhelmingly. I would say people loved the theory and everyone was really excited about it, and a lot of people were like, wow, this really saved my experience with Kingdom Hearts 3, which I will forever be happy to have done and proud to be a part of, right?
Right.
But like, it's really like the negative Nancy's really stand out and lingered for a really long time, and so it was always just this really disingenuous kind of bad faith like interaction with it, because people wanted to take it down for things perceived and heard by word of mouth versus actually engaging with it in any meaningful way. And so the theory turned from either, like, it was kind of one of two camps. People either went, oh my God, wow, cool, maybe I don't agree with this or that, but like, this is really something, you know, at worst on that side. And then the other side was like homophobia and people who wanted us dead.
Yeah.
You know, like general homophobia to varying degrees, and people who were just so mad at us for doing anything. So, you know, we got a lot of just like no real interesting engagement with it. And boy howdy, like, I have had some people come to me with like theory stuff, or they're like, hey, can I talk to you about this thing that I think? And it's usually a lot more, I don't want to use the word like baseless as much as it's more, it sounds meaner than I mean it to be, or maybe like it's just not as based
it's not as grounded in facts.
Yeah, yes. I'm like, wow, this is a cool idea that you're giving me, you know, but this is very something like speculative, like super like turbo meta, like also having to do with like other properties I don't think it's involved with at all. And other stuff like that, where like I had to field a lot of these. And so where I'm like, this is really cool, and I'm glad this inspired you, and I'm happy to like listen to it. And I'd talk a little bit, but I don't have the spoons for everybody. But yeah, that's where a lot of it just was like, we did this, and then people either, you know, wanted to shoot us with a gun, or they thought it was so cool. And most people thought it was so cool. And then the people who wanted to shoot us with a gun kept trying. And then, like, they got so focused on that, nobody else made anything else, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't know what to tell you. Nobody's fucking sitting around. Nobody's theorizing about Yozora. I mean, like, outside of people I know personally, you know, people who are my personal friends who are like, I have a cool idea about Yozora and, like, things that could be happening there, you know, but it's just like a little personal pet theory that they'll like tell me about, you know what I mean? It's not like people are like talking and having open discussion out in a public forum of any kind for people to partake in. It's just like, we had ours, and then everybody, you know, I don't know, just kind of fucked off, I guess.
You did too good of a job. Right,
I guess so.
Start, obviously.
I guess so.
You left everybody else speechless.
Damn,
for 6 fucking years.
For 6 fucking years, yeah. And the only thing that anything else that came out of it was, again, people saying something we said, but worse.
Right.
So, you know, it's just like, oh, geez. I mean, I would love if anybody else said something, but I guess I'll just, we'll just keep sitting here on this house of cards that have not fallen over yet, so.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, where do we go from here? We are kind of just waiting for the next game to come out, you know?
True. It's true. There's not much, like I was saying earlier too when I first started that I was like, there are like little things I could add. There are even things that like bolster points within the document, like, you know, Xehanort having like literal like empath powers basically. Being you know, it reinforces the whole him going like, did you come alone? And then Sora's like, yeah. And then he's like, no, you didn't, you know? And it's just like, he's literally proven to like have some sense of ability to be like, I know you're fucking lying. Not just because like, oh, I could tell you're lying, as much as he could sense that there's somebody else in it, in there, right? So it's like, oh, cool, but I don't have the come on. I don't want to write stuff. Like, well, I want it to be in there, but it's just like, it's just an extra step of things. And I'm like, how come I have to be the guy who keeps doing this when nobody else is talking about this shit? Come on.
Well, and I think adding to this theory at this point, like, you don't want to water down what's already here, what's already great.
Oh, no, of course not. And, like, something like that is small and adds to something that we've said. Yeah. So it's like, you know, but...
What I was going to say, though, is that, like, when it comes to stuff that we found out in Dark Road, like, that could be its own whole...
Oh, for sure.
...thing. And a lot of it is a little different than... how evidence is presented here in the Sleeping Realm theory, where you guys are literally like, look at this.
Will you fucking look at it with your stupid fucking eyes? Do you see?
Yeah. Versus Dark Road, where I think any genuine theory crafting that would have to use Dark Road, you'd really want to get into like literary devices, narrative parallels, that kind of stuff. So it should just be kind of like a different vibe from the Sleeping Realm theory doc. Yeah,
it's true. It's also like, I think that it is largely supposed to be a document about what is happening in Kingdom Hearts 3, right? It's very much, it's specifically tied to this. And yes, outside things or like continuations like Remind or... you know, Melody of Memory, because that is a very direct continuation of Remind, right? So, like, that's very much there, versus, like, just Cucks, even though that's still an important part, because it's, like, the setup for world line hopping and everything, or, like, Dark Road, or just other stuff where it's, like, this is a self-contained little story that does help the broader narrative of Kingdom Hearts, as well as themes and setting things up for the future that we're to expect. But, like... the Sleeping Realm theory is largely about Kingdom Hearts 3 being within the realm of sleep because it is a new world line. And so continuing, because I've had people ask me this all the time where they're like, oh, are you gonna, with this new thing, are you going to update it? And I'm like, I don't have to. I don't fucking have. We made our points clear enough. It's fine. Like, there are some things that I could add that are things from KH3. Like, I was very early in the stream talking about how the Dearly Beloved that plays in the forest with Kyrie's cutscene, where she's writing her letter, and like how that Dearly Beloved was supposed to be Kingdom Hearts 3's original Dearly Beloved, but they switched tracks, and now we have the one we have now. But they still got to keep the one they made, and they just put it in a different scene, right? Which is like, cool, I'm glad you guys got to reuse it. But when you hear the whole thing, you're like, wow, those sure are really specific callbacks to the Dream Drop fucking Dearly Beloved. You have, like, exact, like, sound bits in here that are like, this is from that one, you know? This is, like, a musical quote in a way that is not happening with any other version of Dearly Beloved. It's this really specific thing. And so, that's something where it's like, I feel like that's worth talking about, because it's like, wow, all of the dream droppedness of the original KH3 Dearly Beloved that they then switched tracks to do a different one because I don't know, maybe it was a little too on the nose for them. I couldn't tell you. And so like I feel like that's something that's worth bringing up, but like it's just I'm having to write it out and I gotta find where to put it in and I gotta do all this shit. Like there's stuff I could add to it, but like it's also been a while and I don't feel like if I were to do something like that, it would be for like a different format at that point. Like I would be writing like a video script if I were to start adding and rephrasing and doing a bunch of stuff. So
I mean, I talk about it a bit in the Riku is Gay video, but about the Dearly Beloveds and when they are used. And that's something I still get questions on in that video. Could probably do a whole video on just Dearly Beloveds and when and why they are used.
Yeah. Also true.
But, like, you know, some people would ask, like, okay, well, if Dearly Beloved is, like, Sora and Riku's song, then why is it used here, here, and here? And it's like, well, because, like, there is two pretty distinct uses of Dearly Beloved. And there's the times where it's used and, like, it's Sora and Riku, and it's Sora and Riku being together.
Yep.
And then there's the other times where it's, like, people talking about the hope that Sora gives them.
Yeah.
Or, like, something that has to do with, like, the overall, like,
it's
the game story.
Yeah,
you know?
it's something, like, they've used Dearly Beloved, like, specifically, you know, quite a bit for, like, Roxas and Shion. And it's usually, like, I feel like it comes in at a point when it's, like, connection is really important. When it comes in at any point that isn't Sora and Riku specifically. It's very much, you know, obviously the theme of the series and the kind of theme of the series is like bonds and connections and relationships with other people, good and bad, you know. And so like it does show up in other places, but it is first and foremost like it can be more than one thing. And it is one of those things that it's like, yeah, it is pretty much like Sora and Riku first, but that doesn't stop them from using the theme of the series when a fitting part, you know, echoing the themes of the series is happening. So someone made a vid on the Dearly Beloved variants. It's so good. And the rug pull they do to be like, and it's Riku. That's fun.
Awesome.
Anyway, the document that we've just been sitting on.
Yep, you knew this would happen.
I did know this would happen. I was absolutely 100% sure that this would happen. My favorite double whammy was Friends in My Heart playing during Riku's transformation into Ansem during the Days cutscene movie. Oh yeah, because that was brought up where in Days, like, it's originally his theme, and then later it's, like, specifically Friends in My Heart. Which is interesting, but... Because it's playing for Roxas, Shion, and Axel. And for Riku's Resolve. A good point. A good point. Okay, hold on. So let's look at this fucking logo really quick.
Yes.
And get me all fucking huffy and mad about it again. So let's see. Oh my god, my fucking scroll wheel, dude. So considering...
Want me to read for a bit?
Sure.
Alright. So, considering everything, what's honestly more likely? The full-on deliberate animation and use of the main logo for a big-name series going unnoticed over and over again for 5 years? Or it being even somewhat intentional in the series of all series, Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one just begging the fucking question of, like, why is it so hard to believe this would be intentional, you guys?
The screenshot right below the GIF. Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's just fucking
look at it.
Cut off.
It's right there. Like, even seeing it in motion and just seeing, like, oh, wow, that is way fucking different. Holy shit. But then just, like, it's just not the same. It's not the same. It's just cut off. It's dark. And this is literally from, like, the first showing of it. So...
It's like you can see what the gradient is supposed to look like at the top of the middle pillar.
Yep. Oh,
So,
yeah.
if you were convinced it was a mess up with the text overlay, worry no more because it's there, words are not. Not to mention also being painfully visibly darker than its mirrored corner. Also, this particular example, clear back from the 2013 reveal trailer. From the get-go, that upper right portion has been very intentionally transparent. And if that doesn't somehow convince you, the deluxe edition box showcases it very clearly where there is and isn't holofoil.
Boy.
Okay. Yeah, but what does it even mean? Well, ultimately nothing. It has some pointed uses we'll go into below, but we're not trying to use it as some key evidence to prove any one thing as it stands. What it is, though, is the perfect example to not take anything simply at face value, for you to look just beyond the surface. The willingness of this godforsaken game, series in its entirety really, has to hide things just under your nose has been baked in since the start. We started this whole document with misdirection, as did the game with this logo. It's woven into the whole experience and whatever it may be relevant to in the future. As an addition, we wouldn't say this means that we've only been playing 2.9 the entire time. We still played Kingdom Hearts 3, the third one, even if it's technically the 14th in the series, but we only played a portion of it, story-wise anyway. It's incomplete. Like we're missing something key. And now that that's out of the way, why a dream? To what end would this actually serve?
Interesting. What would this serve? Oh, Chirithy.
Oh, Chirithy. Yes, the natural end for those whose hearts and bodies perish together. But some persist and arrive here to avoid death. After 17 years, KH introduces the concept of true death, when the heart and body perish together. It is said that a person is made of the heart, the body, and the soul. We know well the heart and body, and the soul, on the other hand, hasn't been a big factor until now. The soul itself is the literal force of a person, the literal life force of a person. It's the heart being cast out of the body that makes heartless, and the soul and the empty body that forms nobodies. Dream worlds are introduced in Dream Drop Distance, and one of the first things they've introduced is a safe haven, a refuge for lost souls. Joshua says as much. Something happened that brought their existence to an end. I gathered up the very last remnants of their dreams and looked for a place to give them refuge. It was then that this world appeared to answer my call. Here I thought they might have a chance, keep them from fading altogether. That the pieces of their dreams could make them whole again. Tweewee, spoiler warning, the Tweewee cast died.
They're dead.
Real and proper true deaths. It's the entire premise in their game. Joshua here, looking for some way to fix this, brought them to a dream to heal. This is also exampled in Cucks. When your player character is dying in the Keyblade graveyard, you're visited by Ephemer and Scald, your Dandelion leader friends. This is actually a flashback, one of the memories held from the first timeline with Keyblade War. Despite your initial choice to stay and fight in the war, they try to save you by bringing your heart into the new world line, into a dream. It is also worth noting that your player character in Cucks, as well as Neku and his friends, remember nothing. Only the Dandelion leaders who were entrusted with the knowledge, the Dream Eaters, and characters like Joshua with special powers, retained their memories.
Joshua is basically a Chirithy, right?
I mean, yeah.
He's got the colors.
If Chirithes are basically like little angels, then yeah.
Yeah, because Joshua is such a little angel.
He's such a little angel. He's my
He's
little
so
angel.
yeah. My little schmoopy.
My shitty little angel.
Yep. Hold on.
I do
Baby.
wish that Dream Drop Distance kept a bit of his
Mhm.
mean streak.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got some snarkiness in there, but like he's
Uh-huh.
he's not very mean.
He's toned down.
He's definitely toned down. He's definitely like he's been taking his meds, and he's just kind of like he's chilled out. He's just like, sorry. I'm just, doing what I can. Baby, are you hungry?
I mean, this is like an alternate timeline where he is actively trying to be helpful to Neku
Right.
and friends versus being like,
I shot you. I'm
playing a game with your life.
Gun emoji.
Prove to me you're worth saving.
Yeah, prove to me humans are worth it at all. I'm choosing the shittiest guy we got.
Kyrie's fate.
Wait,
Hey
hold
man,
on.
I don't know if you mentioned it earlier. I'm sure
Uh-huh.
you did. But
Yeah.
Canary's little arts
Oh yeah,
for this whole thing.
so good.
Fucking so cool.
I know.
I want all of them just like framed. Like
Yeah,
in
I think Canary
order,
drew them really
hanging
small.
I don't care. I'd get like a little long frame for all of them and just
Right.
bloop, 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 bloop.
Just all the way down. Yeah.
They're so good.
I'm gonna feed baby cat because I think it's been long enough since he ate that he can now and threw it up, and so now he can have his food really quick. So you speak to the people really quick, and I'll be right back. It'll take like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, baby, come on.
Joshua would be so insufferable if he ever met Sora and Riku together. I need it. He'd be a third wheel angry gay. Please. Canary art appreciation. Absolutely. Riku becoming playable after the Belle and Beast stuff in days is Nomura just can't help himself. Dude, the Beauty and the Beast parallels are crazy. They are legitimately wild. Like, I'm someone who typically takes narrative parallels with a grain of salt, but in something like Kingdom Hearts, it's really unavoidable because all the Disney stuff is in some way relevant to what's going on with Sora's story and like outside events. Like that's literally the framing device that they serve in the games is just like, here's a Disney World. It's going to say something about, like the broader themes and everything. And so when you put all the Beauty and the Beast stuff together, it's just like, okay, damn. What kills me especially is whenever it's a Disney World and they don't take the obvious route of like retelling the Disney story. So like there isn't an obvious reason why they decided to tell the Disney story this way. And this happens with Beauty and the Beast pretty often. Like how it is in the first game. Beast and Sora being a narrative parallel to each other is just like very, very direct. And then you have something like Chain of Memories where the parallel is so kind of out of left field. You're like, what other purpose could this serve other than being a narrative parallel? Because there's no way that from even what's going on in Kingdom Hearts 1 Beauty and the Beast or in the movie Beauty and the Beast that you would naturally just be like, yes, this is the story we should tell between Belle and the Beast. And don't think too hard about it.
I'm back, by the way.
Hi, welcome back. Is that
Hello.
baby cat fat and happy?
Yeah, he was eating, and while he was eating really quick, I was taking bites of some old carne asada fries from earlier. I was going,
Ooh, hell
but I was
yeah.
taking bites of the fries, and then I was drinking the little green salsa.
Oh,
It was
hell yeah.
fucking good, dude.
Oh, that sounds great.
Ugh, it was so salty and good. Yum, yum. Anyway, I'm here now. And I could hear you the whole time.
Wow.
I could hear your voice the whole time. Thanks, Riku.
Thanks, you too.
I was sleeping on how Kingdom Hearts is actually written until I got her to watch the Riku's Gay video. Eyes opened. I still love it.
Sometimes
Like,
you just need it all, like, laid out, you know?
yeah, sometimes it's like you kind of already know this stuff, but putting it all side by side, you just go, oh my god. God damn, oh. And it changes. It changes the perspective on it, I feel like. Just laying it all out. Bing, bang, boom.
I still love how the Beauty and the Beast segment in the KH2 part
Oh, yeah.
is like everybody's.
Everyone goes, "Ugh!" Yeah. I remember because you were so like, oh, this fucking part, this whips.
Yeah, I
I've
was
got
like,
it.
"Yes,
Let
I'm
me
gonna
show
show
you.
you."
Yeah, you had like got on call to show me specifically, and then I was like, I got recommended the Riku is Gay vid by a stream who isn't really bothered by love plot lines or much into shipping, but he said it made the whole series make more sense to him. So that was a stellar recommendation. That's great.
Ooh,
I love that.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I wanted.
I feel like that's
Because-
all we're ever asking. It's just like,
Yeah.
this is just comprehending the story. Okay?
Yeah.
It's just the story. All right?
I don't need everybody to ship Suriku. I just want them to take romance narratives seriously. And
Yes.
just in general, the narrative of Kingdom Hearts seriously.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I think it really is a testament to how much, like, we're not fucking around. It's just what the narrative of the series is. When people go into that video with no bias or even going, I don't know about this kind of thing, and then coming out of it going, I get it now. That one shot of Danny DeVito, like Frank, it just in Always Sunny. It's like, I get it now. And it's like, that's not even like an exaggeration. Like the amount of comments that you have gotten specifically on that video of people going, I did not understand Riku as a character. Like, I thought he's just like, sure, whatever, you know, he's doing his thing. But I like Kingdom Hearts, but I don't fully understand everything. And it's like, things did not make sense until this helped it click.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And man, as, you know, avid Riku lover since fucking day one.
Right, yes.
As soon as that motherfucker in the opening, like, turned around and held out his hand, I was like, oh no. Oh no. I love this character. Oh no.
And he's the best. And he's the best.
He's the
is
best.
The thing.
He's the best.
He's the best,
And
and I love him.
just wanted people to understand. I needed people to understand that Riku is wonderful and he has a really great story and people are sleeping on it.
Yep. No, it's true. It's true. I do, and I have said this before, but I'm saying it here in the Sleeping Realm Theory like doc video, right? Where I loved that, like, the last con I was selling at, and, like, this guy, and I assume his partner, right, were looking at our table, and it's all Kingdom Hearts, and it's largely Suriku anyway, and then, like, the guy, and they're all looking, and they're like, oh, you know, I'm looking around, and then there's, like, this, like, beat where he's like, okay, I gotta ask, you know, and so he leans in, and he's like, okay, have you seen the 6-hour Riku's Gay video? And I had to be like, not only is Tenelle my personal friend, I am mentioned by name in this video. So, yes, I have. To answer your question, Yes.
Do you know about? Oh, buddy.
Have you heard about the 6-hour Riku is gay video? Boy, have I. And it really was just fun. It's just funny how, like, it really, truly has been, like, so pervasive. You know, it's so, like, people are watching this fucking video and talking about it. And it's getting around, changing minds.
Changing hearts.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. Hold on really quick. Real quick, chat. I'm opening a Pokemon card pack from the new booster, Triumphant Light.
Did they update again?
They did. There is a new pack. All right, I got Houndour. Sorry, it's gonna look like shit. You guys don't have to deal with it. I got new Haunter. Love that for me. Mawile. Houndoom looking pretty cool. And a Whiscash that I already had.
Fabulous.
Da, 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 da. Hooray! I haven't been able to do a 10 pull on it yet, so I'm still really pulling little baby packs. Anyway, Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts.
I do have orchestrated Hikari playing right now, and it really makes me want to throw up in the good way.
Throw up positive.
Yeah, exactly. I'm emotional and I am going to throw up. And he's in Smash. Oh my god.
Oh my god. A
Wow.
precious baby boy.
Yep.
All grown up and fighting in Smash.
All fucking grown up, dude. I love that for him. Okay. And of course, it's also the music that plays with opening of Dream Drop Distance. So, you know.
Yes.
It's so good.
Man, remember Dream Drop
Kingdom
Distance
farts.
and an opening and two meteors going through the sky. One following the other.
Oh, yeah. Yep. 100%. A Kingdom Farts. Haha, got him. That's the name of my phone, by the way. When I, like, connect it to stuff, it's like because it's my second smartphone, it's Kingdom Farts 2 now. So it's like I try to connect to some shit, and on the screen it comes up Kingdom Farts.
Hell yeah.
Hey, you know it's mine.
Classy.
No confusion. I just remember, like, trying to connect in the car. And it's just like, which one? Oh. That's yours. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
So.
It's like, let me take a shot in the dark here.
Yeah. Is it Kingdom Farts? Kingdom Farts for me. Stinku. Anyway. The
Are you ready
Sleeping
to
Realm
talk
theory.
about Kyrie?
Yeah. I already did plenty of it earlier, and so we're gonna do it again.
All right.
And this beautiful, gorgeous fucking thing. Sorry, I know I just cut you off as you were about to start, but I'm like, the title card is so good, and the hand,
it's
and
so
then
good.
all of it.
The glove.
Uh-huh. Kyrie is evil? Yeah. That's what I'm trying to convey. Yes.
Uh-huh.
It's
She
true.
did this on purpose.
Yeah. Anyway.
Grip, guys.
Figure it out, guys. Come on. All right. Continue.
Kyrie, for all that she sadly doesn't get to do, is one of the bigger mysteries in all of this. With a suspicious death, a missing heart, and potential symbolism at our disposal, it's safe to say she plays a bigger role than we are being presented. If there is any one reason for why a dream, it would be this. The intro is predictive. Let's intro this with the intro. Throughout Kingdom Hearts, the cinematic intros have usually served as an interesting and artistic retelling of the events so far, usually as means to generally refresh the story while also showcasing important and emotional scenes. The exception being KH1, where it's mostly predictive and serves as a kind of prophetic dream, seeing as it didn't have a past to draw on. The KH3 intro, it stinks as a recap. It really does.
It's not as good. There are better versions of exactly what it's trying to do. if
The
you know
DDD
this
one.
being the case. Yeah. Stinks is a recap.
It's at best a watered-down version of the Dream Drop intro, with a sprinkling of chess and a spicy dash of Xehanort. Seeing as it skips over pivotal games like Chain of Memories, ignoring Naminé entirely, and stopping dead before Recoded, and most importantly, Dream Drop Distance, the direct lead into KH3. This intro isn't a good recap, because it's not supposed to be. Like KH1, this intro is predictive. It serves a narrative purpose, functioning under the premise of it being Xehanort's game. It's what he's planned, schemed, and interfered in over the years. We're seeing his setup. We never see any counterplay. We never see any other pieces moved aside from his own. Just what he wants and where he wants it. The key piece he is trying to get is Sora. The key piece he uses to get it is Kairi. Kairi, aware of it or not, is instrumental in making things happen. The long and short of it is, the intro shows us events to come, Xehanort's control over events, and Kairi's inescapable fate. Xehanort's plan. So, with this in mind, this shot, falling all the way down through every piece of the 13 Darknesses, only to find Kairi's piece at the very bottom, sure is something. I love this shot.
I know, and it's a good shot, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah. In general, I really love the like all the intro movies are banger.
Yeah.
But I really love like the whole chess motif and like
yeah,
all the crazy shots and transitions and stuff we get in the KH3 opener. It's so good.
I wish that almost in some parts there was even more of the chess, where there are some parts where it's just like, hey, we're kind of retelling some parts of the series, but it's like a weaker version of what Dream Drop already did. And I'm like, I feel like had we leaned even more into the chess, it probably would have hit a little better, I feel like. Because the parts with the chess whip ass.
Yeah.
Like Roxas and Axel having that showdown, but it's like fucking raining and they're on the chessboard leading into this shot where it's like the downward like spiral. Mwah. Mwah. Fantastic. You know what I mean? And it's like, I like that like Sora's like fighting the bosses of each like respective title like on the chessboard. But then, you know, then we have just like a bit of a middle ground in between where it's like, oh, okay, like we have like, then we're seeing parts from 358. We're seeing, you know, we're seeing bits and pieces where they kind of like move away from the chessboard. And it's usually the things where I'm like, I want to go back to the chessboard. The chessboard is the best part. So I feel like maybe that may have helped it stand out a little more in some respects if it had leaned even harder into the chess thing. But
yeah.
But it still has cool stuff. It still has cool shit going on.
Not only is this presented as past the board, past the pieces, all the way down at the bottom of the abyss, it's framed dead center, shining and important at the end of all of his other necessary pieces. She's important to him, or at least accounted for. I also think it's, just looking at this GIF again, with it being predictive, the star piece representing her is the one that she is giving to Sora, which obviously that's what happens in game.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's, I've absolutely, like, talked about that, or this is something that I bring up just past this. Because that's something where it's just like, oh yeah, all of the stuff we're like shown is like something that happens, basically. In like one way or another. Also, P saying, remember when they made it as a real product to purchase and it was like $700? Yeah, I remember when people got the pieces and the tops were like bent.
Oh no.
So unfortunate, because it's a really cool like set piece, and I would like to see it. And you know, like, it's neat. I like it, but, like, it was something, yeah, there were a lot of, like, quality control issues. There's the words I was looking for.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
It's, but it was something where it's like, some people got theirs and it was fine, but a lot of people got theirs and, like, the pieces did not make the travel very well, and they were just, the tops were all fucking bent. Even though they were, like, in, you know, like, a little form-fitting little thing holding them, but, like, they were just, I don't know, it just didn't work out very well. It may have been one of those things where, like, they had big ideas, and then it got a little in over their heads in terms of production, and, you know, they had to make some cuts or go with somebody else, and then it came out like it did. So, anyway, for $700, yeah.
RIP. And believe me, this isn't the only time she's accounted for. Ansem Report, number 11 in Kingdom Hearts 1. Opening the door to a world's heart causes its walls to crumble. These fragments are seen as shooting stars. This explains why these gummy blocks can travel freely to other worlds. I know the catalyst of this collapse, the appearance of the Heartless. However, it will take some time to search out the world's doors and retrieve each heart. Furthermore, the doors can be locked using a keyblade, making the heart forever unattainable. I must take action before the wielder of the key appears in this world. If the princesses and the keyblade are connected, they should resonate. I've chosen a girl. I don't know if she holds the princess's power, but I will find out. She may lead me to the keybearer. I shall set her free and observe. Man, flashback, nostalgia memory.
Yeah.
The first time I played through Kingdom Hearts,
yeah,
fucking immediately obsessed. Like,
right.
Cannot tell you how quickly this series just fucking grabbed me by the throat.
Yes.
And slammed me down on the floor.
Yep.
And reading the Ansem reports,
mm-hmm.
like as you were going through the first game, was like, oh my god, whoa, this is crazy, man.
Yeah, what the fuck? Hello? You could do this? Yeah,
And then, like, getting to the end of the game and you have all of them, and then just, like, reading it through, and you're like, oh my god!
Yeah, I remember one of the... I was an adult going through, but I was just like, yeah, I'm having a good time, and this isn't as bad as everybody made it out to be, but it was, like, reading through the Ansem reports, I was so fucking charmed by the explanation for, like, the gummy blocks and, like, where they came from, where it's just like, yeah, worlds have walls that keep them separated, you know? And then when those walls come down, it's like a physical thing that you can use, and because it is made of this barrier between, like, world and basically, like, space, in a sense, you know, like, of course that it's the same material, so you can just pass through other walls, like, you can just travel interworld, you know, whatever you want. And I was just like, you didn't have to explain that at all, but this rules. It was like something I remember that I was like, that's so cool, actually. I love that. And that was definitely, that always, like, that little bit always stuck with me of, like, thing I think is so cool, gummy blocks. And I remember being so excited when it was like, the phone is a gummy phone. And I was like, yeah!
There's so many things and so many different media where a lot of times they get caught up in the over-explaining bit. Yeah. And I'm just like, you didn't need this. Let's just move on. But with Kingdom Hearts, I don't know how it manages to do it. And I think it's just because it is so well thought out. Like, I don't mind that kind of exposition at all. That kind of, like, extra detail.
I think there's definitely a line between, like, you're getting lost in the weeds explaining something that doesn't fucking matter and, you know, general world building. So, like, you know, it's something that didn't need any kind of answering, like, how do they get from place to place? They're in the spaceship. Well, but how does the spaceship get into the... That doesn't matter, right? But they did think of something that it's like, it's not that complex, but it is very much like, oh, cool, there are like tangible rules to the world that like you don't have to think that hard about. It's just kind of like, well, but we thought of it anyway. Here it is, you know, just it just makes it like richer, you know, it just makes the world more rich. And I love that. Little things like that are often like thought about in a way that's just like always a pleasant surprise, I guess, to me.
Yeah.
Like even just like continuity things where it's just like you could have just had it so, you know, Sora goes and sees Mushu and he just doesn't remember Sora at all, and they just kind of they're like, it's a video game thing, but they were like, no, it was like a real thing they went through, and Mushu's like, oh shit, it's Sora, you know, and then they're like, oh yeah, we did all this cool stuff. Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck? Like I was so pleasantly surprised with just that, and just all of the summons basically. That way, oh, you know, we get to see Simba, and then it's just like, holy shit, that's my friend Simba. You know what I mean? That like I just so totally expected to not be addressed at all. I was just so used to it, you know. It's just like, it's whatever, and I was just so surprised. Like seeing like Beast made more sense because I was like, well, we spent time with him in a way that like we're talking to him, but like the summons, even if there's like in world, like they're like. They're a gem. Their heart is strong, essentially, that like let them kind of be this, even though their world fell to darkness. And it's like, cool, yeah, whatever. But they remember their time. And so do we. So anyway, Kingdom Hearts is full of little stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, and even just like the continuity between how they get around to different worlds is like very consistent. You know, in Kingdom Hearts 1, they're able to do it this way because of stuff for Kingdom Hearts 1. And, you know, in Kingdom Hearts 2, it's like, oh, well, all those closed because you fixed everything. So we've got to reopen them back up.
Yeah, we got to find, like, other ways to get there. It's like, we were doing all of this and everything was falling apart. And then, you know, now it's, like, fixed and all the worlds went back. And so, you know, there you go. Like, that's how you just got to do it again. It's fine.
Yeah. And, like, obviously that's great from both a world building standpoint and also the convenience of a, like, you're making a game series where things have to reset standpoint. But, like, it's just clever.
Yep. Yeah. I agree. I fucking agree. Kingdom Hearts is great.
It's so cool. But yeah, reading the Ansem reports for the first time. Like, unforgettable memories. Right there.
Yeah.
Clear back in KH1, one of Ansem's reports speaks of Kairi and how he sent her off to locate the key bearer and observe, meaning that in any capacity, he's tracking the situation. Then in Dream Drop Distance, as young Master Xehanort is explaining how they pulled this off, we get a very missable hint. How did he know I would be here today? Simple. Young Master Xehanort says nothing but simple before there is a loud noise as the door swings open to the heart of the world. Kairi! All we get as an answer is Sora yelling Kairi's name before she passes through him and he falls deeper into the nightmare. We're not saying any of this is malicious. In fact, we think she's entirely unaware of whatever plot she's a part of. Kairi is an unfortunate piece caught in a cruel game. Underline, highlight.
Yeah.
Big
bolded, italicized, title size, you know. All of it. Kairi, it's not her fucking fault.
Yeah.
I was saying this earlier, by the way, where I was saying that I was just like, people so bad wanted to think that I was like, Kairi's so evil, which like, obviously I'm not. But then I was just like, people fucking, like, they don't understand. If she was, this would be so much more interesting. I'd be so interested if she was, like, evil in some way, you know, like, it just turned out to be like, whoa, you know, they don't fucking understand. I almost wish, you know, but, like, she's not.
Yeah, I get the same, criticism lobbed at me in my Riku's gay video.
Oh yeah, like, I did bring that up because people got upset that you even brought me up.
It's really anti-Kairi, and I'm like, you know, dudes, I'll be the first to admit Kairi is like probably one of my least favorite characters from the series. this is not an anti-Kyrie hit piece, though. Like,
yeah. It's something where it's like, it's not even like, wow, I actively dislike her. It's just like, she
Yeah.
is an underutilized character who doesn't get to do much for herself anytime she's even on screen. So there's not
Right.
much there to like. There are like ideas and potential that one can be. It's a little too fucking loud. No. Sorry, I have to change the music. It was really loud suddenly, and I was like, oh god, I can't think and talk at the same time. That's fine. Anyway, shit, what was I saying? Oh, right, she just doesn't get to do much for herself while she's ever on screen, and it just leads to people not being that interested in her. She's used as a plot device most of the time, and like I was saying earlier, is that, like, I think that, like, she could easily be, you know, like, utilized better, and we still have the same story, but that's simply not the story we have, and I'm just not going to dwell on it that much because I'm tired.
I think a long while ago, this would have been several years ago now at this point, I made like a tier list of my favorite characters in Kingdom Hearts. And I think on the bottom rung is like Kyrie and Hainer. And
damn.
like
Hainer?
Hainer. I don't know. He's
Damn.
such a punk.
I love that fucking, I love that bisexual freakazoid.
I like him more now, but at
Right.
the time it was just like, this fucking guy.
Yeah. It's fucking, yeah, whatever, it's Hainer. I like Hainer.
So, you know, like, Kyrie and Hainer being on, like, the same thing. Like, obviously I don't hate either character.
No, yeah, it's really just like, do I feel strongly about them? And that's about, like, the worst it gets, is do I feel that strongly about character? And that's about how they get ranked, which is like, I guess I feel strongly about Ventus and that he annoys me sometimes, but, like, you know, otherwise, it's just that Ventus and Kyrie sit in a similar boat of they desperately need to do things of their own volition and choice.
Do something.
Yeah, basically. They have cool things and a lot of interesting potential, like, given to them. And then rarely is it like they actively get to make choices or even bad choices at that. You know, they don't even get to do, like, they don't get to make mistakes or, like, grow as characters. They just are in an interesting circumstance that could have been about them or anybody else. So it's unfortunate.
They're not quite like the narrative punching bag, but they're just like the narrative unfortunate souls.
Yeah, yes.
Or unfortunate souls.
Quick, get Ven's theme out. It'll play on shuffle and I will know in 0.2 seconds. As soon as it starts fucking playing, I'll know. Anyway. Kyrie, huh?
Okay. Poor Kyrie.
Poor Kyrie.
So, within this game, the few major things Kyrie's involved in
yeah, here it is.
Involved in the intro. It makes sense.
But... Yeah, involved in the intro.
Yeah. Is involved in the intro actually play out within KH3 as her few focus scenes. This paints the idea that these key events were planned for or needed to happen. These key events being, 1, the cave drawing, of which they make a very big point to show the drawing itself and then it being completed, leading Sora out of the darkness, cleverly disguised as callbacks. They just so happen to tell us exactly what she does within the game itself. Following on this, Sora is freed and opens a door for everyone else to follow. This too happens pretty directly in-game, as Sora's return from the darkness results in saving everyone else. And 3, the final battle. The ending scene involving Kyrie continues this pattern. It starts with her and Sora reuniting on the beach, a la the end of KH2. Finally reuniting after near constant separation, they run towards each other only for darkness to strike. Every shot of Every shot this purple lightning strikes, darkness is at play, whether it's influencing Xehanort himself or indicating his influence and plan. It goes off here, sprung like a trap. The camera zooms out, showing them helpless, small, and still separate, showing us the chessboard, the game he's had control over since the beginning, and how he worked to get these two pieces here. They're literally... God, voice break. They're literally surrounded with no means of defense. This is more or less exactly what Xehanort needs. And just like the scene at the Keyblade Graveyard, Sora attempts to protect Kairi only to have it fail. Only to have it fall specifically to Donald and Goofy instead. This isn't bringing empowerment or safety to each other, this is a trap. This is a setup, and it's accurately predictive. It's further bolstered by the fact that Xehanort gets what he wants. They summon Kingdom Hearts.
Ventus started playing for like fucking 0.2 seconds and I skipped it immediately.
You're like, no!
I don't want to deal with it.
Poor Ven.
Ooh, but Sinister Shadows. Oh, baby. Okay, anyway.
Star-crossed. The stuff that the thing that's been staring us in the face the whole series. Star-crossed. Continuing on the intro, it consistently focuses on Sora and Kairi's separation specifically. Granted, it does that for everyone as Xehanort tears them apart, but Kairi is a repeated and major focus. Even what should be considered a somewhat sweet scene, it's still about their separation. The cave drawing, being complete, places it directly after they separated a second time at the end of KH1. And it's literal star-crossed imagery.
Wahoo!
Woo! I think that was another point where I was like, wow, that's obvious.
Wow, that's really obvious now that you point that out.
Never...
Uh-huh. Yeah. I remember separately seeing, like, people talk about, like, without the theory, though it had been out at this point, but I saw people talking about it at one point where they were like, hey, guys, do you think that maybe Sora and Kairi haven't gotten together yet because maybe they're, like, tragic star-crossed lovers and they'll never get together because... Like, if you look at the, you know, and it was so, like, somebody who wanted them to be real and was like, guys, I think I just realized something, you
like,
know?
Oh, no.
And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, man. I remember just seeing, like, a Reddit post, but it was, like, because they were also, like, look at theirs, like, with, because they were comparing it, too, with, like, Will and Elizabeth, like, specifically being, like, they made this big point. And them with, like, you know, the crossed, literally star crossing, right? And I was like, you're picking it up, but, like, they seemed really sad about it. And I was like, I'm sorry, dog.
Yeah. Hey, there is nothing wrong with a doomed ship, you know?
There's nothing wrong, and that even makes some things better, okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the flavor of it, all right? We need to learn to embrace it. Like, I understand, though, sometimes when you're like, I'm really, like, I want them to be together so bad. But, like, you know, I think that, like, Final Fantasy X is all the stronger for how it ends. God. So, like,
you know, it's shipped my beloved.
Yeah. Sokai is so yummy if it's doomed compet. Yeah, I agree. But, yeah, anyway, it's something like, I just remember somebody, like, putting it together in earnest going, wait a second, guys, you know,
no.
And I was like, oh no.
That's genuinely, I feel for them.
Yeah. But hey, that's the thing. It's like, again, learn to love it. You know, it's a certain, might be an acquired flavor for some, like they might not, you know, get it right away, but it's like, it's still really good. Well, and like all of the juicy art that would come from it, you know?
Yeah. I think it can especially rub people the wrong way because for a long time people have felt like Kairi's not involved, like, just because, you know, like, Kairi could be more part of the story, and, like, she could. Nomura could write it differently.
Yeah.
But people feel like this kind of sense of entitlement that Kairi is going to get, like, her moment to shine.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I think the angle of the doomed ship is harder to accept.
It's a harder pill to swallow, for sure. Because it's also, I think it's different for some people where, like, there's this expectant, like, okay, there is an entitlement for sure, especially with, like, a straight ship. It's like, it's different. We're suddenly in different waters when it's like a straight ship. So now it's less about getting to have, like, ooh, what's the tasty flavor of the day? It's like, we're here to win, you know, and if they don't kiss, that means we lose, kind of a thing. And that's why everyone's so vicious.
Babies.
Yeah,
it's
that's why everyone's
done.
so vicious over the fucking Final Fantasy VII lands, and they're literally ripping each other's throats out. So it's like, you know, they want to win. They want to win. And it's the same over here in the way that it's just like, well, Sora and Kairi have to get together, and, like, instead of just having fun with, like, maybe the idea of, like, what if they didn't and, like, it was some tragic thing or what have you, right? That's losing. That's losing. And I'm no loser, okay? I've never lost in my life, you know? This is not, no! The boy and the girl kiss! They always do! So, you know, I think maybe one day some people will come to appreciate a different angle, but as it stands, it's simply losing to them. So I mean, it's, you know.
Yeah. I think there's also, especially when it comes to a straight ship, I think a lot of people can have this feeling of if the couple doesn't get together, then that means, like, oh, well, that means that these two characters didn't like each other at all.
Yeah,
ever.
Yeah, for sure. It's so, like all or nothing. It has to be
such like like, there's no nuance. There's no, like, oh, well, Sora probably did think he had a crush. You know, we can't really say, like,
yeah, and, like, Kairi definitely,
that was comp het, or whether, like, he genuinely had a crush. But,
and then it, like, fell away, you know.
And it fell away over time, or, you know, like, they just kind of became star-crossed, and just, like, it wasn't meant to happen. Yeah. You know? But... But, like, that's a bit too nuanced.
Yeah, for sure.
It then becomes a, like, well, Sora was never actually interested in Kairi.
I mean, and that's typically how they take discussions otherwise, for, like, wow, I think, you know, Sora and Riku in any capacity, right? And so for most people, it's like, well, that's stupid, because obviously, like, the fact that there is an example of anybody having feelings, right? There is no nuance. There was something there and it fell away, or, like, Kairi having feelings is proof enough that obviously something is going to come of it. You know, for most people, it can't just be that, like, you know, maybe there was something there once upon a time and then it fell off, and one of them still definitely is for it while the other isn't, and has moved on to other things. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they can't handle that, because then it's like, well, what was the point? I saw a lot of these things iterated over and over again when I was simply snooping into the end of My Hero Academia, which I've got no ponies in this race. I've got nothing. I was just seeing that it was like, and it's over, and I was like, all right, everyone's fucking throwing a fit, so let's go see what's being said. And it was just a lot of, like, it didn't matter which way anybody thought any one thing, whether people were like, it's so straight, then they were like, when at first there was, like, no real, like, they didn't really commit to any one ship in any capacity, and then, like, people were taking this, like, people going like, well, obviously, like, fucking Deku and, like, Ochako or whatever her name, the girl, Gravity Girl or whatever. I'm very, I know them, but, like, I don't. Anyway, it's something that it was just like, what do you mean? What was it all for then? Was this a lie? And it's like, well, she obviously like admired him greatly and even had like a crush. Like that much is explicit, but like sometimes things don't come to fruition, and that's normal. That happens all the time. But they're just like, they were like, what? It doesn't, so this was for nothing? And I'm like, I mean, it told a story about a girl, like in this at least sense that it was like she liked this guy for a bit or something, you know, and they're friends. Ultimately, first and foremost, they are good friends, and they are very important to each other. Cool, great.
Your friendship, I wanted to see them kiss.
Yeah, and so it's so interesting how much it's like, it's just treated so differently. It is very all or nothing. Like, so it doesn't, there is no room for the nuance of like love lost, love that didn't come to be or anything like that. It's just like, well, the feelings are there. 1 + 1 = 2. And then when 2 doesn't happen, they like flip the table, you know?
Right.
I don't get it.
Just also not enough media yet that, portrays, especially young love, as like something to be moved on from, and that's okay.
Right. Yeah, that's normal. That's very normal, you know.
And you know, you brought up My Hero Academia, so I will take this opportunity to throw my Zutara hat in the ring.
I expected as much.
You're like, all right, this is coming.
Yep, I knew it was coming. And totally deserved, so go for it.
But, you know, that's one of the things that I liked about Zuko and Katara potentially getting together, is that not only would it be super validating for both of their character arcs, but it would also be, like, a super validating and interesting way to look at Aang's character and Aang's character arc, because you could have this story of him losing his whole people, and then when he wakes up, putting all of his love and hope into this one girl who he kind of feels entitled towards, and not in a malicious way.
No, just youthful ignorance, you know.
Youthful ignorance.
He's young.
You know, he's lost everything, and he's put all of his hopes now into like this girl, and she's become the only person who can stop him from, you know, being in an uncontrollable rage in the Avatar state.
Yeah.
And you know, and the series even brings attention to it, like, hey, it's not great that you've put all your feelings about your lost people into your love for Katara, and like it's blocking your chi, your chakras.
Yeah.
And then the show, you know, ultimately at the end is like, well, that didn't matter because Aang found a lion turtle and was able to save the day anyway, and he got the girl, and that's great. But like, it would have been way more interesting and fulfilled like more story beats if that was instead re-examined in season 3. Aang could learn to not put Katara up on this pedestal, and like learn that it's okay if a girl does not reciprocate his affections.
Yeah.
Like, it would have done Aang a whole lot of good, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. That, like, sometimes the story is, like, feelings can be there, and while many people will look at that and go, well, that means that the feelings will then happen.
Right.
Which is... But,
anyway.
but, like, you know, it's something that it's just, like, the feelings can be there, and then we can grow past them. Because sometimes these feelings come from a childish place. Even if, like, well-intended all around, you know, we're not in a good situation. You're not in a healthy state, you know, and reasonably so. You know, you're incredibly traumatized with a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and you are a child, you know what I mean? But, like, it's something that it's just like, wow, the nuance of maybe growing past these things and becoming better for it. Actually, you know what? A show that does tackle this this storyline. OKKO has a whole guaranteed
really?
episode. Yeah, it has. I highly recommend OKKO for anybody who wants to watch it because it's simply very fun. What a special show. Also, it has gay people in it, real.
Yeah.
But like, it's a very fun, good time. But like, there's KO who's like the main little kid, right? And then there are his two best friends, Rad and Enid, who are like significantly older than him. And they do have a flashback like episode to they went to like middle school together, and they had like an awkward like middle school like kind of crush date thing going on. Like one just kind of had like, and so they went on this awkward date, and frankly like it was just like they were just immature, and it was not great, right? And it's something that they like addressed that in the show, and being like, yeah, like I was super pissed for a long time, and they weren't like super close friends or anything, but it was just like they were aware of each other, this thing happened, and now they're good friends, you know, now and everything. But like they go into this where like KO is putting a lot more importance on the fact that they dated, I use air quotes, like they dated once, you know, and then they come out just stronger friends on the other side of it, that they're just like, that's not us, you know, it's not us, and that's fine. But like there are truly like, there are so many times where you think that maybe they're going to like swerve into this like, oh, but like Rad actually has feelings for Enid or something, and they never do it. It's always some other thing, but it's like they know, you know, and they're like, no, it's not, you know. And so it's like it's a whole thing. And then also like one of them gets to like Enid gets to have like a girlfriend at one point, and it's really nice. And then like Rad's like really upset about it, but it's mostly because he's like upset that the girlfriend is like, he's more worried about like Enid than like jealous at all. But like it's something that they're like, are they gonna pull some weird shit? Never do. They never do. And it's just like they just kind of explicitly address the like, we were just kind of young and whatever, and like it doesn't have to define our relationship at all. We grew past it, and now we can become friends as like these different better people, you know. So there you go. That's all. That's a fun one. I love it. OKKO. I love it. I blow a kiss to OKKO. And also they have one shot. Oh, sorry. They have one shot where Rad is wearing an organization hood. That's all.
Nice.
There you go. That's all.
On a much smaller scale,
yes,
there's a similar kind of arc in not a similar arc, but like similar to what we're like getting at here with this kind of storyline in Kipo.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Kipo.
Yeah, where there's an episode where our main character is like, oh, I think I like this friend of mine, and you know, so she's like hitting on him and giving hints that like, hey,
yeah,
what if we were a little bit more than friends, like the whole episode. And he is able to reject her, and their friendship stays the same afterwards. Like,
that's nice.
Yeah, basically he's like, sorry Kipo, I'm gay.
yeah, sorry, haha. Yeah, that was what I always meant to watch, but I had yet to.
It's good.
Yeah, it looked cute.
Yeah.
Like episode 3 or something. I see.
Yeah, like 3 or 4.
In it. I did know like the one guy is gay at least, so I remember that. I can see him.
Tucker?
Yeah.
I could be thinking of something else though.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, point being, it's nice to have a narrative where it's like sometimes, you know, people have feelings and then those feelings change or something happens or anything, and like you can grow past it. But many people will take the fact that Kyrie has exhibited feelings whatsoever, and then what they interpret obviously is Sora definitely totally reciprocating 100% for realsies.
Right.
And
well, and
they
then,
just,
like, if it doesn't happen, then that's just like a plot hole, you know?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's just very like baby ass fucking no brain like understanding like this rudimentary ass take of just like, well, I girl like, and then the boy, he totally definitely does, so it's already in the bag. You are totally delusional if you're pretending this didn't happen. Because again, also a lot of this is about winning. It's about consuming the media in the right way, to be correct about it. Even if they don't give a shit, actually, like they might think they do and they really don't actually care about like if a ship happens. It's about being smart and not reading it wrong to them most of the time. And so for a lot of, god damn, this fucking song. Get out of here. Oh, and now it's the
Ventus again, or
no, it was just really intense. And I'm just trying to talk, and it was and now it's Distant From You from when they have to destroy Baymax's ship in Big Hero 6.
Oh no!
And it's the really soft piano, and it's really pretty actually. Anyway, yeah. So that's something, I think that's something that we just can't do anything about, and it doesn't matter how explicit that they could be about, like, you know, word of God or something going. And then I had to buy time for a long time to set up in the background this narrative of like two like boys coming of age and finding that they have feelings for each other. And like we had to really, you know, set the stage for this, as well as like a lot of smoke screening to buy time to get there. And then having, you know, like if you have eyes, you can see like, you know, and say, you know, it comes to fruition, yada yada, all of this stuff. And they could have like characters on screen explaining what happened, and it does not matter because people will still go, this came out of nowhere, and that, you know, there it is a plot hole, etc. That it's just like, well, what do you mean? Did this mean nothing? And it's like, no, that was actually a pretty explicit part of the narrative of growing up. It is really important. It serves this exact narrative I'm trying to tell you, but...
Well, and if we're all right about Riku actually, I mean, and this is all but, you know, confirmed.
Right.
Kairi being sent off and her light finding the light of another's, that's almost certainly Riku's light that her heart gravitated towards.
I think Nomura even talked about that.
Yeah, and so, like, there's the fact that Kairi was brought there to the islands because of Riku's light. Riku is actually, like, the child of destiny. He is the Keyblade wielder.
Right.
So in a lot of ways, Sora and Kairi as a couple isn't even, like, the most obvious thing. Like, it is slightly subversive in the fact that, like, oh, well, if Riku is the light and Riku is, like, the hero and, like, all these things, but he's fallen to darkness, like, Kairi falling for Sora is kind of, like, the subversive take. And then, you know, of course, even going further than that, them ending up being star-crossed lovers and all that thing, like, I don't know, it's interesting. It's interesting the way it is, and I wish people would just, like, appreciate it for that.
Like, yeah, what is there, you know? Like, let's appreciate the star-crossed aspect of it. Let's dive into this for what it is and not what it isn't, I guess.
Right.
And kept her safe, and Riku's light is what pulled her to there specifically. Yeah, and I think Nomura, like, commented on that, because someone asked, because it was like, okay, but, like, Aqua put a little spell on her, like, was that what did it, or what? It was like, it was kind of both things. You know, it's just how it was.
Combination.
Yeah. But.
Gosh, there's something else I was going to mention, too. Damn it.
God damn it.
Damn it, it had to do with what we were talking about and everything. Oh well. It might come back to me later.
Maybe. Oh, Sanctuary. I love you, Sanctuary. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I was gonna say there's I think also a real resistance to accept change, especially in a world building series like Kingdom Hearts. Change to any kind of status quo or like quote unquote known information, and we run into this problem all the time with Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, do we?
Where people think that, you know, just because a character says something, that's set in stone, even though we have mountains of evidence to prove that that character's wrong, and it's actually, you know, setting up for, like, a bait and switch later on, and...
Uh-huh.
You know, so if there's that idea from players playing the very first Kingdom Hearts game of like, oh, Sora and Kairi love each other, then like anything that tells them, actually, maybe this isn't going to turn out the way you think, it's like, no, that was established in Kingdom Hearts 1, it has to be true!
Yeah. It's all I know!
Yeah. You can't take it from me!
Yep.
It's like, we're not. You still have that. You still have that. Things just change.
Yep. That's okay.
Anyway.
You know, we can update our knowledge and opinions on a thing. You know, it's not going to stay the same since we played it when we were 12. It's okay.
Yeah. Anyway, ready to keep going forward?
Continue? Yes.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. If you want to continue, I can also take over at any point.
Did I get to the part to the KH3 logo, or did I have this last paragraph?
I think you still had the last paragraph.
Okay. I'll do that and then you can take over.
Okay.
Given Kairi's death, their following separation at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, and even Sora acknowledging that they've been constantly separated since the start of the series, much to his frustration, fate seems to have a stranglehold on the outcome of their friendship, like two stars crossing paths in the night.
So sad.
So sad.
I also was like writing this, I was trying to give so much credit to it too, or I was just like, he's upset about it. They're not happy about it. It's obviously meaningful to him, you know, but like nobody cares about that part.
Yeah, I mean, some of, like, there are moments that hit harder for me personally, but some of the biggest moments in Kingdom Hearts are specifically like the end of Kingdom Hearts 1 and, you know, I'll come back to you, I promise!
Yeah, I know you will! Yeah. It's a good scene.
And then, of course, you know, the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 with, we're back!
You're home. Or even just, like, Kairi, like, touching the drawing and, like, a tear falling, and I'm like, yeah, me too, like, seeing Sora, like, give the little smile, you're like, yeah! Yeah, it's good. It's good scenes. It's good scenes, Brent.
Yeah. We all like it here.
It's fine, yeah. My god. Okay, here. KH3 logo. Back to it. At the very end at the very end of the intro, we're shown a group shot of all the trios. In a neat detail, the logo coming in overlays the Destiny trio.
Sure as dang heck does.
I wish I had like a slow GIF showing it overlay. But at the time it was like, fuck it, just get them in.
Right.
But it was very much like, okay, you see, like they're overlaid, each one is overlaid. Wow, okay. Anyway, which one is it? Haha. In a concerning detail, the one strike that overlays Kairi is missing its top portion entirely. It's hard to argue that this is mere coincidence when these all seem to match up purposefully, with Riku's strike being the dark gradient topped with light, Sora's being the middle strike topped with the signature crown, and Kairi's being light with an entirely missing transparent portion. Incomplete. Where was her heart again?
Man, when I read this for the first time, dude, the way I was like,
oh shit!
Also,
oh fuck!
I was like, oh, people are gonna be mad. People are gonna be mad about that. People are gonna be really mad about that.
100%.
And guess what? People were mad about it.
Guess what? people were mad about it. Hold on a second. Baby cat is scratching the door. No! My God. Oh, that's not for you!
Baby cat!
Any other part of this? No. He's just being a cat, but he was getting into... P, if you're still here, baby cat was trying to play with your little thing I have for you. Oh, the string came all loose. It should be fine. I can just put it back in. Anyway,
yeah, when I read that, it was just like in my brain, it was that GIF where it's like all the guys are surrounding each other and somebody just like laid an epic roast on someone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you have the guys going like,
yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that one. Anyway, where was her heart again? Yeah, I think one of my favorite parts of that is when I got to put together the like, yeah, there are 7 hearts to save, and Kairi's not one of them.
Dude.
That still gets me. It's pretty cool. Kairi's death is absolutely toe-to-tip suspicious. For starters, her heart is entirely missing. True death is the heart and body perishing at once. But our one other example of actual death within the series, Strelitzia, does in fact show us her heart flying out the door and disappearing. She was also similarly struck in the back with a keyblade while defenseless. Even then, it doesn't quite line up, as it's much more in line with a traditional death, complete with light sparkles and everything. Kairi, unlike anything or anyone we've seen so far, turns into this transparent, watery substance before shattering like glass. In fact, Kairi's bizarre transformation resembles Shion's death more than anything else. Shattered into pieces, dude.
Well, and it's not like we don't know that Kairi, like, has a heart like everybody else in the world, you know?
Yes,
like,
and we've seen it.
1, we've seen
it. It drives me crazy. It's just like there's so much where it's just like, well, there's already established norms, but people are just so quick to write off, just being like, oh, I don't know, yeah, well, it's probably because she's a princess or whatever. And it's just like, what? But Nomura loves hiding the mystery under right in front of us, under our noses, where it's something where it's like, no, we've seen this before. There is something significant to the fact that this is different, and you're choosing to look away.
I think part of the reason people might have a hard time accepting it too is that even though you're in no way saying that Kairi is like maliciously a part of this, it feels so sinister, especially when we get into the stuff like with the dark side being watery as well.
Yeah.
That like it does kind of just hit you as, man, what the fuck?
Yeah. I feel like sometimes it's more about like, sometimes for people, I feel like it's this betrayal of what they think that they've come to understand, right? About like, oh, this wouldn't be, they wouldn't do this to Kairi. You know, you think she's like, and like interpreting this as like meaning she's bad, I guess, or evil, or, you know, and of course we would do that because you're
trying to prove your ship or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. But oftentimes though, a lot of it is just coming from people who aren't even going that far. They're just they're not even bothering with any preamble. They're just like, ew, you're just trying to do this for your ship. Yuck. Everything you say and do doesn't matter.
You can't stop people from coming at you in bad faith. But like it does feel wrong in the sense of like, oh man, so like I said, there's just something sinister about it where it feels like, man, Kairi was used this way.
Yeah, of course.
And like you're like, no, that sucks.
Right. Yeah,
you
and like
see that for Kairi.
And I get that, because like I've said a million times, where it's like, these are all very interesting things if true, if you know what we propose is true, but they aren't in any way giving her any agency. Like, these are all her being used as like an object at this point, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Which can feel bad, and I'm not necessarily advocating for it as much as I am just seeing there. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just reporting what I see, you know?
Yeah, like, you'd be being dishonest if you did not say, like, you know, again, skipping forward here, like, with the dark side thing. Like, it's there. I'm sorry, guys. It's there. And
it's there.
Like, it means something. We don't know what yet, but, like, this is the best we can put forward with what we have.
Yep. Yeah, the Kyrie dark side thing happened like up in the document a bit when I was talking about yeah, and I was talking about like the dive to the heart, because I'm like, it's a KH1 intro parallel clear up to this point where, like, instead of Kyrie, we have this watery dark side. And no matter how many times I emphasized, you know, like, it's not, I don't think she's evil. We don't even know what this is. The game doesn't even explain it within the game, other than raising the question of why does this dark side look
to it.
Yeah, exactly, and we don't have an answer for it currently, so I couldn't tell you, but the connection is there. They're the same material, and then also they pull it out again in Remind, where they much more explicitly draw the line between Kyrie and the watery dark side by giving her a pink watery dark side. I can't, it's not my fault, you guys. I'm just telling you what's there. Oh, god damn.
Drives me crazy.
I know. Sheesh. Okay. Both their bodies change to what seems to be that same watery substance, something like ice, something that crystallizes and shatters with a glowing bright light. Why would Kyrie's body, as a regular person, behave the same as a replica's in death? All of the focus on replicas, on puppets and vessels throughout the game, but there's this one quote by YMX early on. This quote is talking about toys in Toy Story. Beings that should have their own hearts in that world, and yet they can still be taken over by another, and that exact thing happens to Buzz, too. One heart's shadows fill the emptiness of another. See how they bring him to life? We know that after... yeah. We know that after her death, Shion's heart goes back to Sora. But where does Kyrie's heart go? Where is Kyrie's heart in the first place? We never find it in the dive at the Keyblade Graveyard. We don't see it even when she dies. But we're one short. Where's Kyrie's heart?
Good question, Sora.
Yeah,
You're asking all the right questions.
The dive in the Keyblade Graveyard shows us we're unable to save Kyrie's heart. It, assumingly, doesn't turn into any Heartless we've ever seen before, since she has no darkness. And because she has no darkness, she can't create a nobody by herself either. We don't see it being led by the Lich. We don't see it when she dies. It's missing, lost, before Xehanort ever struck her down. But don't worry, she's busy playing a really big part, and we'll get to it very shortly. For now, the way I had to rearrange some of these things, where I'm okay, I could have contained, like, if I were to, like, you know, modernize and fix some of this, I'd probably, like, let that momentum ramp up a little bit. But, like, I was splitting some things and other discoveries with, like, I had all of this, and then we had, you know, Remind, and then I was putting that in, like, a Remind section, which makes that kind of disjointed, because sometimes there's a point from Remind that like oh, the watery dark side, yada yada, and I'm like, okay, and then in Remind this thing happened, right? But instead of putting it up there, I put it in just a Remind update section. So some of this stuff I feel like it's like fine in service of itself, but as far as like a more comprehensive, like, I feel like I read that and I feel like I'm like, oh, but I would want to keep reading about Kyrie, right? Okay, now we're switching gears and reading about Riku. Still fine. Still get all the same information. But
it's hard, man. Like, I totally get it. Before you even ever saw the Riku is gay script, I had, like, rearranged and, like, trying to gather all my thoughts and somehow put them in any kind of order that made sense was, like, half the battle of beginning that whole thing.
Yeah. Yep. No, that's a lot of what it is just getting information out first, right then while you're thinking about it, and then you have to, like, go organize for 40 years.
Yeah.
It's a process. Let's see. Oh, the beautiful...
Another beautiful illustration.
Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely wonderful.
I love this one.
Yeah, this one's great. Riku is the light. Look for the light in the darkness.
Managing to get, like, the light tunnel, the sacrifice scene, and the water in the bottom, like, all together. Canary.
I know. I know.
They smooch.
It's perfect. It's wonderful. I think this is one of the few I had, like, because Canary drew a bunch of thumbnails, and I was like, all of these are really good. Maybe we should utilize them in different parts of the doc, right? And then since then, when we started doing that, I had, like, a few that were requests, and I was like, here is, like a commissioner, but I would, like, doodle out. I was like, this is my composition idea. Tried maybe something like this a little bit, and there were a couple where it was more direct, where I kind of drew something, and then I think this one, I was just like, do you think you could have, like, the light, but, like, the water? And I remember, like, requesting some things, but all of it was, like, Canary putting it together, you know? Because I think there was something
you
where
were like, I know this can be made.
We need these
was
things.
Like, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
It can be.
I know what needs to be in here. I think I had said something like, oh, maybe there's, like, some memories in, like, the things passing by, but then that was too much. It was too busy.
Yeah.
So it just was like, here it is. Like, the water was enough to paint. So it was like, no, this is good. Look for the light in the darkness. With the importance Shirathi places on finding the light in the darkness, Riku with his light in the dive to the heart, and the second chances given, revival, from an act of true love, this is what we believe is key for the timeline divergence. God damn it. Scroll, god damn you. This isn't new. If it's hard to believe Riku himself could even be a light like this due to his tango with darkness, let it be known that this has been foreshadowed for quite a while. While Sora has been a powerful guiding light for Riku, that doesn't mean Riku hasn't been one in his own right. In fact, it's shown repeatedly that he has a very, very powerful light within him. The first time we see Riku in the series is in the KH1 opening. It begins with Sora shielding his eyes from the sun before it cuts to Riku's back. Wow, KH1 intro. And in the next shot after that, symbolic of his fall to darkness, that same bright and blinding sun gets blocked out by a large wave. The very first scenes of the series establish water as representative of darkness, and establish that Riku's light is powerful enough to be represented by the sun itself. So powerful that in KH1, it's a flare of Riku's own light tangible in that moment that gave Sora the Keyblade. And, in quotes, there is a scene in Destiny Islands where Riku is being swallowed by darkness. A light appears, and Sora first obtains the Keyblade. With the setting I created, the darkness that surrounds them is Riku's heart's darkness. At that moment, Sora enters the darkness, and the light he sees inside is Riku's heart's light. Sora, who was squirming in the darkness to save Riku, touched the light and temporarily obtained the Keyblade from Riku. Nomura Kingdom Hearts 1 Ultimania.
The first.
From the fucking beginning.
Yep.
I still remember seeing people read this, quote it directly, and go, did they forget how it works? The Keyblade is Sora's. And, like, as if they just blacked out the entire text they literally just copy-pasted. And I was like, I don't know what to do at that point. There's nothing I can do, you know? It was just so, like, did they forget how this works? They're, like, because they had also said something like, they think the Keyblade is Riku's, you know? And then, like, what do they think that, like, look at this. It's Sora's. Duh, you know? And it's just like, all right, well.
It is wild to think we've had this information since basically the very beginning, but only kind of. Because, you know, like, I can tell you from personal experience, stuff from the Ultimania was, like, really touch and go.
Yeah.
For forever. So it wasn't really until Dream Drop Distance came out and kind of, like, explicitly said it in game,
right,
that this became even, like, slightly fandom knowledge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure.
And I'm not even going to give it the credit of, like, common knowledge, because I still think there are people, even after Dream Drop Distance, who don't understand this plot point.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's something that, like, obviously there is a lot of simply combating, like, people having, like, unchallenged, unchanged knowledge of a game they played when they were 12. At which, when these games were coming out initially, like, this information was even more difficult to get your hands on.
Right, exactly.
And the internet was a different place. You know what I mean? So this kind of stuff, it's like, that's fine. But it's like, I think it's when people are, like, obstinately fighting, like, something that's like, sorry, this, like, we may not have known this until now directly, but this is something that was printed, published, stated in, you know, like, 2001 or not one, sorry, 2002. And so it's just like, you know, it just adopt new knowledge, you know, just learn and go, wow, okay, cool, I didn't realize. But some people don't want to do that, so.
I mean, and once you're told it should be pretty obvious just looking at the game, like, oh, okay. And then, you know, you have the stuff at Hollow Bastion where Riku's like, you're just a delivery boy. Yeah. You know, like...
Yeah. I mean, and even within KH1, at the very least, it's like, oh, the journal does update to be like...
The journal does say it.
It does say that it's like the Keyblade is Riku's, and I can understand how people would miss that, and that's fine. I get that too. But it is something where it's just like...
Well, because you probably looked at Riku's... like, if you open the journal and looked at the character things...
Already,
you probably looked at Riku's, you know, at the beginning, and then you didn't go back to it.
You didn't check back again, yeah. Again, I get it. It's just something where it's just like, okay, well, but if we are going to fight this, it has literally been in the game since the very beginning. So, like, you know, I understand if you didn't get it. I'm not, you know, trying to make you feel bad about that or anything. But, like, we cannot pretend as if this was a retcon, you know, this has been the case since the get-go, so.
Again, like Riku's haircut in Kingdom Hearts 3, it is not a bug, it is a feature.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
And it always has been.
And it always fucking has been. Alright, continuing.
Yes.
Riku and his powerful light have been reinforced as an important point since Birth by Sleep. It is his light explicitly that both Terra and Aqua see here. This light. It's so warm. What's that light? Oh my gosh, that looks familiar. Both are shocked by it, both comment on it, and ultimately it leads the both of them to Destiny Islands. In Aqua's scene, her eyes in the frame keep gravitating towards Riku, but the moment Terra gets a good look at Riku, he recognizes a light in him and states it plainly. And now the light has led me here. Light. Was I guided here in order to meet that... Was I guided here in order to meet that boy?
I knew it.
Light. And this though, I was like, I am putting this in, where it was like, even Melody of Memory states this outright.
Yeah.
Terra was guided by a light to a young boy. Riku, he bequeathed Riku his Keyblade. It's right there. Sorry, it's not us trying to make observation as much as we shouldn't have to fight for it anyway, but some people are looking for a fight, apparently.
This is another one of those plot points that I feel like is so adamantly fought against because of people not wanting their preconceived notions to change or the status quo to change.
Right.
And so, like, even though the game is like, hey, look, right here, this is how things have changed, people are like, but I associate Riku with the darkness, so this is false, actually.
Yes. And I mean, that's why we had to, like, make a whole part where we were like, it's not just Riku is the light within the context of this game, which I think the game sets up and executes just fine, just within its own narrative. You know, yeah, exactly. Its own parameters of just being Kingdom Hearts 3. I think it does a perfectly fine job of giving you information enough to believe, hey, maybe the light is that Riku guy. But, like, this is something that has been reoccurring throughout the series in ways that, like, maybe you'd forget if you haven't looked at it in a while. But, like, it's all very consistently there, actually. So this isn't even the first time.
Like, when did Birth by Sleep come out? Was that, like, 2010?
Yeah, I believe so.
So it's like, this has been true, you know, when you guys wrote the theory, for, like, 9 years.
Yeah. Yes. This has been long since, like, established and around. It's yes. But, you know, boy, that's why we buried it so deep in the theory initially, because we had to just be like, people were just going to look at it, write it off as, like, bias, basically, of, like, Enriku's so special, and he's my favorite guy ever, you know, and it's, you know,
that
see who...
me if I was writing the theory.
Yeah.
Like, look at my special boy.
Oh, you who wrote 6 hours worth of a video essay about him? Are you sure?
He's the bestest boy.
My special little guy. My spooky
Sora
poo.
might be the #1 Riku apologist, but I'm number 2.
Yeah, but I'm close behind.
He can do no wrong.
Yep. The thing Riku can't tell Sora, I must know it. We know it. We know what it is.
We know what it is.
We know what it is. Anyway, let's see. This is further reinforced in Dream Drop Distance. The setup in Birth by Sleep was meant to foreshadow what happens with his light in Dream Drop, and both games were meant to lead to Cage 3. When Sora starts venturing deeper and deeper into sleep, chasing his own dreams, he ends up in a dream version of Traverse Town, where he hears Riku's voice trying to wake him up and pull him out of the darkness. Reaching for the door, he stops, hearing Riku's voice. He falls back asleep, and we see his model change to Cage 2 Sora, brought up from that deeper layer of sleep by Riku's voice calling to him. We then see Sora chasing images and dreams of people connected to him, people he's meant to save, shown him in quick succession. Every other character that Sora sees pulls him further down into darkness, pushing him further into the abyss. This is illustrated clearly when he sees Roxas. It's talking with Roxas that forces Sora from his Cage 2 model back into his younger one. His pain is what pushes him back under a layer of sleep.
Sora, don't chase the dreams.
Sora, don't chase the dreams.
Yeah. Man, this was another thing, like, you know, it's the 6th anniversary. I can praise you guys, you know, up and down and sideways.
Thank you.
You guys did just such a good job. I'm so happy you go into some of this stuff with some of the other games. Like, this whole sequence, fucking loved this sequence the first time I played it. Like, I love everything about the whole mindfuckery of Dream Drop Distance. I'm like, oh, it's so tasty and good. I love it. But, like, a lot of this stuff of, like, Riku calling Sora out of layers of sleep.
Yeah,
I noticed it happened, but not to the extent where I, like, really consciously, like, oh, oh, that's what's fucking happening.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely, like, there was a lot of, like, in the month it took us to write and compose this, there was a lot of, like, scrounging over stuff. And at first we were just trying to write down a very general thing. But the more we had to go and make points, and the more we were like, well, hold on, let me go get this screenshot. And then we would, like, review some footage and find something else. And be like, well, shit, okay, we have to put this in. Like, I don't remember when this was made clear, because I know a lot of this Riku part, Cal wrote it. Not that we did any of this without the other, like, we're writing in the shit at the same time and then editing, editing each other's stuff. And, we were all there at the same time. So I'm like, I don't remember exactly when we were doing this other than, like, Cal was writing this part. And it's something that, like, I know there was a combination of, like, this. I think there was just a period of time where we were like, we have to look at Riku and all of the things with Riku to make sure and, like, get what we need. But, like, it's something where, like, especially when,
it must have been extremely validating in the moment to, like, be going back, and it's like, oh, well, I think I remember this one thing, and then you look, and you're like, oh, man, not only is this here, it, like, really bolsters the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, and that happened a lot, where it was something where it's like, sure, we knew, but it's like when you go looking through with, like, a different lens, or you're looking for something else, not that to be like, I'm trying to find something that serves my answer, as much as just like, okay, under this context, like, what can I find really quick? And then, like, finding a way more than I bargained for kind of deal. Just like when, I don't remember, if I say this when you were here? I don't think so. I was talking about when I went and found the drop points, which was was a very validating point where I was like, oh shit, it's real, right? Because we were like, okay, all right, so we have the theory that this is, like, there's dream stuff going on, obviously, and so there has to be a point where they, like, drop into it, right? So if this theory is to work, even though we have a whole bunch of other stuff we're, like, pretty sure of, I need to at least find, like, an entry point, and I need to go look and see if there is something that, like, makes sense. And then when I went back and I was like, oh, the Zigbar thing that I was like, that sure is really interesting, but wait, hold on a second. Now, hold on. Let's remember, because I was like, Riku's thing is going on at the same time. And then I went to go look at Riku's, being like, if I find something else that's like similar. This, that and then I was like, wait a second, that's the exact same fucking noise, and also obviously the abrupt end to it and all of this. And then I was like, oh my god.
Him even going into the, like, pose,
right, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like, hit you over your head with your hammer.
Yes, it was very much something where it's not like, oh, this could work. I was just like, oh no, wait, I found it. Holy shit!
Right.
And it was just so, oh fuck, oh, this is real. Oh my god.
It's funny because the way you describe it, it like you were going back and, like, looking for evidence to prove your point. Like,
yeah,
like you were, but also, it wasn't like oh, well, this, this fits into what I'm trying to say. It was like,
right,
oh, wait,
this
now that I'm actually
be
looking and paying attention, this is, like, obviously right here.
Yeah, it was something where it was just like, I just need to go and see, like, I just need to view it again and, like, absorb and see if there's something strange that, like, stands out that I forgot about. And then it was just like wait a second, hold on.
Yeah.
Now, hold on a second here.
Wait.
Yeah. And so it was something too where it was like, when we're like, okay, because we know there are multiple instances of Riku being a light, right? And we were all like, well, yeah, in Birth by Sleep, right? But we're like, but also in Dream Drop. And then going to find stuff in Dream Drop, I believe, is how we were like, well, actually, hold on. If you look here, like, obviously he's going up and down and in and out of layers of sleep. Because we also really had to look at Dream Drop, especially because we were talking about, like, dreams, right. It's dreams, and having to really look at stuff. But it's something where I remember at first we didn't put in the, like, Roxas being, like, an example of, like, one of the things that pushed him deeper into sleep, because we didn't want people to get weirdly pissy about it. And then a bunch of,
oh,
like...
so you're saying Roxas is evil, too.
And the thing is, people kind of did that anyway. They more so
people.
it was people who were like a bunch of like Soroku shippers specifically for some reason were
guys.
like being weird about it, and we were like, what the fuck is your problem? Because it was something where it was like, oh yeah, let's get this cool theory. Oh, there's a huge Suriku bias in this. Roxas is important too. And then started telling other people that they were like, guys, watch out about this theory because they're obviously doing it with shipping goggles on. And then I remember Cal was like, oh yeah, and then put the Roxas thing in. It was like, I was trying to be nice, but fuck you guys. It was just like, here's Roxas explicitly putting him deeper into a layer of sleep, which shouldn't matter, but I was just trying to keep things to the point, and I was trying to play around you guys being weird, and then you guys were weird anyway, so fuck it, it doesn't matter. So there you go.
I fucking hate the whole shipping bias thing.
I know, me too.
Because again, like, I'm really not a shipper. I have ships I care a lot about, but it's for story reasons. Like, I like it because I like the story.
That I'm I'm in the same boat, pretty much, where like there are ships I care much about, and it's because the story told a story I liked a lot about this. For the most, you know what I mean? It's the same thing, but
there's so much discrediting people when it comes to like romance arcs. And like, yes, this is biased towards Suriku because that's what the fucking games are. They're also biased towards Suriku.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. The whole goddamn time, dude. It's the only reason I'm here. And like, I'm just, again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just reporting what's here. And the games sure love Sora and Riku and leaving Kairi behind in the dust. All right? Yeah. I'm just telling you what we all already know. I didn't write it. I didn't make this choice, okay? And the thing is, I'm still out here, like, I don't want this to sound like I'm discrediting people who ship for having fun, because you should be able to, and people should look down on it, especially because it's so often something associated with, like, women and goyles, and we all know how terrible women are and their hobbies, obviously. So, you know, but it's one of those things where it's just like, guys, it's not about this. Come on. You gotta keep your eye on the big picture, okay? We're here and we're all pretty much queer, like most all of us are in some way. We're on the same side, all right? We do not need to pick fights about this. I just want to write the big theory. Can you just read the big theory? Everything we say is backed with evidence or screenshots.
And if that just so happens to lean towards Suriku,
that's because it's the game.
What did I
tell you? Killing me. Anyway, fucking Sora getting knocked down. I almost said knocked up.
knocked up, down, sideways.
Yes, going up and down through layers of sleep.
By that evil Roxas.
Yeah. God. Christ. Okay, hold on. Sora, don't chase the dreams. What the fucking... Excuse me. No, I don't want to hear that. No, not holy bananas. This works. Anyway, the whole sequence is a back and forth of scenes like this, cut through by Riku's words until finally he's chasing the last visions of Riku and Kairi. Sora hears...
I can knock you up. I mean, I can knock you up. I mean, I can knock you up. I mean, I can knock you down. I mean, I can knock you. Fuck. Not you.
Not you. I did. Anyway.
This is why Riku doesn't talk.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why he stays silent.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Sora hears Riku's voice again, and the visions disappear, replaced by a bright and blinding light. The thing that I would add to this as well is the thing that later I remember Steam pointing out in like a post, that it's like the placement of this light in front of Memory skyscraper is where Riku is standing when he's coming in and out of Sora's, like, you know, and he's like, what's going on? Like, things are getting warbly and weird because he's still in Sora's dream. And so then when he's coming to a little bit and he's like standing in front of Memory's skyscraper before it kind of warbles back, that's where he's standing. Is where the light is. And it's just like, okay.
Of course.
Yeah, all right, okay. And then
add it to the pile.
Yeah, it's like that's where he's standing, but not only that, it makes more sense of when Sora goes into the light and it's, you know, taken to a memory of like him and Riku on the beach, and Aqua is like there, and then Ansem shows up and he gets booted out because that's when Ansem shows up and pulls Riku under.
Yeah.
For their boss fight. And so it's just like, oh, that makes so much more sense. Oh, God.
Yeah.
And that was something that's like, oh, wow, what a great point. Didn't pick that up the first 40 times we were going over these cutscenes. It was just like, yeah, obviously this light is Riku, and like he's like around there at some point, you know, but it's just like, hey, have we considered these two things happening concurrently? Because they like kind of are, because Sora is like asleep and going through weird shit, and Riku, you know, we should have picked it up because Riku, we literally hear him actively talking to Sora, you know, saying, Sora, you know, wake up, don't chase the dreams, etc., etc. Like all of this stuff. We're hearing it as it's like going on. And then after that, it's like, yeah, he's like chasing after this light. The light is there. It's where Riku is fucking standing. And then the Ansem shows up at the same time that he shows up and, you know, boots us out, basically. So it's,
I love Kingdom Hearts.
I love Kingdom Hearts. And also, Sora loves Riku. And obviously, Riku loves Sora. But like this
Kingdom Hearts. You can
I
just
love
pick
Kingdom
it up
Hearts.
and just look at it from so many different angles.
Yeah.
And you might set it down for a little bit, but you pick it back up and you're like, wow, I found something new.
Yep.
I thought I stared at this forever.
I thought I had seen it all.
There's more.
If Sora doesn't have an it's you, it's always been you moment later down the line. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Anyway, this whole bit, that's something that I would generally add just to be like, hey, not only is this light Riku, it's like this whole thing happens.
Yeah.
So anyway, you gotta wake up, Sora, yada yada, he's reaching for the light. A light that takes him to when they were kids, when they met Aqua, and when Riku's light was so bright it managed to call 2 Keyblade wielders from across the universe. Until we get a suddenly interjected Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. See, because this was like, okay, and then he's here. The literal embodiment of Riku's fall, a physical reminder of the time Riku's darkness was great enough to eclipse his light. And this, I remember we were like, okay, well, this is obviously a light that's supposed to be Riku, and it leads us to a memory with Riku until it's ended by this thing that's supposed to be like this bad thing. But under the context that I had just explained of being, this is running concurrently with when Riku is at the end of that part, and then gets into a fight. It's just like, yeah, you don't have to try and explain why this light is Riku. It just is. Like, this is already fine enough where it's like, well, who else could it be? Anyway, there's like 2 characters in this fucking story. And one of them's trying to save the other one. But I feel like it's like even more like, hey, like, I'm telling you a fact instead of like this, let's try and like, you know, connect the dots together, you and me, this is definitely gonna be Riku here. It's just like, no, that's him. And this is when, you know, this is it.
Print it.
Did Tenelle see that one comparison thingy that Gabby pulled up the other day? I don't know. Did you see? Oh yeah, you did, because you retweeted it. I remember I saw the Sora fighting through the water and it being like the same as Sora struggling in the tunnel.
Yeah,
Damn.
that was good shit.
That was good shit. That's good stuff.
I was like, wow, this feast never ends.
I know. There's always fucking something, dude. And it's been 6 years. Even just since that one. Ugh. God. Anyway, let's see. I guess figured embodiment of Riku's fall. Reminder, Riku's darkness was great enough to eclipse his light. Anyway, we get ejected. Sora is then yanked from this happy memory, and very literally dropped, plummeting in front of Zigbar, who tells him it wasn't easy inducing a second sleep. You know, it wasn't easy
putting you in a second sleep. And he almost woke you up.
He almost woke you up.
Fucking love this guy.
I know. I also just love, like, damn, really? Riku almost woke him up? He said it.
He said it.
Dude, he said it. That guy said it. Hold on, I gotta get it somewhere I can touch it.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Go back up. Oh, scroll wheel. This guy said it.
Right there.
He says it. This is the guy who said it. He almost woke you up. Riku almost woke him up. That's nuts. And I do love. See,
Let us not forget what this whole like dream drop distance storyline is roughly a retelling of, which is Sleeping Beauty.
Right. I hear a baby. I hear a little baby meowing.
Uh-huh.
Meow.
Yes.
A kitty.
Sometimes they just need to hear somebody talk to them.
Yeah, of course.
And then they're like, oh, okay, fine.
Oh, that's right. So earlier I was talking about Key and Cux because, like, Gabby had questions. And I was like, damn, I really need to go back over some of these things because there are just some details that are escaping me, despite the fact that, like, I was there and played it. And we had to write all of this, but there's a lot, right? There's a lot to remember. And I also still have, like, a Tumblr post I have to make explaining, like, hey, how do we tackle this and handle that? And it was also brought up that, like, a lot of, like, cutscene compilations and other things for, like, Key and Cux skip Key and just play Cux, like, straight. More or less. And which is a little rough because, like, things don't end the same in Key. And there's, you know, a whole Keyblade war that we don't see. As well as it fails to convey how we're having one timeline. Bless you. Zoom tight, dude.
Dude, cats. Hey. Guppy, what? Like, what, Guppy? What? Are you okay, Demon? Yeah?
Yeah? You good?
Okay. You all good? Oh. You want the door open? But you caused problems upstairs. I think you should stay down here, Gup.
Dude, the drama.
She's walking off.
The drama with Gup.
Yeah. Poor Guppy.
Poor Guppy, dude. That's so sad. That's so sad. Oh. Where I was with saying that, like, a lot of these Key and Cux, like, they skip over Key, right? And it's something where it fails to relay how, like, you know, Key was important, but also its own timeline that has an ending. And then Cux it's important to know what happens there, because Cux then doesn't do that. And you're supposed to be like, oh, it's the game, yada yada, and then suddenly something's different. You know what I mean? And
it lied to us. It was like, oh, you thought this was a remake? Ha!
Yes.
It's a sequel.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's something where, like, I feel like that gets a little lost, that, like, you know, it's worth to some extent just watching, being like, okay, I'm going to watch Key, and then go from Key and watch just I know it might be a slog, but if you want to know, you kind of have to watch all of it. But like, there's something where like, yes, there is a lot of like kind of filler I'm using an ish and e here. Like
it
in
still
between
serves the narrative. It's just, you know, kind of extraneous, you know?
Yes. And the thing is, there are actually like a lot of little things in there that I was like, oh, this feels important to know. I'm noticing like continued themes, shared stuff where like this is relevant, right?
Right.
And maybe it just takes a gay person's eye to realize the relevance, right? But to know this, like,
you know?
Exactly. But this part here, like, this was just a part of the story within Sleeping Beauty. You know what I mean? Like, this was just in the Enchanted Dominion, but, like, I remembered it because I played it. And I just would make a point to just be like, okay, maybe it's not that exciting, but I am watching all the cutscenes just to be thorough. You know, I'm playing through the game and I'm watching all the parts and just doing it, right? And so it's like, oh yeah, there's a one here that talks about, like, specifically this thing that's really relevant at the moment. That being, like, the princess was in a deep slumber, only to be awoken by true love. It's a strong and wonderful power, like the heart's light. And then there was, let's see. I think there's more of it somewhere else, because there's a part where it's, like, only to be awoken by true love, which, again, is pointed by itself, but there is something where it's, turns out this is no small task. No, okay, that's the part. I'm pretty sure there was a part where it was like somebody was like talking, and then it was like that was something too. But like, anyway, there was a discussion of being like, hey, this person was asleep, and then like, you know, it was a big deal that like it took like an angle of only to be awoken by true love, you know. Did somebody in deep slumber, like already we're like the Sleeping Beauty like parallel, you know. But
well, I mean, and Chirithy isn't like saying it outright, but like this is basically the same exact power that's the power of waking.
Yes, which
and
has, I know we've talked about it, but
yeah, like the whole power of waking thing has been another thing in fandom where a lot of people just don't get it. They're like, it does this, and it can also do this, and what? And like, you just kind of have to sit people down and be like, it's true love's kiss.
Yes.
It's like, it's a high fantasy reimagining of true love waking somebody in deep slumber. Like,
yes, it is a manifestation of the idea or concept of like true love's kiss waking someone from slumber. But like, what if we turned that into just a power you can use?
Yeah.
And that's more or less, that's the power of waking, is true love's kiss manifest.
Yeah. As like a power you can have, you can wield.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, anyway, it's little stuff like this where I'm like, I think there's still something to be had in these like in-between little stories, even if some of them are kind of frivolous, even if some of it's just like kind of, because some of them are just like, and we went back to check in on them. It looks like they're doing okay, and then you leave.
Yep.
And there are plenty of those things floating around, but then there are plenty where it's just like, oh, there's like story going on actually,
there's
and
a
it's very
here.
Yeah, it's very clear that there's like something to be taken from this, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, here, let me as we mosey on a little bit. So, you know, like the heart's light. So we're left with this repeated emphasis on Riku being a light, and on Riku being a light for Sora in Dream Drop specifically. 5 times total outside of KH3 itself. Comparing this to Kairi's one example of being a light in KH1 and the mention of it in Chain of Memories, and how much more recently half of the examples of Riku's light had been introduced, it feels purposeful, for a reason. But what is it? If they were going to tell a straightforward story, why give any cause to doubt at all? The point we want to make is that the precedence and the potential foreshadowing is there, especially in the games leading up to KH3. Especially when the very last example of Riku being a guiding light for Sora, what they make sure to remind you of at the very start of the game, is in KH3's Dive to the Heart. I know the mentioning of Kairi in here is specifically, it's again, just like, I know people are going to argue that, like, but Kairi was the light in that one part, you know what I mean? And that's going to be enough for people, but it's like, look, we know that she was then. But there are also a million more times that they're all Riku. And it's like, I feel like we don't have to say that necessarily. It doesn't add to our point any more than just saying it just straightforward, right? But a lot of these, we're just like, we're just fielding people. Not that they fucking read it, but...
I think it's important that, like, sure, if it's obvious to see that Kairi was this example in Kingdom Hearts 1,
yeah,
and the connotation of that was that it was romantic and it was important and a key factor of the story, then it's just as important and romantic and everything to point out when the other character does it many times.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's like, it's not like it doesn't serve a purpose. I think it's one of those things that, like, say if someone were reading this and, like, maybe they had whatever skeptical, like, something doubt in their heart, right? And they made it to this point, like, bringing up Kairi suddenly to be like, look at how she's not as many times as Riku, can feel like a, like, unnecessary shot, you know? That's something that would definitely make somebody go, oh, they're clearly just doing this for their ship. When it's like...
You know, like, taking a pot shot at Kairi.
Right, and stuff, again, which is like...
That's people reading this in bad faith.
Yeah, of course. It's something where it's like, you can't all be accounted for, but I'm also like, oh yeah, like, either I would lead into like, I didn't write this specific part, but I would either lead into that different. It's just like, you know, it'd be like maybe raising the, like, oh, you know, and while, like, you know, I know that one's inclination might think that, like, well, Kairi has been since KH1. But, you know, these are much more recent and much more numerous examples. Is a different way to, like, bring that same point up. You know what I mean?
Right. You could rewrite it to, like, tiptoe around people's feelings more.
Right. Or just not, like, at least
throw in a
to
direct
me,
comparison there.
Yeah, like, for me, like, reading it, like, I feel like it's distracting in a way, if that makes sense, where I'm like, oh yeah, I would see this, and if it weren't, like, from, I mean, it wasn't me, but it was, like, you know, from us or whatever, I'd be like, okay, well, like, I get it, but you don't need to bring that up, right? Where it's just like, it's whatever, okay, we'll just talk about, like, it has been a lot of times, you know? So it'd be like, I'd probably just phrase it differently to make it more smoothly of, like, why I'm even bringing it up in the first place.
For sure.
Anyway, not that important. Just, like, I read these things and I go, oh yes, I see how I would do this even differently, and not even so much to be like, oh, I don't want people to be mad at me, because, like, man, fuck those guys. If they got, like, this far in, you know, it's like, whatever, who fucking cares? But, like, that's something where I'm like, it could be said differently for, like, to more clearly, like, the intent of why it's even there.
I do 100% get it, because I reread through my scripts a billion times over to make sure that, like, I am saying my points without it getting muddied by some other thing.
Yeah.
All the time, and I'm, like, making my point as clear as I can. So, like, I get it.
Yeah.
But
things
also,
take editing. But also, it's fine,
yeah,
it's whatever.
it's true.
Okay. Anyway, KH3
Man,
Dive to the Heart.
I
Wahoo.
do love that opening, though.
Boy, howdy. So do I.
He's a light. He's right there.
Could not
Kingdom
be
Hearts 1 opening.
Could not hammer it over your head more. That this
Yeah.
drives me crazy. This is one of those things that I'm like, it's one of those things that fills me with such confidence of like, of course I know what's fucking going on. Like, look at this. Look at this. I'm pointing again. I'm pointing. Look at this fucking thing, okay? Look at this.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think that's there? They're beating us with hammers, okay?
Yeah.
On the head. Over the head with hammers, all right? I've got dents. I'm bleeding. It's so blatant in that it's just like, what else do you make of that? What else do you make of Sora running to, like, this beautiful little light? It's in his dive to the heart. We are in his heart, and he's running for this light, and it is explicitly, no bones about it, Riku. And so it's just like, well, there it is. Do you think that's just gonna be nothing? Like, what does this tell you? It tells me everything. I know where this shit's going. I know what's going on. Nothing surprises me anymore. Of course Riku was going. Of course he was going by his damn self. All right? It's not, because this shit, hold on, where's my point? This shit needs to still be addressed. What do you think they're setting up here? What do you think is happening? What is...
it's just a callback.
It's just a callback. It's just a callback.
It doesn't mean anything else.
For what purpose? Tell me. All right, tell me, to weave me your tale.
Please enlighten me. Oh,
Yeah.
great Socrates.
Yeah, really. Anyway,
no,
that's always that's always my thing that kills me. That one really specifically.
This is one of those things, one of those moments where before I even wrote a single word for my video, as I was just like doing on it, I was like, I gotta have an edit where I show these two, the intro to Kingdom Hearts 1 in this scene right next to each other.
Yes.
It's like I got it.
Yeah. It has to be.
It's gonna be in there.
Like, not only do they bring it back constantly in one way, shape, or form, like, even with, like, Dark Road, it was, like, the first special ones they had was, like, it was, like, I forget what the shortening was of it. Like, I think it was just, you know, like, SP, like, whatever, gold special little card, because it's still, like, a gacha, essentially, right, to some degree.
Right.
And it was just like, yeah, all right, here's our special fucking cards, key special card 1 and 2, and it's just like Riku, like, it was Sora, like, at the light, and then, like, Riku holding out his hand, and then, like, no Kairi. The only Kairi was just some fucking whatever, her model standing there, looking cute, looking fine, but it was just like, we don't even get, like, a Kairi later in the opening. They just constantly...
Yeah, it can't even be when she's doing, like, the giggle and...
Yeah, nothing, like, her on the shore. Yeah, nothing. They had, like, a different shot where it's like, oh, it was all 3 of them, but it's like, they are always repeatedly, like, hammering home this specific scene and this imagery of the... Key scene 1 and 2. Thank you. There we go. It was the key scene 1 and 2 where key scenes would have like special like screenshots and stuff, usually from, you know, the openings and stuff like that. And so it was just like, that's it. And they always just start with this shit. It's always that. It's always KH1. It's always that opening shot. It's always this repeated shit. It's forever and ever. Riku holding out his hand, Sora chasing after it. Despite the huge wave coming in, you know, they can't let it go. They never will, because it still has yet to be resolved anyway. And now we just have, as recent as the latest, you know, the big numbered entry, Sora himself. Another thing. I'm getting all fucking razzled, okay? I'm getting upset. Another thing where it's just like, people can be convinced Riku is gay. That's fine. That's easy. We see so much more of it than we see for Sora. But then we get this. It's literally in his heart. And Riku is the light, and he is running towards it. He's reaching for him. And that's not the only time in this one game where we see this. But like, and then he's under the water and he looks up and it's light again where it's supposed to be Riku. Again, unambiguous. What do you think? How do you think Sora feels about him? What do you think's going on under there? I remember saying back in 2019 to my friend who is like enjoys Kingdom Hearts, has gone through all of it, but it's not like like her bag or anything like that, but still enjoys it. And so I was like, I need to come and yell about this to you. This is driving me crazy. And I was like, this is my read on the situation, okay? This is my read. And this is 2019. And I was like, I think genuine Riku is gay, not just like, haha, I can see this ship. And like, she agreed with me, but it was like, Riku is gay. We understand this. I think Sora has feelings and has had feelings, but they're kind of like, he hasn't addressed them. They're kind of under the surface. And so like, he hasn't like dealt with them yet. And so he doesn't know what it is, but it's there already. And I'm just like, I just think that moving forward, it's just going to be a lot of like, everything I've said forever. Yeah, it's going to be like, he's going to have to figure out his feelings and Riku's going to be there. And then like, all of this, but I'm just like, I'm pretty sure series long, like we look at Dream Drop, we look at this, like they're already there. He has the feelings, but he doesn't realize what they are yet.
Yeah.
That simple. That has not changed whatsoever 6 years later.
Yeah.
And I see this fucking GIF again. I see this scene and I go crazy. It's right there.
It's right there. Well, and then you have the people who are like, oh, I see all your points. I think you make very good points. I just don't think that means you have to take it as romance.
Right.
And I'm like,
I do.
I do.
I think it's also like, it would not be doing anything crazy or new if it weren't, that's for sure. I explicitly think that this is romance. I think that they have romantic feelings for each other, that this is a coming of age story in which they are figuring themselves and their feelings for each other out in a grand fantastical setting, right? But like, it's still a very familiar experience many queer people have had. That's what I think the story is genuinely doing. Well, and then we'll see how much they get to pull off.
Disingenuous to say like, I see all the points you're making and I don't see as romantic. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you see all my points? Half of my points are comparing this directly to other Disney romantic couples. It's comparing this to even what we feel has been pre-established as Kingdom Hearts romantic couples.
Yes.
What do you mean you don't see it as romantic? That's just you being obtuse.
Yes, 100%.
Being like, well, it can't be gay, so that part must be a stretch.
Yep. Like, there's a difference between that and people going, like, I get it, but, like, I just don't think that they'll commit or, like, they can't or whatever, right? And that's fine, where it's just, like, I see it, and I see what you're saying. And that's totally, and I get it. Where, like, sometimes people don't have the confidence that they'll be able to pull through and do it. Totally fine. But then there's just, like, but it doesn't have to be. And I'm like, okay, that does nothing. And also, it's going to be, so bye. Bye, get the hell out of get out of my face.
There's so many friendships. There's so many buddy duos that Sora and Riku could have been compared to narratively throughout the series. And do they do that? Sometimes. Most of the time, though, it's the fucking couples who kiss, who smooch on the mouth.
Yep. I also think that Kingdom Hearts is a series that does very well with portraying different kinds of relationships and friendships between people. I think that a lot of Birth by Sleep is very, like, kind of familial. They're very much like they have been kind of raised together. And that, like, I see, like, the Sea Salt trio, and I'm like, yeah, they're definitely, like, friendship. Like, Shion and Roxas are like, wow, we have both similarly found ourselves in, like, this kind of hellhole situation as we're grappling with who we are in the first place, and they're just, like, attached at the hip, right? To a degree, until Shion's like, I have to go. But, like, it's
the greater good.
Die. I gotta go. Sorry. And so, like, there's stuff where it's just, like, and even, like, Roxas and, like, Axel's friendship is different than what Roxas has with Shion, and they're all friends with each other, but, like, I think it's, like, I think Kingdom Hearts as a series is very emotionally intelligent. I think it's very, very keyed in to the emotion. That's why it gets people so hard, is that it is very emotional and that it is very successfully emotional. I'm saying this and fucking Vector to the Heavens is playing. And it's a lot, okay? It's a lot, but it's like this all works out, and it's something that not only, you know, what is the word I'm thinking of? It not only executes these, like, types of relationships well, it also has the wherewithal to talk about the subject of romance in a very smart way. I still think of Axel being like, hey, there's no steps. You know, love is something special between two people, yeah, but it's not higher
it's not a
than
step above.
It's just different. And I'm like, damn, I would beg for that in any other fucking media. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're just here dropping it on like a Tuesday. I think it's something that, like, for a series
it's a casual conversation between two characters that didn't even make it into the movie.
yeah, which kills me. But, like, it's something that's just, like, for a series that is well known for its, like, intensely, like, emotional capacity and its heart-wrenching, like, tales and very well-loved characters and all the drama in between, that it would be able to successfully distinguish a type of friendship like Sora and Riku's from romantic. And I think it's just portraying romance. I think it would be able to as well if it wanted to, if Nomura wanted to, if the team wanted to. They have a good track record, by the way, of romance in games that many of these people have worked on that are good and celebrated. And you think suddenly they just can't because in Kingdom Hearts, like, suddenly, like, Nomura's allergic to it, when a lot of these, you know, very, like, beloved, like, romantic scenes that people know were because of Nomura. And I think he knows romance, and if he wanted it to actually end in romance, we would see it. If he wanted just Sora and Riku to be portrayed as the bestest friends forever, he's already been doing that elsewhere in the series.
Right.
I think he'd be able to do that here. And I think it goes to show that it's not just that. There is much more going on with them.
Well, and then, you know, you have the silly argument of people being like, well, you know, it can't have romance because, like, it's a Disney thing. As if Disney isn't, it's like, shut up, you're stupid.
You're stupid. They're the Disney's legacy of, like, fairy tale, like, romance and kisses and come the fuck on. Come on.
You're not serious.
This is supposed to be about the sleeping realm theory, but it is a lot. It's all overlapped. It's all the same shit. Oh, god damn it, dude. Anyway, yeah, I think,
you want me to take over on self-sacrifice?
Sure.
Alright. Every Disney world that references true love also references the resolve to sacrifice yourself for the one you love. I was able to save Meg's life because I was ready to risk my own.
I'm sorry, the music that's playing is... Keep going.
Keep going?
Yep.
Okay. Where half the Disney worlds were about this, self-sacrifice in the name of love, protecting the person most important to you at the cost of your life, and how that led to eventual resurrection. How Hercules and his words are directly parallel to Riku, what they emphasize at the very start of the game, and how that ties back to the power of waking. The only character this has been consistently applied to is Riku. All of it was to foreshadow what Riku does in Keyblade Graveyard, a last act of true love and protection. Sora loses all of his friends, his strength, and his will to go on, until the only one left beside him is Riku, who Sora outright tells he's worthless now without his friends standing beside him. I can't read this one. It's
That's fine. That's fine.
It's too much. It'll make me cry.
That's okay. We know the scene.
Sora, you don't believe that. I know you don't. And here, the running importance of strength to protect comes to a climax, with Riku protecting Sora for seemingly one last time. One last act of self-sacrifice. Off the back of their conversation, it looks like he's showing Sora. The people you love don't need to be beside you or with you for you to be strong. That the strength from wanting to protect and to save them exists in him, all his own. Sora throughout his journeys grew more and more dependent on people around him. He grew more and more desperate to not lose them. Where Riku's been acting mostly alone since the end of KH1, the only thing driving him through most games being protecting Sora. But ultimately, they've been drawing their strength from the same place. He's showing it to Sora now. Through his strength to protect, he's trying to inspire within Sora the strength to hold on.
There he goes. The way his eyes... I know, the way his eyes fill back up with, like, you see the tears, like, appear.
I know. How dare they make this boy cry?
I want to see him cry more. So bad. Ooh, I want to see him cry. And I want to see Riku cry so bad. Yeah!
Cry and hug.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I want the anguish, but then also I want the tearful, snotty, reciprocated feelings.
Yeah.
I got snot in your jacket. It's okay.
It's okay.
Means Riku needs to be an ugly crier. I think even Riku at his ugliest crying, like, will still look beautiful in some way. I mean, I think that should be true of any crying, but, like, you know, it's something where it's just like, God damn him, you know? Anyway.
He's gonna be, like, one of those, like, just wipes tears away, like...
I have this, like, I suppose one could call it a headcanon, but it's just an idea that I like, that, like, I have this idea of, like, Riku crying, but, like, he would, like, cover, like, his eyes.
Yes,
because it's more about, like,
the same thing.
Like, his mouth could be, like, very visibly, like, upset, like he's crying, but it's more like the don't fucking look at me kind of thing, and, like, trying to hold
like,
it in.
bringing his arm up.
Yeah. Like, covering, like, really specifically, because, well, you know, his eyes couldn't lie, of course. But, like, I feel like it'd be something, too, if he's already kind of pushed over the edge, like, it's something that, like, if he were to look or to, like, acknowledge too much of what's happening, like, it will be way too much, you know what I mean? So it's something where it's like, it's both, like, it's like this attempt to keep everything inside, that he would, like, just like, really cover his eyes, whether it's, like, both hands or, like, something, but it's, like, it's a really, like, you know?
But he can't, it's overflowing.
Yeah. He could never beat Sora in a staring contest. Yeah, I love that. Love that tidbit. Great bit of information.
Ultimately, the power of true love brings Sora back, or at least enables him to persist death. And in turn, with liberal misuse of the power of waking, he brings back everyone else. The final world. The final world is both beautiful and mysterious, and riddled with pieces to this puzzle. One major piece being, how exactly is Sora still here like he is? Something's holding you here, refusing to let you go. You're hanging on by a thread. Now who, or what, is holding Sora here? The game presents Kairi as the seemingly sole answer, but it rewards you for looking at the stars, all with very deliberate flavor text. Dude, these stars...
Oh yeah. They fuck me up, dude. They're crazy.
Fuck me up. They're so. Oh my god.
I know. It's
I went
so
through the game
much
not all that long ago, and
Yeah.
just going through that, and like every single one, I'm getting choked up, and I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
like,
Yeah, it's so like, because there are so many different flavors to go through too, of like so
Yeah.
much like there's so much there where you're like, oh wow, this is so like it's so sad, and then some are just like, especially when it's like a child playing hide and seek, you know, and you're just like, no, like it's like that. And then I often think of the one where the person is kind of like, they're upset that people are kind of moving on, and they're like, who is that person? Like, that's my seat. Who is that person sitting there, kind of thing? Like, oh, you're just giving that, you know, they're hi. Hello. But
the
anyway.
one with the rival.
Yeah,
where it's
that
like,
one's really good.
The rival, and then they're like, oh well, you know, I guess maybe this didn't mean as much to you as it did to me.
Yeah, yeah. That one's a good one. I think, what is it? There's also one where it's like somebody recounting how much like their like master had meant to them.
Oh yeah.
And then they're like, oh, they probably didn't like care much. Like, it probably didn't mean the same to them, you know, but like this mattered a lot to me. And then as a teacher, and then it was something where it was like the teacher like wouldn't let people like go like touch their works or something like that. I'm trying to remember exactly, where it was like obviously very precious to the teacher, but like the person is not like quite putting that together.
Right.
You know, and it's just that's also good. Of course, there's the one too where it was just like, oh, the person being like, I stepped away and, you know, he didn't close the
fill
distance.
The space.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh, the stars. Again, another example of like, Kingdom Hearts is very emotionally intelligent. It knows what it's trying to tell. It knows how to tell something like a meaningful, emotional story that people can like relate to, you know what I mean? Or anything where it's like, these are all so varied too, in a way that like, I do really hope that Kingdom Hearts gets to like get to have a T rating, just for the sake of getting to explore
a little
things
bit
a little bit more. Yeah, because obviously Nomura wants to, but like, and it's not to say that you can't get like this. I said this earlier because somebody brought up, they were like, I hope that, you know, we're done with some of the cartoony stuff and we can get into more adulty things. And I was like, I mean, okay, it's Kingdom Hearts. It's never not going to be cartoony. And if it did suddenly stop, I would be upset about it. But it's something where it's like, I think I would like him to have the freedom to explore the stories. I know it just depends on how you get to utilize it, because like, you could go to Luca and get a very, very good emotional story, right? That like, you could really lean into and get something out of it, but it just depends on what he's allowed to do. Because you can get a meaningful like parallel or like, you know, narrative out of anything if you are just given the room to use it. So
yeah, like Kingdom Hearts is like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's rated E for everyone.
It is.
But
yeah, I think it's E or E10 plus maybe, but
I was gonna say, like, even from the beginning, it is in reality like a very E10 plus kind of game. It is situated perfectly for that, you know, tween teen audience. And like, it's still, you know, for everyone, and I think it can still explore really deep messages.
Yeah.
Without I mean, look at it. We're here and it's done all this.
Yes.
Inside of that rating.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not gonna be like, it needs to get more mature in order to actually tackle this stuff.
Exactly. Like, I think there is a maturity there.
It's here doing it.
Yeah, I just would like it to have the freedom to explore the stories they're already like trying to tell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't want it to be
and
like needlessly nerfed because Disney's scared.
I wouldn't complain about a teen rating, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't need to be any more than that. They just need a little bit more wiggle room. That's about it. You know, I do not need Sora saying fuck, but I would laugh if he did.
Well, I was gonna say, we don't need to go from like Jack and Daxter, the precursor legacy, to Jack 2.
To Jack 2.
Know?
We don't need the Jack to Jack 2 leap, but like, you know, both are greatly appreciated in their own ways.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill Praxis. God. Anyway, yeah, that's something that I don't know. Why did I get into that? Oh yeah, no, because there's I think the point was being like, you know, you can have very you know, emotionally mature and like heart-wrenching like things even within the rating that we have. Right. And you can do that within like goofy whatever, like you know, we can go to Turning Red and have like a really emotional like thing happen, especially in like regards to like growing up and like changes and stuff and things not being as you expected and so on and so forth. But anyway, you can, it just depends on like how you get to work with what you have.
Well, and you know, I don't want to say this is proof as in like, oh, this is solid evidence towards Suriku, but I do feel like those stars, and in particular the last one you mentioned where it's like I stepped back and you didn't close the distance.
Yeah. Yes.
I read something like that and it fills me with all these, you know, emotions. It's such a good piece of writing, and I do see it as proof that we aren't reaching for things, because the story is obviously very capable of telling these kinds of stories. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think that like as just even a showcasing of like the stories that they are able to tell, even though all of them are like rather tragic because all of these people are dead, that like I think it's, again, it's just like it shows that there is like a capability and like the wherewithal to like tell these stories. It's not like reaching, like they know what they're doing. It just depends on, you know, there's a lot of moving parts that go into making a game and also dealing with something like, you know, media conglomerate fucking giant Disney, while trying to use their shit to make your shit. And, you know, obviously that's going to come with like restraints, but you know, it's that, and a lot of the things in Dark Road that give me that same feeling of like, oh, you know what you're doing. You know the story you're trying to tell. And I feel it's one of those things where I feel like, yes, I am picking up what you're putting down. I see it. You know what I mean? I see when we have a scene with Master of Masters talking about somebody acting and doing terrible things out of love. And then does that mean this, you know, comes from a feeling of like love and like light, or is it its own kind of darkness, you know, because it can be bad, you know? And I'm just like, wow, this seems really pointed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
just Balder. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Balder. And then also just like, honestly, just Zaicus and Zaicus in general. I was gonna say Ericus and Xehanort, and all that came out was Zaicus, so whatever.
Well, you know.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Just their whole everything, and even like how you can see the very direct, like we're supposed to see Sora and Riku in these two, and where that diverges and where things are different, and how they handled the grief differently. And Dark Road, I love Dark Road.
Dude, when are we gonna do a Dark Road stream?
Whenever you fucking want, dog.
Alright, cool. We're gonna make it happen.
Yeah, we gotta
go through it again.
We have to, because I got caught up reading the 358 novel last night. Oh, yeah? I was just like looking through stuff, and then I was just trying to find some bits and pieces, and then I just got caught up just like reading it.
Yeah,
because
like, wow.
Especially because it's like it's such good insight, like for like I love that it jumps between perspectives a lot between like Axel and Roxas and Shion. So we're like seeing all three of their perspectives play out at the same time, basically. And boy howdy, I had forgotten, by the way, I knew this and I had totally forgotten this, that in the novel, Riku is helping Shion out for a time. Like after the beach scene where Shion like collapses and, you know, is having like, it's like the chain of memories, like Riku's whole shit going on with Zexion, and she's like, you know, and Riku's like holding her and everything, and they have their talk. So after this, right, it's like, okay, you need to decide what you're gonna do. And she's just kind of gone for a while. And we don't know exactly what she's doing, but she's hanging out with Riku. In the novel, specifically, Riku had given her his old Hollow Bastion room, which I thought was like, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And it was like, she's just staying in this room, also talking about how quiet it is all the time. And Riku comes by to like check on her, basically.
Yeah.
And I had totally forgotten about that as like a thing, but it's just so like, and she's in there just basically like totally unable to figure out what she's trying to do and kind of agonizing over it, you know, just sitting there like holding her knees in this fucking room that was Riku's old room in Hollow Bastion. And it's just so
amazing how a location that like we never really go to, like you see it in Chain of Memories.
Yep.
It has so much like symbolic significance.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. It's so much. It was also something where like I've had, you know, one of the writers, Cal, and other friends around them and stuff had been very, for a long time, like, yeah, Shion is very much like there are a lot of parallels to be had, but Shion is very much like the Riku, as much as one may obviously like on a surface level be like, oh, Kairi, but like there's a lot here that's very much like Riku. And remembering this and like looking through and yada yada, because she's very much like the Oblivion of the two Keyblades, you know, she's very much going through a lot of these, like she's the one going through the struggle and like acting out way before Roxas ever does, you know what I mean? And this like this othered feeling she's going through and so on and so forth, and like being like, oh cool, like all of like, yes, you're right, but then like going back through and being like, oh right, he gave her his room. Oh god. It's just
I like the idea of that too, because like, you know, if we're being very literal with it, that makes Axel the Kairi. And so like the idea of him always kind of being star-crossed with his friends as well.
Yeah, it's also like he works really hard to like preserve things for as long as he can before it basically blows up in all their faces.
Yeah, like he's the one resistant to change.
Yeah. Like he's obviously like looking into things and finding out things and so on and so forth, and like Roxas is like demanding like information. He wants to know what's going on. And like Roxas also doesn't want things to change, right? He just wants, like, they all want what they had, which was like friendship and peace, essentially.
Right.
And all of that. But it's interesting,
not
like
sustainable.
It's interesting, like just going through and like seeing their thoughts about it as they like go. It's like they're obviously all their own characters, but there are a lot of like very interesting parallels to be had. Makes his growth with Kairi super good too. The series adores parallels so much, and I love that. Me too. Anyway, this document is still here.
Yeah. So anyway, I was midway through this paragraph. The stars that are connected to any character the stars that are unconnected.
Stars that are
maybe
the stars are unconnected to any character we know, but all illustrate. So
the stars are unconnected to any character we know, but all illustrate the type of feelings that would allow a soul to persist in the final world. Unresolved love, romantic love, familial love, the love between siblings or close friends, or even adversaries who enjoyed fighting together. Love of all kinds. Strong bonds you don't want to let go of. feelings you don't want to give up. Chirithy itself doesn't mention specifically what's allowing Sora to persist, but the only two voiced cutscenes both purposefully mention Kairi and Riku. With Naminé's star cutscene, we understand it's Kairi that keeps Sora's form together. She's fighting with all her strength to keep you from fading away. So the reason I retain my form in this place... Stick a pin in this, we're gonna come back to this one. But with Nameless Star's cutscene, we understand it's Riku's words that allowed Sora's heart the hope to persist, to arrive in the final world in the first place. Oh, you mean know in my heart he will return? Without any proof? Exactly. Believe. I thought it was all over for me. But a friend of mine looked me in the eye and said, "You don't believe that."
Fucking awkward ass translation.
Yeah,
I was like, believe. My friend said, you don't believe that. It's like,
it's so... Guys.
You guys could have just left it at, like, you know, Sora, I believe in you, like was said. Like, I understand the angle.
I get it.
I understand the angle. I get it. I get the, like, you don't believe that. I know you don't. Is this, like, it is a way of saying that he believes in him in the way that he's just like, I know you can do anything. Like, don't say this about yourself.
Shot yourself in the foot for this scene.
Yeah, but it's also like, it's something that's pretty impactful, and I feel like we could have just gone with what was said, you know. I feel like, and then like only for it to later come up and then be like, huh, that sounds really clunky, you know. I'm just like,
that's
you're
right,
supposed to believe.
My friend said, you don't believe that, showing me how much he believes in me.
Right, yeah. Like, I understand, like, it is prefaced with, like, I thought it was all over for me, but a friend of mine looked me in the eye and said, you don't believe that, which implies, it's implicit, obviously, like, the belief, like, you know, like, you should be believing in yourself, and I get that. But also, he did just very explicitly say, like, Sora, I believe in you. You know what I mean? And I think that's supposed to be an impactful, important thing. So, you know...
And of course, let's not forget the novelization here also being, like, a friend.
Yes, and then, like, not quite being able to recall who, and, like, her, the way she's, like, talking and stuff is like, yeah, she really reminds me of someone. Like, she's kind of like Aqua, but it's not her. Like, who is it? She reminds me of, you know, and it's just like, oh, who is it? Who is it? Who
makes me crazy?
Who is it? Yeah, wow. Interesting, significant, important. Anyway.
When we look at the other stars present in this section, it becomes obvious what's keeping them persisting in the final world is this need to hold on, to not give up either their regrets or their happy feelings or unfinished business. And that's what Riku's impact on him was. If you're somehow still unconvinced that Riku had anything to do with the final world, or that his sacrifice wasn't relevant to the in-game events, we have something fun for you. It can be easy to miss this first go-around, but I'd like to call attention to the world logo for the final world, specifically the footsteps, for starters. What footsteps? This is another thing that made me feral.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I remember when we were, like, figuring this out, and we were like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, counting it out. I remember being on stream, and we were looking at this, and I was like, we were looking, and we're all like, 1, 2, 3, 4, like, counting out the steps, you know, and then, like, because I remember, like, Gam was there, too, and, like, a whole bunch of us were like, yeah, and, like, Rosie, and we're all like, okay, we're looking at it, and we're like, okay, let's count, but, like, unfortunately, the camera doesn't show Riku the whole time, but we're like, if we pace it out, it's about the same, like, and, but then, otherwise, we were like, all right, how many steps does it take, guys? And we're all like, oh, you know, trying to, like, go fucking through it. Oh, no, I wasn't there. Oh, okay. Because it was on stream when I was, like, going over this, and we were like, what?
Yeah. No, I remember reading this and, like, looking at the GIFs and just being like, oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What the fuck?
Had to be
Like,
on my own.
you know, there's just so many moments in this doc where you're like, oh, shit, this is real. Fuck,
Oh, yeah.
this is real.
Oh, yeah. No, there are so many parts, like, when I was making it that I was like, I don't know, there is no other reality in which this isn't, like, true, you know? It's so,
Right.
it's the particularly, like, because obviously I go fucking crazy when it's just, like, the heart, like, the dive to the heart in general and the Riku
Right.
being the light there and everything. The other thing is truly the Keyblade Graveyard World logo thing. That was so like,
Oh, yeah.
oh, this is real. We have stumbled upon the true intent of this game.
Well,
like,
I know
this
it's
is
such a kind of like side note when you're like just going like rapid fire through a whole bunch of other stuff. But the whole Meow Wow not being or being
Oh, yeah.
corporeal while all the other summons are incorporeal. Dude, like
I remember because I made that discovery.
what else are you supposed to take from that?
I know. I know. I can't remember what exactly it was because I was looking for something. Hi. I was looking for something specifically, and I was like looking at I was looking at summons, I guess, and then like looking at them, I was like, I had a moment where I was like, I realized that I just, you know, a flash of like, I know Simba's made of fire, and that Bumpus is not different. And I was like, are all of them this way? And I quickly had to go and check, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, all of them except for the Dream Eaters are all incorporeal, elemental, something or other, and then the Dream Eaters are just normal. And I was just like, hey guys, and I like walk into the Discord, and I was like, look at what I found, and just dumping a bunch of shit in there. I remember that one. That one was me.
Drives me insane.
Yeah.
Right. Those ones right there, right at the beginning, they seem a bit out of place. Why are there even footsteps here? What does this have to do with the final world? Until you consider what it is that just happened. Calm footsteps walking straight into a large burst of light and flowing clouds. How strikingly familiar, both in visuals and sound. Yes, even the sound effects are the same.
Let's see, what did I link here? I'm trying to remember. YouTube. And the logo.
I remember this was also
I think
another
it was...
thing in my Riku is gay video that I'm like, yep, gotta put these things next to each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotta do it.
I think it's the... Let me pull this up. And I think it's the sound of the clouds. So, like... Go over here really quick. And then... Yeah, it's like the same like whooshing wind sound.
Yeah. Crazy.
Wow. Goddamn, huh?
Absolutely wild. Plus, watching them back to back really makes the parallel painfully clear. Additionally, this isn't the first time we've seen Sora split into several pieces of himself, needing to be put back together. It also happened to be Riku who did it. In Dream Drop Distance, while Sora is trapped in the depths of slumber at the bottom of the abyss, Riku dives down to his heart to awaken him. During the dive sequence, we're given a mission unlike any other you get before. Tag 30 Soras!
Wahoo!
You have to tag 30 floating Soras, splintered and scattered everywhere on the way down. To put it shortly, together, Kairi saved Sora's body, Riku saved Sora's heart. Translation notes. Here lies the biggest and probably most overt hint that Riku is more important in this whole sequence than the surface level presented, which was almost completely obscured in the English translation. What Riku tells Sora in Keyblade Graveyard is repeated obviously quoted and directly attributed to being what saved Sora, keeping him persisting, and is the light that pulls him from the darkness. Sora, I believe in you. You won't give up. Sora's conversation with Nameless Star goes a bit differently too. Ah, you two, you're not giving up. Not giving up? Ah, that's an option too. I hadn't even thought about it. I think it's better that way. There's someone I know who taught me that there was no option to give up. The context of this conversation makes what keeps a heart persisting clearer than the English version. Sora recognizes not giving up as something Nameless Star is already doing by virtue of her being present in the final world at all. And the biggest change, the bottom lines in this journal entry for this entire section were omitted from the localization entirely, and the English paragraph it was replaced with is nowhere to be seen in the Japanese version of the journal. So, returning to the Keyblade graveyard, Sora met up with Kairi. Kairi had been waiting in the darkness of the Devil's Wave. JP name for what we call Demon Tide. With the power of the pure light of the new Seven Hearts, Sora's heart was stopped from fading away. Taking Kairi's hand, he returned to the Keyblade graveyard. To the Keyblade graveyard. At the point before their defeat. The don't ever give up will of a heart of light overturned the overwhelming power of darkness. Worth noting here that while they both say something along the lines of not giving up, Kairi's phrase comes later and uses different tense and subject. Riku's words are the ones directly fitting what was left as a quotation in the journal. I just didn't give up on you. I believe you won't give up. The journal very weirdly includes
Akira Minai.
this saying in quotation marks in a way that almost makes it seem out of place. And just like all the other times it's come up since he said it, it uses Riku's exact wording. Like the conversation with Nameless Star, which happens before Kairi says her version, Riku is the one being directly quoted. And you can definitely see how purposefully this whole thing was worded so that down the line they'd be able to turn and go, this is why it's Riku. Long story short, never give up!
Thanks, Kippen.
Light in the darkness. So why then, when it's time to go, is Kairi the only one mentioned? And why in such an odd scene? Sora goes back in time. We see Riku's sacrifice scene through Sora's point of view this time. Reminded of the message Riku's trying to tell him to not give up. Before Sora gets plunged into darkness with a single point of bright light. With no direct prompting, Sora calls for Riku, reaching for this light like he reached for him in the KH1 opening, like he reached for the light in the dive to the heart. Like when he's reaching for him when he's swimming.
Uh-huh.
Additionally, when Sora yells, Riku, answer me! The light itself begins making an odd ringing sound, responding to Sora's call.
I'm opening this. Hold on.
Yes.
Back to the same fucking video.
The Keyblade graveyard, where the gays go.
Answer me!
Damn,
Yeah.
that sure is a crazy fucking noise it makes the whole time.
What are you hearing? Yeah.
What is it? What is it? Dun, 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 dun. Do you want to continue?
And we see him,
Okay.
yeah, and we see him react to it with a look of surprise and awe. all while the light grows brighter before Sora flies straight into it. The light leads Sora to Riku's heart in Olympus, the world where he went to at the start of the game to find the answer to regain his strength. The world just before Mickey says to Riku, "You finally found inside you that special strength to protect what matters." Sometimes you care so much for somebody that other feelings disappear. Riku!
Wow.
And it's
on
the
a
world
pedestal.
where Herc says, explicitly, "I was able to save Meg's life because I was willing to risk my own." The light leads Sora here. Immediately after, we get Sora experiencing Riku's self-sacrificed act for the second time. And to really hammer it home, he finds Riku floating atop a sacrificial tripod, most likely a Delphic tripod, associated with Apollo, the god of sun and light and heterosexual feelings. Seeing as it's covered in sun imagery while sitting in the realm of the gods. He's also the only one to get this special treatment. Everyone else just shows up in a maybe related world before you jump into saving them. After this, Sora proceeds to save everyone's hearts, except, pointedly, Kairi, because her heart's missing in action. But when returning to the Keyblade Graveyard, we just kind of run into her on the way. And distinctly, deliberately, she is off to the side. What are you doing over there?
What are you doing over there?
I think this was another point where I'm like, oh, people are gonna be mad.
I remember I changed some of the phrasing in this after someone was just like, it was something that it was like something that was a bit of a holdover from when it was simply smaller. And we were like not expecting it to blow up, right? But by the time when we were making this doc really big, like we didn't put it out into the world, you know, and get surprised that suddenly there was a lot of people reading it. But like, as we got closer to the end, we were like, oh, this is going to be really big, actually. So let's make sure we go through and like we're kind of tidying some things up. And we you know, we did change a lot that was like, we didn't want to upset anybody for no reason, you know?
Right.
But some things definitely, I guess, made it through in a way that's like, it was okay. But like, I remember somebody was just like, oh, I don't like how this is phrased, you know, this and that around here. Yeah. And I was like,
you remember a few things in the original doc where it's like, you're kind of taking the piss out of things. And like, you're obviously just kind of like joking around.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Like,
but it's, I eventually had to, I was like, okay. Yeah.
Like,
I did go and change a few things, like specifically with this part. I don't even remember exactly what it was I said, but like I just remember there was something where somebody had pointed out with this bit specifically in like the chain of memories, Kairi being the light part, and then like some phrasing I had used, and then I was like, that's a fair point, and I just went and changed it.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
Which is strange, right? Comparing two instances where Kairi was the light in the darkness in Chain of Memories, there's little ambiguity. She's central, and it's emanating from her. She's your light, the light within the darkness. Blah. But in Cage 3, she's not the source. In fact, she moves in front of it, eclipsing it. Seeing as Sora has to purposefully look off to the side, we're shown that it's not simply a trick with the framing, but that she is indeed off to the side. This isn't to say that Kairi's never been the light. Kairi has been presented as a light for Sora another time in the past, where Kairi's light showed him the vision of her grandmother. The light tunnel showing Sora's visions isn't in itself strange. After all, that's what Kairi did in Cage 1. Where am I? In fact, Kairi even echoes what she says in Kingdom Hearts 1 that kicks off the light tunnel sequence. Her, "I simply believed you won it," a mirror to her "I believe in you" from back then. But there's one key difference in this callback. Kairi is clearly the light in this scene because the light leads Sora to a vision of her. He sees her after following it through to the end of the tunnel. Clearly and explicitly, every time either Kairi or Riku's light has been shown as a tunnel to follow, they've been there at the very end of it. So how is Kairi supposed to be following her own light back? And if this were truly meant to be taken at face value, why do we get these specific visions inexplicably in the middle of it?
Driving me crazy.
Driving everybody bonkers. Even the people who want to try and excuse this, they are driven bonkers by it.
Yep.
Sudden visions of self-sacrifice, both referred to as true love, accompanied by the reviving power it has. Except, neither Kairi or Sora had sacrificed themselves for each other at this point within Kingdom Hearts 3. Not to say there wasn't an attempt. Sora tries to shield her, an act that read as surprisingly desperate and hopeless for the first sign of danger she faced. Like, his heart remembered she was going to die in this battle no matter what, but Goofy blocked the attack and nothing came of it. And most importantly, for all the danger she's in, none of Kairi's scenes read as self-sacrificial, they read as resigned. The whole Sora going in to hug her and save her is still such an awkward scene.
It is, because there's so much of virtually anything else could happen.
Right.
And this is how it went. And, like, it's something, that's where, like, I remember there was other discussions of, like, I think talking with Steam, because we were like, this scene is just so odd, right? It's like,
yeah.
And it's something where, like, if this had possibly been where she got struck down the first time type deal, like, I remember there was something more to it as well. That was, like, a showing of, like, oh, this whole thing, because, like, also in Remind at around this point, right, is, like, a, like, echo of, like, KH1 when Kairi, like, flies through and, like, into him type deal. But, like, this time he's, like, trying to catch Ventus. And it's still all at the same time kind of a thing. And it was just like, huh, like, obviously everybody gets they got the, like, Terranort wipes the floor with them immediately.
Right.
But it's something that's just, like, I'd have to go find the tweet, but it might just be as simple as that, where it's just like, this might be like the reaction is so adverse in such a weird way that, like, doesn't even read as particularly romantic because it's just kind of awkward, you know?
It's so awkward.
And so it's something where it's just like, I wonder if there is something more here. In the same way that people thought how Aqua reacted to the Demon Tide was strange and kind of weak, right? And then it was like, I think she's having, like, having, PTSD right now. And then it was. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if more of that happens, especially given if the context of, like, the opening, like, movie is predictive, like I had written out, right? Where it was like, okay, these things happened. They get trapped. Sora and Kairi are there. Donald and Goofy come in and block attacks and so on. But, like, if it is something that's like, hey, this happened before and things went bad, that, you know, this could be the time where that did go very badly.
Yeah.
It's very possible that was, like, the first time that she got totally fucking murked, you know? So, who knows?
If there was, like, you know, any other series, I would chalk it up to, like, oh, it's, you know, it's shit baiting or whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, it's still just so weirdly executed, and you can argue that whole scene kind of is.
Yeah.
Like, the pacing of it is all just really weird. But in particular, that moment is so...
There's so much fucking time in between, like, when he runs over there.
Baffling. Yeah.
It's an odd one, that's for sure, but...
Yeah. Anyway.
It's not only is it an odd one, it is simply an odd reaction for Sora to have.
Yes.
And not even in the, like, being like, oh, but why did you block with your body type thing, where it's like, sure, yeah,
Right.
you don't have to do that. But, like, it was just something that, like, he doesn't usually do. Like, he could have just ran up and blocked or done, I don't know. It's something that, like, reads to me like there's more there than we currently know, but it doesn't necessarily read as romantic because
well,
it's
we
just...
don't need to tell people at Square how to do their job, but you know, like if you're trying to convey what oh no, I've got to save this person I love with my body because there's not enough time to block, you know, like if you're trying to do that, it's usually because like there's a lot of fast-paced action, there's no other option, and like typically the couple both embrace, but it's not that at all. Or something. It's just like this weird, slow scene where Sora instead goes for a hug, and even Kairi's kind of like,
Yeah, like she's like caught off guard. That's why it feels like there's something there that's more like on Sora's end, that like there's like a fear or something. You know what I mean? How do you do your hair? I have similar hair, and I like the way you style yours. Side part. I wash it. I dry it. I don't really do anything for it. I'm gonna be real. Other than when it dries, I'm usually lying down, so my curls have more room to go instead of being weighted down with like the water and everything. That's all I got for you. Anyway, yeah, the whole scene's strange. And not even just for like, it's not even like I'm trying to pick apart like them having a moment or anything. No. It's just like, what? You know, it's strange. And like the fact that even Kairi is like, you know, like what is like she's like kind of caught off guard, and like it's I don't know. It's interesting.
It's weird.
Yep. Anyway.
This light that Sora assumes is Kairi, but to which she never confirms nor denies, a light that led him to Riku's heart originally. This light begins showing him these scenes of self-sacrifice, and Sora makes a confused, jerking motion. And in reaction, Kairi is also confused, which would be weird considering if she's the light, she should be the one showing him these visions in the first place. And when they follow the light back to the Keyblade graveyard, for no reason we can see, we get this. Another thing that, like, I'm pretty sure multiple times when I was reading this, I was like on the floor, on my stomach, like looking at my tablet and just like reading, and I would like slam it down and be like,
yeah, just having like a fit,
a moment.
So I want to talk about this specific thing. One, hilariously, I remember it was something that like Xanthi and I had both noticed. And then we have too much we're trying to prioritize in this document. We'll deal with this later. And then later, at some point in the doc proper, because we had just been like DMing or something, and that like somebody had brought up, they're like, hey, has anybody noticed this? And then both Xanthi and I had to be like, yeah, actually, we forgot to tell you guys. Like, sorry. And they're like, what the fuck? How long have you been sitting? It's like, I don't know. I don't know time. I don't know.
It's one of those scenes that, you know, it's like it was in the back burner. And...
yeah, exactly. Like, there were just so many pieces and parts we were working on that it was like, well, look, this is something, we gotta get the other stuff first. But, like, here's the other thing, and I brought this up earlier when we were looking at when Sora is going through the mirror, right? And I remember because Canary made this connection, and then I was like, wait, hold on a second. And so I had to bring it back up. But, like, so when Sora is going through the mirror in the dive to the heart, right, he puts his hand on it, and he gets, like, yanked through. He gets, like, pulled, right? And he lands, and he's kind of like, you know, like, there's a little bit of a daze there. And then Canary had been like, yeah, and you know, it's like later when he gets pulled out out of the tunnel and everything, and it's like the same thing, haha, like as if we both knew, and I was like, wait, hold on. But then I was like, no, that makes perfect sense, because I was like, I feel like because I remember when she said it first, and I was like, haha, yeah, like wait a second. Hold on, like, I think because it was, like, under the context, too, of, like, I had just been talking about, like, signifiers of, like, switching world lines, right? And so on and so forth. And I was like, this is clearly when he gets pulled, like, into the new world line. Like, that going into the mirror is a very easy, obvious symbolism of, like, going into a new world of some kind, right?
Right.
You're going into the mirror and you're going into the new world line. And he gets, like, yanked through. And then, like, this is the time when he would be, you know, as he's guided through to this new world line and we get the world logo and everything, this is the time he gets into the new one. But he also gets yanked through here, just like when he got yanked in the first time. Like, very much visibly connecting the two. Of, like, he is getting yanked through the same way he got yanked through the mirror, so...
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm also just thinking of, like, symbolism-wise, too.
Yes.
You know, obviously, we have Riku reaching his hand out for Sora. Right. As a constant thing in the series. And so, you know, both with going through the mirrors and this moment, you know, we've connected Riku is the light, and now we're tying, like, Sora getting pulled forward, getting pulled through to the next part of the story. And, like, that's what Riku is always representing, is, like, this push forward.
Yeah.
Like, pushing Sora forward through the story. Whether he has to, like, drag him along behind him or not, you know?
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, they go into the light. There is a solid 5 seconds where all we see is a white screen, and then this shot. We get Sora's right arm outstretched, holding Kairi's hand, but she's omitted from the frame entirely. Because the focus, what they want you to see, is Sora reaching for the light one last time. A light that shines on him from the opposite side of Kairi. And the still frames illustrate this very, very clearly. Sure does. Look at all that directional lighting. The light source is clearly to the left. It doesn't even touch his right arm, and therefore Kairi, until the light takes over the scene. Why did they animate this shot the way they did? In fact, if Kairi were the light, if we were meant to take this whole scene at face value, for what reason did they include it at all? The light shines, Sora makes a bewildered sound as he reaches for it, and when they land in the Keyblade graveyard, you can see his head turned away from Kairi. Eyes are searching for something to the left. Fucking wild.
Yep.
But all this
and
isn't to say...
he's so dazed. He's so like he's coming out like
a fish.
Uh-huh. Anyway, continue with your last little bit.
But this isn't to say Kairi isn't doing anything. Oh no, she's probably doing the most important things. In fact, she just did it. Yay!
I can. Yay, Kairi! I'll read a chunk.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. A whole new world. In Dream Drop Distance, we get an interesting dividing line shown to us most are unaware of. When Riku goes into the world that never was, he first enters Sora's dream version of it. Later, he escapes Sora's dreams and makes it back to God damn it, hold on. There we go. All right. Let's see. Later, he escapes Sora's dreams and makes it back into reality. What gets missed, or passed off anyway, is that only then does the world logo show up, for Riku specifically. It turns out there is actually a really neat and explicit reason for this that Nomura explains in a Famitsu interview. The question, I want to ask more about the world that never was. Is that world a part of reality, or is it also a world of sleep? Nomura's answer, when that world's logo appears, it indicates the boundary between the dream and reality. When Sora arrives, it's reality and then goes into a world of sleep. Riku arrives in the sleeping world, and as you progress and the world logo appears, that's when it becomes reality. Riku even comments on and questions making it out of the dream and into reality. This place. Did I finally make it out of the dream? Before we're shown the world logo.
So I also just want to say this part, brilliant, great, A++.
Yeah.
I recently went through the Kingdom Hearts series with my roommate, and, you know, got to the end of the games and stuff, and so I was like, so, let me explain to you a little thing called the Sleeping Realm theory. Literally, this was the first thing I led with, and this was all she needed.
I love that. I'm so glad.
I explained this part, and I was just like, yeah, so there's an interview with Nomura where, you know, he says this, and then in KH3, this happens, and oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's that's probably what's happening then. Like,
yeah,
just 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Oh yeah. No, this is something that I would probably lead with much earlier if I were to go through this, because it's a lot more definitive of like, hey, I'm going to explain how world line hopping works. I'm going to show you like point A and B, you know, and this, and then also here is an example of going from dreams into reality. And then here is this exact thing happening again.
Yeah.
So
I feel like with how much evidence you've presented before you even get to this point,
yeah,
this almost kind of feels like a, oh, of course, kind of moment.
Of course, and
Like
not like the literal like proof in the pudding, you know what I mean?
Right.
I've been guiding my stream community through Kingdom Hearts, and it's been so, just knowing all of what's to come and still being in the early games, just the amount of, okay, how can I gently breadcrumb some of this without fully being like, oh, you guys think this is wild. Just you wait. Oh, just wait. You have no fucking clue.
You're still a baby.
You're such a baby.
You have no idea.
Okay. Let's see. Before we're shown the world logo. So when connecting to the real world, the world logo was shown to signify a switch from dream to reality. So why is it we bring all of this up, you ask? Is it ever even used in the series again? You bet it is. The Keyblade Graveyard coming in like flames.
Yeah.
This, my friends, is when we officially switch tracks. The first time we arrive at the Keyblade Graveyard, we aren't shown the world logo. Ever. KH3 shows us exactly when we make this switch from dream to reality, and it's right after Sora finally manages to save everyone's hearts. With the fated fall to darkness effectively circumvented, time travel / power of waking effectively making it so it never happened, we've now clicked into the new world line. The new reality. This timeline's a real boy now. To boot, who do we know guides wielders? Perhaps into new world lines? Chirithy. Kyrie. Kyrithy.
Fucking wild.
Yeah. The Chirithy ears. Kyrie's outfit sure has an interesting, cute detail on her hood. These ain't just cat ears, these ain't dog ears, they're Chirithy ears. The ears may be a cute addition, but in a series that used something as innocuous as an X on Sora's shirt as a plot point, it's certainly not beyond something as simple as cute ears on a hood being a blatant tell. Hidden in plain sight comes to mind, like Riku's Dream Eater symbol brazenly slapped on his back. What's even more interesting is that they were purposefully omitted from the 2018 Pirates of the Caribbean trailer. This scene is a pre-rendered cutscene as well, meaning they rendered this whole thing out without the ears, only to add them back in to render it out again later. I do remember when they were like, we're showing some, like, you know, we have this little video and we're showing stuff, Kingdom Hearts, wahoo. And then, because this was recent too, and I made a tweet where I'm like, I know where this footage came from because it came from the trailer because it was this shot of Kairi without the ears. This is also something that's much less relevant. Again, it was like trying to convince people that it was relevant at all, that it wasn't just something, and I don't feel like I have to do that anymore, where it's just like, hey, she has Chirithy ears on her hood. This is significant because it's been something done before, essentially. But this was like, we don't want to think that this is nothing because it's like they had this, but like they had it set in stone even earlier. So like there's something significant to it. I also know the ears were an early
like,
edition.
This has been a part of the design.
Yeah, that's more or less that is kind of the point here. But I wouldn't have to talk about like the Pirates of the Caribbean, but it was something I noticed because I was like, wait, that wasn't there before. Anyway.
I find it funny too that it's not just an omittance of the ears, like the whole hood changes.
Yeah. It's a whole like different shape. Or like size, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which like doesn't mean anything. It's just
no,
like,
it doesn't. It's just interesting as like a design thing, you know.
I actually need to get up and use the bathroom real quick, so I will be back.
All right. Okay, I will wait here. Hello, everybody. Happy birthday to the Sleeping Realm Theory, even though now it's technically the 1st of not February anymore. You know, it's March. Which is fucked up, frankly, but Nomura loves Show Don't Tell. Happy Sleeping Realm Theory to all those who celebrate. Exactly. But yeah, it's true. Nomura loves Show Don't Tell. And the fact that he had Master of Masters go like, hey, you know, you should pay more attention of like what you see for yourself. Like see with your eyes versus like what people are telling you. And it's just like, that's interesting. It's almost like people tell you things that are like wrong. Like the characters say things that are wrong pretty often within the series. Only for something to not even like, cause obviously sometimes characters lie and that's fine. But there are oftentimes characters who say something and they are simply wrong about the information, but people will be like, well, they said it. So obviously gospel truth. And anything that counteracts that is like, well, that was a retcon. The biggest, clearest example being like, nobodies don't have hearts. And then it's like, well, obviously they do everything in their power to show you them being emotional and obviously having hearts. You know, it's not like a retcon. It's just, you were supposed to parse this out, buddy. I'm sorry that you failed, but, it's such a good way to spend my one day off this weekend. Like half the playthrough on ours has been, look at this on the screen. We're not crazy. It's right there. Shows us that Riku is the light that saved Sora. Kairi, it must have been you. Everyone, it must have been her. It's true. Even people who like genuinely were like, well, they showed us it was Riku though. And like upset that they were like, I can't believe like, there was somebody I knew who was like, I cannot believe that they like took Riku's credit and made it Kairi. And I was like, I think you should follow that instinct of that doesn't line up. Just a little like further maybe, instead of just going like, wow, I can't believe this is the game. They set this all up for Riku and then they turned it into Kairi. And I'm just like, My favorite authorial tools is when the villains themselves don't know all the rules. Yeah, and like a teen baby Riku saying there could only be one Keyblade master before heading to the boss room and there being another dang Keyblade wielding son of a just striding in here. Yeah, it's something that's so funny that like people take that and then they're like, well, there's only supposed to be one Keyblade, except for it's like literally not true immediately within the game it's introduced. So, slaps you in the face with visual storytelling, some people, but that's not what they said. Riku was a child who was manipulated and also just making bad. He had other things on his mind. He was in the pits, you know what I mean? But it's also just something where it's just like, it's just not true. That's not true. But it was, for him, it was a lot more about his beef with Sora than any real claim to greater information on the subject. You know what I mean? It was just like, there can only be one and it's going to be me and not you. Because take
what are
that.
We talking about?
Generally when characters or the narrative, like, kind of, you know, it's the show, don't tell, they will say things that are wrong or lying, and, you know, you kind of have to pay attention to what, like, the game is showing you. We were talking about you know, there can only be one Keyblade Master, and it's just like, well, you know, obviously that was proven wrong within the one game that it was brought up in anyway, but people still take that where they're like, well, there's only supposed to be one, and it's like, but did you see Mickey had a Keyblade? Did you see that Riku had a Keyblade? Come on.
You know, it's one thing to be wrong. It's another to have the proof of the pudding shown to you and being like, hey, I know why you might think that, but, like, look.
Right.
And for them to still be like, no.
I don't think so. Yeah. And then right as you came in, I was saying that I was like, yeah, at least in Riku's case, like, him with the claim of, like, hey, there can only be one Keyblade Master was a lot more about his personal beef than anything to do with knowing anything, you know? It was just that, like, it's like, me and not you.
Riku know?
Yeah.
What the fuck does KH1 Riku know? Nothing.
Yeah.
He's
you were just the delivery boy. That's entirely what it's about. It's just his beef with Sora, his being upset. I want you to pay attention to me, but I'm so mad at you.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
boy.
come with me. First thing.
Yeah.
And we would just be together. This would be fine.
Oh, boy. Okay, let me...
It wouldn't be fine. It'd be bad.
It would be bad. It would be very bad. Kat ended up finding out as well that, like, that line in JP wasn't even Keyblade Master. It was supposed to be, like, Hero of the Key or something. Which is subtly... That's also true, and that's something that's been discussed, where it's something that, like... Because other, like, translators have commented on it, where it's something that, like, you are translating one game that, like, no one knows there's going to be a sequel to. Even the people who made it don't know if they're getting a sequel to it, right? And, like, Hero of the Key is one thing, but in English, calling somebody a something master is going to, like, ring better, right? So, obviously, Keyblade Master works, but, you know, it's something that, like, it implies that it's like the Keyblade Master.
Right.
Implies it's like, oh yeah, there can only be one. There is only the one Keyblade type thing. It's like, it does have, you know, a connotation to it.
Well, yeah, and I mean, and if you want to, like, make it make sense, you could take what Riku says as there can only be one Keyblade Master as him saying, of this Keyblade. Like, we
Not
are
that he
talking
knows
about
shit,
the
but, you know.
Kingdom Key. Right.
Yeah, it's also something that's just perfectly fine being wrong. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, to their understanding, there is only one. They only know of the one, and then the Keyblade of Heart is a very specific circumstance. And then later it's like, oh yeah, Mickey has one too, I guess, you know? And so it's like totally fine as it is. But it is something where it's like, sure, like, the Keyblade Master does imply that there is one Keyblade with one master. And one of us is going to be it, and it's not you, it's me.
It's me.
You know. But hey, at least they got to continue to be like, oh, like there are Keyblade masters, plural, you know what I mean? Where they are a Keyblade wielder who has reached a mastery status of some kind. So
yeah,
I'm the Keyblade boy. I'm the one that wins. It's me. I win.
I'm the video game boy. I'm the one who wins.
I'm the special guy. Okay, let's see. Anyway, the outfit was set in stone in like 2016. That's the whole point I was making here. So this leaves us
also
with
the audacity of this fucking art. Riku, what the fuck are you doing with your hips?
Love that for him. I don't know, he's got scoliosis.
Oh.
There's something wrong, but he's fucking jutting it out. You know what I mean?
He wants everyone to see his belt buckle.
Oh, absolutely.
Boy.
Standing like straight people do, of course, obviously.
Like totally straight man. His hips do not lie.
No. Did I fucking... So we keep doing this thing that I just keep laughing about, right? And it keeps coming up too, where, I remember, so my partner, right, had top surgery, like, last year. We're actually we're getting close to the year anniversary. But there was something that, like, when they were recovering, I had to keep telling them to straighten up their back, because it was really easy to, like, crouch, especially with all the bindings on and everything. And I was like, no, you need to stay, like, straight up so it, like, heals better, right? And to heal more properly instead of, like, you know, hunching. And so I kept having to say to them, like, jokingly, right? But I was like, remember, straight and proud. Straight and proud. We're straight and proud. And, like, somehow that's really stuck around. And, like, even earlier, I was, like, helping hang up, like, a cork board. And it was just, like...
Straight and proud.
Yeah, I was hanging it up and stuff, and just, like... Darian, who I was hanging it up for and stuff, and he's just like, straight and proud. I was like, straight and proud.
That's hilarious.
So anyway, I was thinking of that because of Riku's obviously not straight and proud stance. Straight and proud.
Boy. Never.
So, there you go.
Not in a million years. He's
Straight
got
and proud.
one sassy little gay hand on his sassy little gay hip.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Emoting with the other hand.
Yep. It's fantastic. I love that for him. And I love that Nomura cannot help himself. He's like, I don't know, just stick his hip out as far as possible. Put his hood up, it looks cool.
I love it.
Oh boy. Alright, okay. So, my general statement of like, why go through the trouble to take it out? Not necessary. It's just like, they are here. It's fine. We get it. It's very purposeful. Let's see. Chirithi are Dream Eaters, bound to a wielder to oversee them in their progress and help where they may. A guide of sorts. Importantly, Chirithi were also the only ones alongside the Dandelion leaders in the New World line that retained memory of the last. Now, we're not saying she's not Kairi, but we can at least see that she's not her normal, default, regular human self either. And with her heart definitely missing, something more is happening here. Perhaps something akin to a surrogate Chirithi Kairi, a Dream Eater version of herself to help guide Sora, to protect him. But protect him from what?
Man, I want an explanation for all this so bad.
I know, so do I. God, so do I. Young Master Xehanort's warnings. Multiple cutscenes with YMX stand out the most cryptic organization member by far, and notably the one who, time travels. He talks like he knows this. He talks like he knows this is already a Sleepy Time Worldline hot version of the world, and asks if Sora specifically can handle the strain of what's already notably a world split in two. The way hearts connect in this world can provide us with a clue. So we made a copy of the world, and then pulled those hearts apart. I wonder how you'll handle the strain.
This fucking guy.
And during the dive,
I love this guy.
I know, I love him. And during the dive to save everyone in the Keyblade graveyard, young Xehanort seems to be referencing the events of Dream Drop Distance, except he talks as though Sora should know this specifically. The danger of using the power of waking to save hearts down in the darkest abyss is what Riku was warned about right before he dove into Sora's heart. But there's no reason for Sora to know unless Sora already paid the price, like he said.
All that gallivanting through the sleeping worlds, and yet you learn nothing. Dream by dream, you nearly buried yourself in the dark of sleep. And now you're at it again. The lich you've been fighting, it's not like other Heartless. It exists to usher hearts down to the depths of darkness. If you choose it, you will condemn your heart to that same abyss. What do you think the power of waking is? It's for traversing hearts to reach worlds, not for traversing worlds to reach hearts. There's a high price to pay for wielding such power foolishly. No, there's no saving you. You've paid the price, and it lies at the bottom of the abyss.
Interesting. What was that all the way at the bottom of the abyss that we saw in a GIF earlier? That looked like a chess piece or something. And even his last words point to the consequences of something Sora's already set in motion, a price he's already paid. Which, at least by this point, he definitely has, whether it was way at the beginning or just now, but...
Yeah. But Sora, you're done now. Your journey ends here. Your time in this world is...
We've spoken on the fact that worldline hopping supposedly comes at a heavy price. The Ultimania goes on to confirm that young Xehanort is indeed referring to Sora fading for abusing the power of waking. When young Xehanort is fading away, he says, "Goodbye, Sora, your time in this world is..." What did he mean? Your time in this world is over. It's hinted at in the ending. Before that scene, he warned Sora there's a high price to pay for wielding such power foolishly. The power of waking is not the power to bring people back to life, but Sora was using it to do just that to his friends. As a result, time was rewound, and young Xehanort predicted that Sora would pay the price by disappearing. So, if Sora's been on the fast track to fading since the beginning of the game, having paid a price so big it causes him to fade, how is it he's still here? Kairi, superstar.
Superstar!
But first, let's start with Naminé. In the final world, you can talk to stars. These stars are the remainders of people's hearts a step before death, but most importantly, Naminé, that sweet baby angel, is here. Of course, with everyone having fallen to darkness, you'd expect her to. She was in Kairi's heart, after all, and says as much. Do you want to read these?
Oh, sure, yeah. I was in Kairi's heart, but then we were struck by a powerful darkness, and I woke up here.
She also explains Kairi being the reason Sora's form hasn't faded.
She's fighting with all her strength to keep you from fading away.
And these things are ultimately true, but something doesn't quite sit right. It's said that with everyone falling to darkness, Naminé got knocked out of Kairi and thus ended up here while Kairi fought to keep Sora together. The problem is, when?
I'm afraid no one else arrived with you.
When asked about his friends, Chirithy tells Sora that nobody arrived with him. In the original JP script, Chirithy is even more specific in that nobody arrived at the same time as you. Implying that, yes, people have arrived, but not just now with Sora. So, how is Naminé already here? It wasn't from everyone falling to darkness just now. Nobody arrived with him. The only way she could be here right now is if she'd already been here. If some great darkness has struck them down once before already, like perhaps in a first timeline.
The Naminé stuff in this, I will say, the Naminé stuff at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 is like the one big thing that feels like such a head scratcher to me. Like, I get it, but I'm also just like, I get it and I don't get it at the same time.
Right.
We need answers.
We do. It's true. There are so many things that are just like, well, one day this will be cleared up.
Yep.
One of these fucking days. So, where is Kyrie San Diego? So far as we could tell, any
world is Kyrie San Diego.
So far as we could tell, any opportunity we're given to understand where Kyrie's heart is, we had turned up empty. Her heart seemed to have been missing the whole time, and by Namine's words, she will return to Kyrie once Kyrie is recompleted.
So once she's safe again, Kyrie is where I'll return.
And if that's the case, with Namine being in the final world the whole game, Kyrie's heart has been missing just as long. But where could it be? Where could her heart be residing? Well, wherever Sora did seem to find her, it was on what seemed to be Destiny Islands at sunset. A sunset a little farther along than the ending of the game with everyone on the beach. What possible place could other than Destiny Islands at sunset, no less, look like Destiny Islands at sunset?
This looks familiar.
It's Sora's heart. She's in Sora's heart, and has been the entirety of Gauge 3. Comparing these shots, game engine switch aside, the orange fading into the blue sky of night, the position of the sun, the framing of the shot is all the same. Where Kyrie's sitting, not in her usual spot, seems to even parallel Xion, whose death was so similar. An added bonus is that shot in Dream Drop shows clearly how people would have to turn their whole bodies. Okay, this is something that I probably could remove.
Yeah.
Bits and pieces to get through. Anyway, It is still true that it was like people have to turn to look at the fucking tree.
Because it's kind of over there on the left side of the island.
Here, I will remove that. There we go. Little scraggler of a line. Yeah, this one I remember, the We're Always Connected, was one where I had given Canary, I was like, okay, idea.
Yeah, this is a really great one too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all great, but
for sure. Yeah.
Very beautiful.
Sunsets in Cage.
Kyrie's
always
inside
so beautiful.
me?
Kyrie's inside me? Once again, like in KH1, it sure seems the case. Whatever process that necessitates a world line hop, whatever price we have a sneaking suspicion Sora has paid, she helped facilitate it and has been keeping Sora's form together from the start. This also strengthens the possibility of her connection to the mysterious, watery dark side from the beginning of the game, whatever this would imply. Though what this means for the state her body is in throughout the game is still mysterious, but not entirely impossible to pin. Regardless, with this premise in mind, coming back through the game, there are plenty of subtle hints that now make a lot more sense. Throughout the game, there was always pointed and repeated emphasis on keeping your friends with you in your heart. This isn't new to the series, of course, but every world where separation was evident and stressed over again and again, even throughout the final battle, Sora and other characters would touch their chests and proclaim their connection with their friends.
Distance doesn't matter. Andy's part of their hearts, just like my friends are a part of mine. But I know what it means to share my heart with others. It's okay. Baymax is here. What matters is that I'll be here from now on. Kyrie will be alright. I can feel it. How? How, Xion?
I know. Xion, how? Xion, how? This last scene especially stood out as strange. Xion, for all her connection to Kyrie through Sora's memories, isn't actually connected to Kyrie's heart. She shouldn't, so far as we understand, be able to feel what happened to it. She is a collection of Sora's memories of other people and predominantly Kyrie, but in the end, the only heart Xion is derived from is Sora's. The only heart she should be able to feel is Sora's, illustrated clearly by how, when she died, her heart went back to Sora. If anything, this may give even more parallels to Xion, informing us more on Kyrie's strange death. And we know...
I guess if we are assuming that Kyrie's heart is with Sora this whole time, that would explain how Xion would know. It's just through her connection with Sora's heart.
Right.
She can feel that Kyrie's heart is safe.
Right. Yeah, it would be something like that, most likely. Just otherwise, it's like this, it sure stands out as strange because she should be able to. you know?
Right.
But, what was I? Very strange death. Oh, because of Riku, Sora's heart has been wide open as a refuge for anyone who's ever needed it since birth by sleep.
Mm-hmm. So maybe there's somebody up there in all the worlds who's really hurting, and they're waiting for you to help them. Maybe they just need you to open your heart and listen. I don't know, Riku. You say some weird stuff sometimes, but I'll try it.
I love that exchange.
So,
I don't know, Riku. You say some weird stuff sometimes. Given all this, it's no surprise Kairi's heart went inside Sora's in KH1, and it would be no surprise for it to go there again. Also, the idea of Kairi being a projection of sorts isn't far off from Sora's visions of her in KH1. She'll walk and talk, not just memories, but hold almost entire conversations from the haven of his heart. Also recall young Xehanort's cryptic warnings from Toy Box. The way hearts
connect in this world can provide us with a clue. So we made a copy of the world, and then pulled those hearts apart. I wonder how you'll handle the strain.
The strain of what? So early in the game, while still trying to regain the power of waking he has yet to abuse, this line stands out as a little strange. But under the context that Sora is currently held together by spit and string, the strain of separating hearts could do for a lot. Especially when there's the one heart, the focal point, Kairi, channeling the power of the 7 princesses of heart to do it. Remember when we said this was important? 7 lights from the past, restarting Sora at the beginning. Like the journal says, they kept Sora's heart from fading. They've just been doing it the entire time is all. No big deal. Speaking of, what would happen when one of these princesses, the ones holding your entire existence together, gets hurt in a potentially fatal way?
Oh.
This scene suddenly makes a whole lot more sense.
Dude.
I know.
Everything suddenly made more sense.
I know. It's something that, like, for a long time, I was like, we don't know what to do with this scene. It's definitely strange.
It's weird.
So, like, there's even, you know, there are earlier iterations of the doc that are like, this was listed under, like, just an oddity of, like, we don't know what the fuck this is, you know?
Right.
Because we were like, we know there's weird stuff happening with Kairi, but we do not know what is happening with her exactly. Just that there are a lot of strange things, and we're pretty sure she is doing this and that, you know, and, like, the Kairathy thing was pretty clear.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of this section wasn't in the original doc. Like,
yeah,
you knew, like, I remember the original doc saying, like, Kairi's heart isn't, we don't know where it is. It might be in Sora's, but, like, this connection...
Yes.
Wasn't necessarily there.
This whole connection here, was something added later, and even the canary art is probably like it's a lot like cleaner because it was drawn bigger, because it was later I was like, Canary, I need you to do this for me because I was like changing a bunch of stuff where there was like more clarification where we were like, wait a second, okay, because we were like pretty sure that like Kairi was in his heart, and then some things changed a bit, especially with like the ending, right? Because we were pretty convinced that they were like the ending, we were like, obviously they're not there at the same time, so these seem like 2 different instances of like easily like, here's everyone at the beach, and then here is Sora in his heart with Kairi, right? And so that's something that was like, we were going with this, but then we were like, but we're not sure exactly what all of this, like we had all these pieces and we didn't know how to put them together, you know? And then later some things changed, but we were like, she's definitely in his fucking heart, because looking at other stuff under the context, we went, now hold on a second. When we like look at specifically like lights from the past being like, we started Sora over and then we have the lights, and then like particularly like the Anna scene, the Anna scene being like, yeah, you know, when she gets hurt and then Sora recoils for some reason, and it's like his heart that he's like, ugh, that we were like, all right, okay.
Yeah. Well, and then of course, when Remind came out, you have the
Yeah.
whole scene we already talked about with Xehanort being like, "Did you
Oh,
come
yeah.
here alone?" Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, as well as the, like, we're seeing Kyrie get struck down and, like, it's doing the classic, like, heart beating, zooming in on the chest as, like, it's reacting to what is being seen, and it's
Right.
like, I wonder if Kyrie's heart in there is reacting to seeing herself getting struck down. There's also,
Yeah.
too, when, like, Naminé is like, I am going, like, everybody's supposed to be, like, better, and Naminé shows up in Sora's heart and is just like, they're like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? And it's like, she's like, I can't fucking get to Kyrie. And it's like, well, it would make sense if she showed up there, because
There's
that's
a
where
Sora-shaped wall in the way.
yeah, well, it's like there's like, she shows up there because, like, Kyrie's heart, where she would return to, is in him, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's anyway. So yeah, this whole section of going, like, we are talking about Kyrie being in, like, Sora's heart, and how this would make more sense, that, like, because it was this plus the, like, so Naminé is here, but, like, how is she here now? Because it's easy to go, oh, well, everybody just now, like, got struck down, and so they're supposed to be here, right? But then Chirithy quite literally says that, like, Sora's the only one who showed up here. And so it's like, so how is Naminé here then, unless she was just here already,
Right.
So that would also place that, like, something bad had to have happened beforehand. How early would this have been? And how long is Kyrie, like, how long has she been in Sora's heart? Which also tied back to, like, okay, so the watery dark side at literally the very beginning, and its ties to Kyrie, like, is it literally, like, from the start of moving into a new world line? Or perhaps if she got struck down in the Keyblade graveyard at that weird scene where Sora, like, ran to catch her, or, like, hug her or whatever. If that was the point where she got struck down, was it, like, since then, did we have another, like, catch and then heart,
Heart
type
meld,
thing? Yeah.
Superpower.
Like,
Bonanza.
it could have been earlier than that, but there's obviously something significant with the clear cutoff of, like, we are switching world lines type thing.
Yeah.
So, like, there are a lot of, like, pieces and parts, and a lot of, like, look, guys, I'm doing my best of putting all of this together, but I'm very confident in the fact that, like, she is there, because there's, like, not only was, like, oh, there are things here, and, like, this makes sense if, like, Anna got struck and then Sora's feeling it, and, like, it's a whole thing, but, like, it was particularly going into Remind was, like, they lean into it super hard in a way that I was like, oh, like, again, beating me with hammers, that I was like, okay, I get it, we got it, okay.
Well, and I've definitely seen some people take a look at the scene and say, like, oh, well, this is proof of Sora being the child of destiny, and like, but I think there's just more evidence to say that it's Kyrie being in his heart, because Sora hasn't shown this kind of...
He's never done this before. He's never quite had, like, the empathy cringe or anything going on.
Yeah.
It's strictly, like, Anna, like, taking fucking damage, and him outside just, like, because we've literally been shown, like, this, like, kind of, like, empathetic power in a way, but it has been more, like, people are directly dealing with other people. This is happening in a room he can't even see. You know what I mean? So it's something where I feel like there's more there. Yeah.
To the Princesses of Heart. Like,
yes. I wonder as well.
Like, if this was happening to characters who were not Princesses of Heart, then I would,
Right, I would be inclined to be like, oh, maybe there's something else, but it's because it's the Princesses of Heart, yeah. Specifically one of the Princesses of Heart,
Yeah.
Connected with Sora specifically enough in this way, and the way that her and Kyrie have kind of been a part of Sora's heart for so long, has any sort of sway. Well, she's there because Sora's there. Yeah. Naminé is, like, just as much a Sora nobody as as a Kyrie, if not more so, technically.
Yeah.
Let's go to
Trans
the beach.
allegories everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't have to go through the beach thing. I got lazy about it, and I didn't want to get rid of it necessarily, because it was something where I was like, we've seen the ending, they changed it, and it only at least proves the point of, like, what we were pointing out wasn't crazy, that they were definitely not looking at it. But, like, you know...
It's all good stuff, but yeah, you know.
We don't need to... Just, I can read the addendum anyway. A real quick note with the DLC coming out, there was a mention of some scenes being updated and touched up. And I suppose that they meant change scenes entirely. For example, they removed entire shots. Naminé and Shion looking towards the tree, gone entirely. Donald pointing to the ocean and being stopped by Mickey, also gone. What's interesting is that with these changes, it wonderfully paints our points for the original ending with how everyone is pretty clearly looking out to sea versus looking at the Paupu tree. Whether it means anything in the end doesn't matter too much, but what we saw was definitely there. And given it's so different, we're leaving up the old analysis because those observations are still worth looking at. Also, I am one dude. Okay, cut me some slack. So while this doesn't actually change any of the conclusions we came to, we feel it's important to at least acknowledge. Anyway, back to your regular scheduled theory. Anyway, yeah, we don't have to, and it really is, like, it looks so different versus, like, the shots we get.
Yeah, like, you don't notice all the differences at first, but man, when you put them side by side, it's like, whoa!
Yeah. No, it's true. It's a lot of, like... I love this, like, whole, like, the sightline thing, because Cal was like, no, they will know, and was, like, doing all of this. And I'm like, I feel like we don't have to, but, like, you know, you're making your point painfully clear. Because people were, like, being so shitty about it. Anyway, we were like, it's not that crazy to be like, they're obviously looking somewhere fucking else, right?
Right.
But, you know.
This is one of those crazy things that, like, as someone who loves knowing the history of, like, production of animation and everything, I want to know what the original intent was behind these shots.
Yeah.
What happened? And how the new shots were considered a fix. Like,
I'm so curious, because some of it's just straight up different entirely. It's not even like we fixed up what was there. It was like we made new end cutscenes.
Right. Yeah. Just really curious.
Yep. Yeah, I would love to know about that, but...
Oh, the secret ending.
There you go. Do you want to read the secret ending?
I would love to.
Okay. I also will probably call it quits here soon. Oh my god, it's been like 9.5 hours, but I'm also getting very tired.
I mean, I think we have, like, the secret ending / Yozora, and then that kind of, like, wraps up this section.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and do this. Or I just woke up and you're still here. Yeah, man. Yeah, dog. I am. I'm still fucking going, even though I'm about to go to bed after we get through this part.
Yeah.
For me, it's almost 4 in the morning, but that's usually, like, I would usually be in bed by now and then going to sleep, but we'll get to the end point at this.
It is almost 5 in the morning for me.
Hooray!
Woo! Alright, if the secret ending confirms anything, it confirms Sora returned to the Sleeping Realm in some capacity, and Riku with him as his Dream Eater.
Okay, real quick aside from this, because that is a remnant from... Because when we didn't know what to do, like, we were like, there's something going on, and we can't tell, because this was before we knew when they connected to the real world, essentially, in, like, the Keyblade graveyard. Like, this was before we had that. So we were like, we have pieces. We know they're in the realm of sleep. We do not know what this means for, like, the end of the game. We were trying to, like, put shit together, right? And so we were like, we don't know what is happening with that. But, like, it was something where we were like, but maybe they, like, leave, maybe there's something here, but, like, we don't have We don't have an answer. So when it comes to the secret ending, it's like, oh yeah, returned to the sleeping realm in some way, right? And it's just like, okay, this, I don't think it's not necessarily that as much as like there is sleep happening, very much so going on here. That's evident from how they wake up and Ryu's hair and so on and so forth. And then we even know later confirmed it's literally like Riku is dreaming this. But that phrasing of like the returned to the sleeping realm is because of that. Because of like when we first we were like, we don't know. We don't fucking know what it is.
Right.
But
you were going with what you had.
Yeah, basically.
And hey, Riku still has his Dream Eater hairstyle. Ultimania update. This has actually been confirmed by Nomura to take place after KH3, and that when Sora disappears in the ending, he arrives here, more or less exactly as we thought. I see. Then, continuing on, I'd like to ask about the secret movie. Is the location connected to that ending? Yes. After disappearing in the ending, Sora arrives in the world shown in that secret movie. It starts with them waking up on the ground, the telltale sign they've been dropped into a dream, used over and over in KH3 alone, but this one particularly mirrors their drop into Traverse Town at the start of Dream Drop Distance. Pointed, seeing as Traverse Town is where we found the Tweewee kids, and Sora has ended up where? Shibuya, baby! Not just any Shibuya. Tweewee Shibuya, evidenced by the 104 building. This is Tweewee specific. Not necessarily Tweewee Shibuya, but...
Yeah, like, I literally, the Ultimania update is like, oh, it's not like Tweewee Shibuya, but it's...
Yeah.
You know, it's just that, like, it is the 104 building.
Yeah. Nomura also made a note that the Shibuya isn't the original in-universe Tweewee World Shibuya. It's Shibuya, but like Shibuya. It's some other alternate version. Is the place Sora is in the same world as the one in The World Ends With You? It looks that way. However, rather than saying Sora has gone to the Tweewee world, the meaning is that it's not exactly Shibuya, but Shibuya. No, it's hard to explain in English, but instead of being written in kanji, the name for Shibuya is written in katakana here. This basically means that it's not the same Shibuya as in Tweewee or in the real world. Also, although Sora promised Neku and his friends that they would meet again at Shibuya, this video is not connected to that.
Killing me.
Also, like in Dream Drop Distance, they're separated and unsure of where they are, searching for each other like before, but this time represented in a fun game of Spot the Color. My favorite. Blue, green, cool colors stand for Riku, the red, orange, warm colors for Sora. Wow, warm colors on Riku, looking at a warm red light.
Oh my god.
Riku first spots the red light, where Sora spots this blue light. Wow, all the little water droplets.
Wow.
The blue light is a little harder to notice and telling that Sora can't see Riku's light directly like Riku can see Sora's, but the lighting is inside the car as more of a backlight. Nearly every shot is loaded with some tiny representation of the other, backlighting, stoplight, anything, anywhere. They're almost always present in a shot with the other. Always together, even when it seems like we're not. Another maybe addition to the pile of dream references is this shot. The pattern on the sidewalk looks strikingly similar to the top half of the Dream Eater symbol. Though this is shown later in a shot to be a repeating pattern on the sidewalk he's walking down, it's still purposely framed shot. It's still a purposely framed shot, so it's at least worth noting.
Yozora!
Yozora! Yozora being here is one, wild, but two, another link to the whole dream theme that kind of strengthens things in both cases. Cannot wait to find out what this boy's deal is.
I know.
So exciting. Seeing as he initially shows up in Toy Box, a world that's a concentrated rehash of Dream Drop Distance mechanics and themes, And now this, another distinct repeat of DDD, tells that something. Sorry, repeat of DDD tells that starts.
Yeah, a distinct repeat of dream drop distance tells. That starts like a dream.
That starts
Yeah.
like a dream. Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's safe to say that something to do with dreams is happening. Following up that dream drop distance theme revolving around Sora and Riku, Yozora is composed almost entirely of aspects of Sora and Riku. Let's make it a fun list. He has 2 colored eyes, red and blue, Sora and Riku respectively. His name Yozora means night sky. Virum Rex means true king. His outfit is clearly like Riku's. Clearly.
Yes.
Obviously.
Very obviously.
Though Sora is wearing it in Toy Box for no explained reason and even questions it. His hair parts from the same spot on his left like Sora's does. He, at least in Virum Rex, wields an arrow gun, Sora, and broadsword, Riku. Yeah, anyway, so this bad boy is looking like Dream Drop Distance 2, the 2-boy Boogaloo.
Woohoo!
And the signs were there all along.
Yep.
Boom.
Yep. And then this goes down into the mechanics, but I gotta stop there. I'm so tired. I can feel it in my eyes. I have to take reread notes part 2. Anyway, goodbye. All right. Goodbye, Gabby. Have a good day at work.
I would really love if there was a, 6 years later, the Sleeping Realm theory revisited as, a YouTube video or something. Just to see, how long it actually does take to explain.
Right. Like, what, as if I were just explaining it as is, or just going through the document? How do you mean?
I don't know, like a refined version.
Yeah,
of it
yeah.
Put together as a YouTube video, basically.
Yeah, that's something obviously I've wanted to do, where it's just cool, that would be neat to just make a video to just be here, I can refine this and then just make it a consumable video.
Yeah.
Because it's also there's a lot less I have to fight to prove.
Right.
I can just present it with the confidence of a guy essentially telling a fan fiction on YouTube for his crazy AU idea or whatever he's doing. Fan theory. Yeah, fan theory. What if I just verbally recounted my fan fiction to you? So I would love to try that, because there is plenty of here where I'm I could trim the fat. There are things I don't need to say. There are things I'm also this doesn't really add to it, or things that I even know that at the time when describing Yozora and Sora and Riku, we kept the list short because it was very much at the end of everything.
Right.
But it's I would be way more about it is very exacting how much his outfit is Sora and Riku. I will show you, and it's here it is
you could
Riku's.
go into detail.
Here is the Riku cut of everything, and yet it is also blended with Sora's outfit at the same time in many ways. There's the Sora plaid pattern on the Riku lapels. There's the glove having the circlet thing from Sora on what is essentially Riku's gloves. There's all sorts of shit like that, where it's I know it, and I knew it then, and I didn't write it down because I was it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Right.
Just get it out.
Yeah.
But, there's a bunch of little things, but...
There's a lot of people who look at the doc and they're oh my god, I'm intimidated, and also don't like to read.
Yeah, that's very true, so... And that's thankfully why we have hey, I'm reading through it with Peachy, and it's there. And now I guess I'll have this, even... It's only gotten so far, but, we could always pick it up later if we want. But...
Yeah. But even I know on comments on those videos, there's, a good handful of people who are could you just have a video where it's just the thing?
Yeah, of course. And I'm there are way better ways to deliver this information, and I know this. So,
yeah.
We'll see, because I'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to, but...
I'd help you get it done.
Well, I'll have to take you up on that. I'll do my best. But that said, now that it's 4 in the fucking morning, I'm going to go to bed. I'm very tired. It's been fun. I had a good time. I'm glad that even if it was the latter half, I'm happy that you could join me, Tenelle.
I'm
sure
glad
everyone...
I took that 4-hour nap.
Yeah, you needed it. And I'm surprised that, like, I had, like, 50-something people earlier, and I never dropped below, like, 30 listening to this all night long. So, I appreciate everybody hanging out.
Y'all are wonderful.
Yep. It's been fun. But
anyway,
I must leave you.
Everybody go to sleep.
Yeah, everyone, go the hell to bed, or you just woke up and, you know, good fucking luck, but not me. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. It was fun.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Happy 6th anniversary.
Yeah, happy 6 years to this
theory.
document. Yay.
Woo.
Goodbye. Good night. Bye. Or happy lunchtime. Whatever. Bye.